Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to day 4 of the second test match between Australia and I almost said New Zealand there, but England are the side. And at the moment, England under pressure. They are losing this match at the moment, you would say, because Australia have decided to give themselves another opportunity with the bat. Australia lead by 282 runs. They are going to be batting here and possibly just looking to get a massive total on the board so that England have no chance of being able to chase it down. The live win probability as we sit is 82% chance that Australia will win this one, 17% chance for the draw, and 1% chance that England can get themselves a win. But I hope you are all doing well. I do see in the poll as well, it is the third session that seems to be most popular for which session I should say, that Australia will either declare or be bowled out. So it seems like that is going to be the leading one. We have got the two Aussies in the chat as well. Hope you are doing well, mate, and hope you are excited for this game, because at this stage, it's very hot here. I believe we're actually sitting at a hotter temperature here than it is at the ground, which is something that we don't have very often here in New Zealand. That is why I'm in a shirt rather than the jersey that we do normally have. But I hope you are all excited for this matchup. We did see last night there was a run out of David Warner, which is why Australia are one down. But Marcus Harris sitting on 21 runs not out off 59 deliveries. Michael Nessa going in as the night watchman, the night watchman, I should say, sitting on 2 runs off the 6 deliveries and actually looked pretty decent while doing it. So it will be exciting to see how he does go. But Ollie Robinson, he did bowl 4 overs. Joe Root looking strong as well throughout the 2 overs that he did bowl. And that was actually off his bowling that they did create that run out opportunity. So maybe that's the thing. England, the only chance that they've got here to be able to find a way of winning this test match is to bowl Australia out probably in this first innings. To be honest, my voice sounds a little bit rusty. I think that is because I've been talking way too much recently, which is why we have got our hydration, which will hopefully keep it around for a little bit longer. But we have got the BBL that we will be covering later on in the day. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button, and we are ready to go. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many wickets do you think will fall in this first session at the moment? We have got about 7 minutes until the start of the match. I will be putting up the scorecard for what happened in the first innings here for Australia. There were a few good totals being set. Only one player, though, was able to go right through to that 100. David Warner, he was close, 95 off 167, but he ended up losing his wicket. Marnus Labuschagne, the man who did make it to the 100, 103 off 305 deliveries. Steve Smith also very close, 93 off 201. Alex Carey bringing up his 50 in a good innings, 107 balls faced. Then Michael Nessa and Jai Richardson both doing decently for themselves at the end of the innings to be able to keep on pushing it up. We have got there in the chat, we have got Sebastian. Hello, Hamish. Welcome in, everyone. As I said, Sebastian, I hope you are doing well, mate. Hope you are excited. Now, you'll remember the shirt more than likely. This was the one that we were wearing when the channel did receive its copyright strike. So I'm hoping it's not cursed, and I'm hoping that this live stream will be staying up a little bit longer, I guess you could say, than the other one. We have got Monkey Man there in the chat as well. As said, hello, hope you are also well, mate. And at the moment, Australia, they are going to be betting here for the first session at least. They will be able to put up that total to around 350 minimum in this session, and then maybe even go towards that 400, 450, and give England plenty of time to get bowled out, because that is exactly what they're going to be trying to go for. I feel like the longer that Australia bat, the longer the draw is still on the table, and that is something that they definitely do not want to have as an option for England here. They have them almost in a position where they can't win, but that is the only way that England can get back into it, is giving them too little amount of overs, and then they will just be able to bat it out on a very tough surface. So Nathan Lyon looks like he will be persisting with that line and length when he gets the chance. Joe Root, I wouldn't even be surprised if we did get to see a little bit more of his spin early on in the day, but they have got Ollie Robinson. They have also got in that bowling attack, they will be going Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Chris Wokes, and then also they have got Joe Root, like I mentioned. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think will be able to get the first wicket of this match? And also, I should mention that there is also Ben Stokes as another bowling option for them if they decide to use it, although it will be pretty tough on the body for Ben Stokes. He has been working hard for himself in recent times. We are already up to day 4, and also what a good win by Glasgow yesterday. Also, Munster got the win against Kestra. Good stuff as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, I did see, was it about 21 points or something along those lines, to 7 for Glasgow over Exeter Chiefs. Definitely not the result that a lot of people saw coming. What was the score at Munster Castries as well? Do let me know. I don't think I've actually seen the result of that one yet. I tried to stay up to watch it, but I felt like that might not be the best idea. I did end up watching that game between Glasgow and also Exeter Chiefs, though, for the first half. And there were 3 points on the board, so I was like, right, might consider sleeping. And then it all heated up in the second, unfortunately, but I did miss most of it. At the moment, they are just showing the captain, Steve Smith, actually the man who decided that they would enforce or not enforce that follow-on, so that it was going to be the Australians who do have to now try and get a few more runs on the board with the bat in hand as well. And Nathan Lyon, he's looking like he will be definitely a key in that final innings for the Australians. Maybe a little bit of rough forms outside of the off stump, and he will be able to really use that to his advantage. But Marnus Labuschagne also doing very nicely for himself in the first innings. The only thing that I will say is I don't believe he will bat with the strike rate that he did in the first for the second innings. Because if he does, it might be just a little bit too slow, and it may use up too many balls. Munster 19, Castries 13 as well, and Glasgow 22-7 for Exeter. Yeah, so very good scores. In the end, we did see that close game with the Harlequins up until halftime, where Harlequins just absolutely poured it on in the second, and they ended up winning it by about 20 points or something along those lines. Nathan Lyon, at the moment, they are just showing his highlights from day one. They were very impressive. Australia able to bowl out England for 236. Really the only two batsmen who stuck around for a bit of time. It was actually the two who normally do stick around. It was Dava Milan and also Joe Root. And then the other option was the matchup, and it was also Chris Wokes, I believe, and Ben Stokes. Two men who have very similar last names. They both did pretty well for themselves, but at the moment, looks like the English side, they are ready to get out into the field. I see Johnny Bairstow in the huddle, so I believe someone might be on the sideline just for the start of this one. It's going to be very fatiguing out there. I believe it's not too bad for temperature-wise, though. I think they're sitting around 24 degrees at the moment, which is going to be relatively pleasant compared to some of the days that we have had today, or over the last few days, I should say. But Michael Nessa, I'm wondering what kind of game he plays here. He was the night watchman last night. I feel like he sees off this harder ball at the moment. There's 17 balls into the pink ball. And maybe then he just goes, oh, okay. That is big news. Joe Root suffers abdomen. They had, but I assume that's abdominal injury there. Abdomen. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's an abdomen. I can't say it either. But pretty much Joe Root is out at the moment. Abdomen. That's the word. I couldn't say it there for a second, but he is out at the moment, and he is getting assessed by the medical team. He was actually hit in warm-ups, so I hope he's all right as well. And also, we have got there was a very strange ending at Thorntman Park as well. Castra were in possession, and they kicked it into Dutch. Why not try and go for it if you're 6 points down? Or I guess they're playing strategically. They want that bonus point. They feel maybe one is enough to get them through, but I feel like that is quite a negative way of playing it, I guess you'd say as well. So it will be interesting, because did they get a point up against Harlequins as well? I think they might have 2 points in the end now for being close. So I guess they are just taking those points and going, anyone who has lost their games, we're going to be just a little bit above them. Definitely with the cancellation of so many games recently. But I guess the question of whether or not we're going to get to see Joe Root bowling, the answer is no, because he is not even going to be out on the field at the moment. He is getting assessed by the medical teams in warm-ups, unfortunately, taking a blow to the abdomen. That does mean that he is going to be missing as well. But Michael Nessa, he will be on strike. The right-hander, he's very talented with the bat in hand. 2 points, 20-18 to the Quins as well, says Sebastian there. But Marcus Harris, 21 runs for him of 59 deliveries. Of course, that little bit of a mix-up with him and David Warner. Now he will want to go on and get himself a big old total here and at this match, Marcus Harris. But I think this was a surprise for a lot of people that Australia decided that they did want to bat in this situation. So at Broad now, though, second Ashes test for that man. And he is going to be rearing to go. First innings, 26 overs he had to bowl, 73 runs and 1 wicket for the veteran Stuart Broad in his 150th match. It looks like there's a little bit of wind today there at Adelaide. I believe there was going to be afternoon wind that we did see, so it might even get a little bit stronger as we move in throughout the day, but we will have to wait and see whether or not that will be the case. But now Stuart Broad will be bowling the first over of day 4 at the Adelaide Oval. Hopefully that's going to be a good old day of cricket. Once again, we won't actually be able to cover all of the day on the channel, as we are going to be covering the Big Bash a little bit later on with the Brisbane Heat taking on the Sydney Thunder. So be sure to stick around for that if you do love yourself a little bit of the Big Bash. With Stuart Broad now charging into Michael Nessa. Nice aggressive shot there from Nisa straight away. Run out opportunity. Oh, tell you what, that could be a run out on the very first ball. They're going to be able to get themselves at least one extra here. Do they run? No, it's not going to be just an extra. Tell you what, Marcus Harris here might be just run out off the very first ball of the day. Good work in the field from Hamid to be able to really shut it down early. Right, we're going to get to go upstairs. I feel like he got this throw away relatively quickly. Direct hit as well for Hamid. Is this going to be the run out of Nathan Harris? I keep on saying Nathan, but it's Marcus. Is he going to be on his way? It's a good dive, and he needed to dive for that one to be able to get back, and that is exactly what they were able to do. So that is going to be the single there. Almost a mix-up between the two. But now it is going to be... Actually, I think that was Marcus Harris on strike for that first ball. Or was it Michael Nisa? I'm not too sure. Who is it? I'm trying to work out what end each man is at. No, it was Michael Nisa who was on strike. I thought it was. It's a bit of a yes-no, so that is why they weren't able to get through. And then they did end up getting themselves a single. So that was a good call from Marcus Harris to say no to that run because he would have been out by about half the pitch. But good fielding from Hamid, one of the first direct hits we've seen of this test match. And he got away with it. As I said, Sebastian, he did indeed. But now Stuart Broad, he is going to be going over the wicket to Marcus Harris. Try and create that angle. Only one slip in play at the moment. Going to be the inside edge for Marcus Harris. Straight to Hamid. And you're not going to be testing out his arm once again because he did it at the stumps last time. And he will be open to fire in the order of England, even if it does mean just batting out 100 or so balls, just using up that time and working your way towards a draw here for England, because Australia, you would think they would put themselves in a dominant position to be able to go on and not just win this one, but win it comfortably. But the big thing is you got to make sure that you don't set the total too high, or else England will go into defensive mode and then just pretty much try and bat out the test match. Joe Broad now, a little bit leg side-ish, and it does go down the legs of it, Marcus Harris there. But like I mentioned, we will be covering the first session of the Ashes. We may even be covering a little bit of the second as well. And then I will be switching over to the BBL, where we will be talking all things KFC Big Bash alongside still watching the Ashes. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you guys haven't already, because we are going to be back with plenty more cricket tonight. And then also a little bit of rugby if the vocal cords still allow it, which at the moment, they're sounding a little bit rough, that is for sure. At 25 degrees at the moment here in New Zealand, which is something we're not really used to. Hence the shirt. Normally we get like 15 degrees and then all of a sudden it pops up to 25 just to test us out a little bit coming into Christmas. But it's supposed to be raining all throughout Christmas, I believe. So it's interesting that we are sitting at the temperature we are at the moment. But Stuart Broad at the moment, one run off his first delivery, and then from there, 3 more singles for himself as well. I'm wondering, will it be Stuart Broad or will it be Jimmy Anderson who is able to get himself more wickets today? I'm wondering as well whether or not Australia will be bowled out or whether they will declare, and I believe it will be the declaration for the Australians here. They lead by 283 at the moment. More than likely, they'll bat till the final session, get themselves a very nice lead, and then from there, have England bat under lights. There's going to be good runner between the wickets, and it is cut off by Hamid there. Does throw it straight into Josh Butler. We're sitting at -9 at the moment as well. And it there says it was Sebastian for -9. Sitting at -9. I feel like I should understand that reference, but I am not understanding that reference. Is that as in like for the wicket tally, more than likely? Maybe. Do let me know, Sebastian, there. At the moment, it is going to be Stuart Broad once again. Will it be bowling this one? Marcus Harris on strike. He normally loves bowling to the left-hander, getting that ball to come in and then go away as well. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad, nicely delivered, and that is going to be the end. Degrees, -9, sorry, for the temperature. That makes more sense in that regard. Geez, that's a bit chilly. -9. Is that like warm or considered slightly warm at this time of year, though, Sebastian, or is that like cold at the moment? A good day, Amish. Hopefully England performed better this session today as well. And yeah, they almost had a run-out opportunity for that very first ball of the match. And unfortunately for Marcus Harris, tell you what, they're just showing fielding in this series. Hamid almost getting the run-out in the first test match at the Gabba, but did miss the opportunity. Marcus Harris trying to scamper back into his crease and actually ended up dropping his bat, not quite being able to get over the line there. That was, of course, at the Gabba. This one did have a good dive from Michael Nessa, and it did save him there. But Jimmy Anderson now, he is going to be bowling second Ashes test match for him. First innings, 29 overs for this matchup. And 59 runs he went for, but also was able to get the 2 wickets two important wickets as well, I will mention. But he is going to be bowling to Michael Nessa here. So we've currently got another hour and 55 minutes of this first session. Actually, pretty warm actually as well. We're used to minus 15 and minus 20 this time of year as well, says Sebastian. See, that's like a whole new world, isn't it? Like the lowest that I think I have been at this stage, I think we had -3, and that was while I was actually on live stream. I remember one night it was pretty cold, and I was just eating up. I think we were doing our Ashes, or not, sorry, the Ashes. I think we were doing one of the rugby live streams in the middle of the night. And I hope you're well, Kevin, as well. And there says it to a Bastion. So anyone who's new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, because we have got the big bash a little bit later on tonight. It is going to be 48 for 1 here for Australia. Nicely bowled, and once again, it is going to be just the dot ball. Rory Burns able to cut that one off, and Jimmy Anderson at the moment, he will be hoping to get a couple early wickets. He had the pink ball last night. It was actually moving all over the place, but not able to capitalise. Well, that one warm here to the lowest we got is -5 as well, says it Robert Miller there in the chat. Yeah, so I think normally, what part of Australia are you in, Robert? Do let me know. Again, I feel like I should remember, but I've slightly forgotten. Is it Melbourne? If I'm not wrong, or are you actually in Adelaide? Do let me know, Robert. It's going to be nicely blocked once again by Michael Nessa, who will be batting time here, but also probably faces off against maybe 5 more overs or so and then starts going bang, because Australia will know that they need to start upping this run rate if they do want to have plenty of time of being able to bowl out England. The best case scenario for them is probably at 400 before you get to the end of the next session, and then maybe have the whole last session at England, because if you leave yourself too little time, it's going to be very tough to be able to get them out in that stage, because they will be a little bit less aggressive than we saw in the first innings from England. Nicely left there by Michael Nessa once again, likes that one. And that's the thing, pace bowlers like facing off with pace bowlers when they do bowl that line and length. And also we have got there Johnny Bairstow. Where is she as well? Or where is he? I think that is, says XRs or X Save, I believe that is in the chat. And at the moment, he is actually out on the field. And the reason for that is Johnny Bairstow. He is replacing for now Joe Root, because Joe Root did end up with an injury in the nets just before the game as well. Stuart Kelly, NRL players, former home as well. Feel like I wish that like kind of clue would help me out, but unfortunately, still none the wiser, unfortunately, there. But yeah, Johnny Bairstow actually out on the field at the moment. Joe Root ending up with a bit of an injury during the kind of pre-match play that they were having, just a bit of a net session, and he got hit in the abdomen. And now he is getting a HIPAA scan. So hopefully he will be all right, as he is one of the keys in that English batting lineup. And if they were to lose him, that would be very unfortunate for them as well. And all good, Sebastian. Says Kevin there. It is going to be Anderson. Once again, charges in, bowls him straight through Nessa. And that is going to be the first wicket of the day for Jimmy Anderson. Beautifully delivered. And now it will be Labuschagne, I believe, making his way out to the crease, but it is a beautiful delivery from Jimmy Anderson. That one came back in. The in-swing, he bowls it only about 18% of the time, but when he does, it is effective as well. It's 12th man. He's on there now. Look at that. Comes back in off the seam, cuts in a mile and takes out the middle stump as well. Central Queensland, Taroom Amish as well. And Nessa out, says Sebastian there, and O, says Xav there, and the jabber Michael Nessa there. Bowled Anderson 3 runs off 13 deliveries. It's looking like there might be a little bit of early movement here for this one, which will be exciting. And nonetheless, it is going to be now more than likely Marnus Labuschagne. Nice as well, says world history knowledge. And also we've got that out there. Well done, James Anderson. And the chat from Kevin. Yeah, they have done it very nicely indeed. That is for sure. I hope that we do get to see a few more wickets falling for England here. Give them a bit of confidence, because the last thing they want is to have another whole day in the field. They have already spent, I believe it was 150 overs or so bowling to Australia last time round. Now it is going to be Marnus Labuschagne, the man who was very lucky in the first innings. He ended up being dropped once. Oh, no. I think he's just dropped his gum. Oh, no, he's managed to nail it. He was able to pick it up, and now he is going to be chewing on that gum. He's just ready to go 19 overs in. Marnus Labuschagne, he was able to get himself the 100 in the first innings. 103 off 305 deliveries. Warner is already out. They have also now lost their night watchman before the Ashes are over as well. And now, do you guys think Johnny Bairstow will play? I believe he will get a chance. Definitely when the top order aren't really performing the way that they'd like, and also maybe even Joss Butler behind the stumps. He has been a little bit 50-50, so I think he will get an opportunity either at the next one or the one after that. I think we will get to see him as well. Stuart Broad now cutting it in nicely. At the moment here, they will just be trying to rebuild a little bit here. The Australians we have got there, who's Ashes vice captain with Rutoff. I believe, I want to say it's either Joss Butler or Ben Stokes, but then it actually could also be one of these pace bowlers, maybe Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson. More than likely, I think it's either Stuart Broad, Ben Stokes, or it would be Joss Butler. I feel like it's one of those three. They're kind of the more, I guess you could say, not really obvious choices, but they're the more likely choice, if that makes sense. Stuart Broad once again stammering, and it's off the edge. What a take that is for Joss Butler, and that is 2 wickets in a row. Stuart Broad picks it up. That is a take and a half, and that will give that man confidence. And it is going to be now Marcus Harris, almost 2 wickets and 2 balls there for England. And they are looking ready to go for day 2. Absolutely brilliant catch from Joss Butler. And the one down the leg side for Marcus Harris, it was a phenomenal take in the first innings. That's off the edge. That is low, and that is shooting. That is full stretch dive there from Butler. Great reactions from the keeper. And Stuart Broad, he was loving it as well. And I feel like he was probably loving it more that Joss was able to get himself that catch. But now that is Marcus Harris out. 2 in a row. Harris out as well. Should be Joss, as I think usually give it to the wicket keeper as well. And there says Sebastian, although to be fair, we were just saying he wasn't ever the best form. That was an absolute screamer of a catch for himself. So maybe he does get a little bit more time at the crease as well. And also we have got there Hamish Watt, utterly disappointed by England team. Poor performance is converted to predictable 5-0 thrash by Aussies. I also don't tune in for your live stream. So frustrated as well, says Coding. Although we have got the BBL later on tonight, mate. So hopefully we do get to see you there for those ones. We are going to be covering the T20 alongside the Ashes that we have got. But now it is Labuschagne and Steve Smith, neither man facing a ball. Good. Do you guys think England will win the Ashes this year as well? Says Xavier Mills. And also we have got there, I hope they do. It's going to be very tough. They need to at least draw this test match to have any chance. If they lose this one, I don't see them going 3 from 3. And if there's a single draw, then Australia retain. So they need to somehow find a way of winning this one. And definitely, maybe at worst, drawing it. They cannot lose it though. I'm going to be drinking a lot of water today. It's currently very hot. I'm sweating bricks soon. With the lights in front of me as well. Definitely with the action that we are seeing at the start of the day. It's looking exciting. It looks like England have come to play, and this will give them a real bit of confidence here. But 2 men who can take confidence out of a whole team, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, they can just sit out there all day. Who you think is going to win as well? Says it was Zerexo. At the moment, the odds, as the live odds are sitting, 86% chance of Australia winning, 12% for the draw, and 2% for England here in this matchup. Off the edge. Steve Smith dropped for the Golden Duck. Joss Butler, that would have been 2 from 2, and Stuart Broad would have had Steve Smith on the very first delivery. Goes from just absolute ecstasy for the ball before to absolute disappointment after that. And well, England as well. Hamish, what do you think of the Melbourne pitch? Look at that. Brilliant catch for Joss Butler. He actually overextended for that next delivery. He thought it was going wider. And that is going to be, unfortunately for Joss Butler, almost at the forearm there. Just went a little bit too wide. That could have been the massive wicket of Steve Smith. Oh, it's going to be close as well, though. Stuart Broad celebrating. Hit outside the line is the call from Shane Warne. Will they review it? Stuart Broad was actually becoming an aeroplane before he finished that one. Ben Stokes is co-captain, so Sam Moeen Ali retired. This one's going upstairs. Believe it could be hit outside the line, and it wasn't given out, so it will be umpire's call depending on whereabouts it is. But tell you what, this is all happening at the start of day 4, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like it is going to be a battle out there on the field. That could have been Steve Smith gone, though. Imagine Steve Smith out for a Golden Duck. That would have been absolutely game-changing for the English. It's coming back in. Oh. I think this is going to be relatively close. I think it's going to be umpire's call. That one has not hit the bat as well. So it's going to be umpire's call for the impact in line. And this could be interesting. I think it's just outside of the line a little bit. They're going to be checking this one for the ball tracking. It looks decent, though. This was actually a very good review, I feel, from England. Stepping back across field. Umpire's call there. Going on to hit both of the stumps. Is that out? Oh, because it was umpire's call, it does mean that the original decision of not out, even though it was going on to hit the middle stump, because it was umpire's call, it means that it's not out. And Stuart Broad, he is disappointed. That could have been Steve Smith gone first and second ball there. And Ollie Wilson has said, welcome into Live, mate. It's all happening today for day 4 of this test match. But tell you what, Stuart Broad, he knows that was a huge opportunity, but pretty much to explain that rule for anyone who doesn't know it. So pretty much if it is impact umpire's call, you go with what the on-field decision was, even if it is hitting the wickets. And that was indeed going on to hit the off stump. And Stuart Broad, he's disappointed with it. He knows that was a huge opportunity. If it was given as out, that would have been out for Steve Smith with the umpire's call. But Stuart Broad so close. No worries, no worries. The bowlers are feeling it now. As well as Sebastian, once again, well bowled, but now 2 chances for Steve Smith, 2 non-successful chances for England, and I feel like that is all that man needs to change his momentum. And now perhaps he sticks around for the 100. We will have to wait and see, though. Tell you what, Stuart Broad at the moment, this is going to be a wicket maiden by the looks of it, and he is looking fired up for the early stages. And he actually felt that he had got the wicket. He was celebrating, he was becoming a plane, and then he turned around and the umpire hadn't given it out as well, and he was going, how is that possible? But then they did go upstairs. Just umpire's call all down the leg side, and that is going to be a wicket maiden there for Stuart Broad. Very good first over, very good first 2 overs by the BR Hamish. Will the MCG pitch will help England batters and bowlers? And what is the record of Aussies in the MCG? Can England come back in the 3rd test? It is going to be tough for them, but it is beneficial that it isn't going to be a day-nighter, because Australia have never lost a day-night test match. That's going to be brilliantly taken by Joss Buttler. The next ball, though, could have been Steve Smith gone, but Buttler not able to snatch it there. And then the next one, it could have been LBW, but it was just outside of the line. It all happened in that first over for Stuart Broad. And Labuschagne at the other end. It seems like England today have actually pitched up that delivery just a little bit more. I'm liking the line that they're bowling and the length, because it does seem like they're trying to get the batsmen to play a little bit more, and it is working. They've got 2 wickets already today. The one of Michael Nessa, and then almost the one of Steve Smith alongside Marcus Harris, who did fall in the same over. But now it is going to be Labuschagne on strike. Jeremy Anderson will be bowling this one. The moment, like they're saying, they could have been 3 wickets down for 3 runs there, or 3 wickets, and 3 overs. It's nicely bowled, and Labuschagne just leaves it outside of the off stump. And he is one that they definitely need to lure into playing, because he will literally leave the ball outside of the off stump every single day of the week that he needs to. So you need to get it to swing in just a little bit more. But this is going to be a good battle out here for the morning session. It does not look like it's going to be easy for the Australians to really knuckle down like they did plan to prior to this innings. At the moment, Labuschagne going to be on strike. Like I mentioned, 100 runs for him in the first innings. Steve Smith, 93. He got close. He got almost out for the first ball that he did face. Going to be cutting back in there for Jimmy Anderson. At the moment, Marnus, he's got to get in that mindset of batting time and batting long here as well. One thing is for George Ross, will 100% dropped with Johnny Bairstow. I think Josh Butterfingers as well will completely. We have got Josh Butlerfingers as well, so we'll completely filled with butter as well. Says Cody there. Yeah, the thing is, he's taken the hard catches. Like he's doing, like the one that he got of Marcus Harris was an outstanding one-handed dive. Great reactions. And then it's the easier catch that he did actually end up dropping, unfortunately. And we always get the high from the 2 Aussies. Welcome into live stream, mate. 2 early wickets here for England in the morning session. 2 early wickets in the first 2 overs, I should mention as well. And it's currently hot here. I believe we're actually sitting warmer than it is at the ground, which is something that we don't have too often here in New Zealand. But Marnus, Labuschagne, it will feel pretty hot out there at the moment, because they are trying to find a way of rebuilding here for the Australians. They are still well and truly in the box seat. England, they trail by 285 runs. Labuschagne on strike. Jimmy Anderson just trying to lure him into play, and once again, just a little bit too short. So Marnus Labuschagne just leaves it. Sorry, I won't be watching now as well. Says that to Aussies. No worries, mate. But yeah, I hope you are doing well. Hopefully at this stage you will get to go to day 5, because it seems like if England keep on going the way that they are here, they may be able to bowl Australia out. I wouldn't say in this first session, but maybe in the second or the third. And be sure to hydrate if it's our Hamish as well. And there from Sebastian, we have got ourselves our nice big old glass of the water today. And can I tell the chat something? It's not to do with cricket though as well. Says Xav Mel's. Depends on what it is. If it is something appropriate, I guess go for it. But depending on what it is, will depend on whether or not Sebastian does end up hiding it, I guess. Brilliant catch for Josh Butler. They are just showing on the replay as well. And also we've got their 57 versus England, 11 versus South Africa, 3 against West Indies, 2 against Pakistan, and 1 against England 3. That's MCG current record. Record to current as well, says Robert there in the chat. Marnus once again leaves it, and that's going to be a full over of leaves, and that will be a maiden there for Jimmy Anderson. A little bit of a stalemate there. No one really willing to play, and also Jimmy Anderson not willing to put it on the stumps for that over. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad once again to Steve Smith. Already had him almost out twice so far. Can he get himself that massive wicket of the captain? At the moment, speaking of captains, Joe Root not going to be out there for his side, unfortunately for him. He has ended up with an abdomen injury, which does mean that he is going to be off for the first session at least, probably because they will be checking to make sure that there is nothing more serious taking place for him there. But Josh Butler, you can see the disappointment on his face when he did end up putting down that one. Stuart Broad, he also, it's unfortunate for them as well. India and New Zealand haven't won in the MCG as well, says Coding there. And also we have got there in the chat as well. I say that I finally came out to people and tell them that I was gay as well, says Xav. So congratulations, mate. It does take a lot of, I guess, confidence, and also it's a very frightening thing to be able to do it and kind of tell people. So congratulations, mate, and hope you are very happy as well. That's a brilliant catch from Josh Butler. Great take. That was wide as well, but it is going to be now Steve Smith, 0 from 5 at the moment here off him. So he hasn't actually got a run yet. Neither has Marnus Labuschagne. But now it is going to be Stuart Broad. He's steaming into the crease. He's got his tail up at the moment. It's nicely bowled, but it is nicely played as well from Steve Smith. It seems like it's staying relatively low here when you do pitch it up as well. And also India's won 3. New Zealand hasn't as well, says Robert there in that chat as well. But at the moment, Broad has come out firing today. He seems like that's the thing. If they can get 1 or 2 more early wickets, if they can get Labuschagne, if they can get Steve Smith, they've still got to go through a very tough middle order. And Alex Carey was going to be there. Also, Travis Head was not an easy wicket to get. They've still got a lot of batting depth here for the Australians. You could even go down as low as Mitchell Stark. He can still swing a bat. And also, we have got there, do you have Instagram, man? As well says that one's going to be a little bit too straight. We have got a Kiwi Lads Instagram overall, but we don't actually use it at this point. I don't think we've ever posted on it, and I think it's got about 10 followers or something along those lines. But as well, and also, we've got the how weather looking currently, Hamish. It's looking like a nice day. There was supposed to be a little bit of rain earlier in the day. And then also, I think there's a little bit of wind around at the moment for Adelaide. Here where we are sitting, it is hot at the moment. Also, India are brilliant at Test cricket as well. Very effective tactics about them as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, they are going to be an exciting side to see in their matchup up against. It will actually be up against South Africa in South Africa for their Boxing Day test. I assume they will already be in South Africa. More than likely, that's going to be left once again by Steve Smith. Last 27 balls, 3 runs, 2 wickets. That could have been 3 runs, 3 wickets for Australia in this opening session, which would not have been too nice for them, that is for sure. But Stuart Broad at the moment sitting on 1 wicket, 12 runs off 5.4 overs. Started this day extremely well for his side, and we will have to wait and see how it does go in the later stages of this innings for him. They've also got Stokes, they've got Wokes, and they have got Ollie Robinson, who will be loving these conditions. It seems like the ball's kind of doing a little bit off the surface, which always benefits the quicks. It's nicely played by Steve Smith, though. That is going to be his first runs of the day. Pitched up a little bit too far for Stuart Broad, and that is going to be racing away to the boundary for the first boundary of the day, and also the first boundary for the captain of the Aussie, Steve Smith. 52 for 3 now. Just one more delivery, like they're saying. He shouldn't be deciding with that one, Stuart Broad, because that is still that length that you need to try and get it going as well. And also we give there, but unfortunately, England is so far behind the game. If they did bowl well, Australia will go up to 200. That will be reachable chase or unreachable chase of 435. England really underperformed in the first innings as well. Says it coding there. I'll keep watching the Ashes, but I'll definitely keep an eye on the India versus South Africa series. Should be a decent one as well, says Sebastian. Well bowled from Stuart Broad, and that is going to be the end of the over. 22 overs down now, and also come on England in the chat from Xav there. At the moment, they are sitting 52 for 3 for the Australians. Just having a bit of a meeting, him and Marnus Labuschagne. They will be talking about the fact they need to try and rebuild here. They need to find a way of stopping England from taking momentum, because that's the thing. In a weird way, unless England bowl them out in the next, I guess, 170 runs, absolute maximum. Any less than that, they'll probably be pretty happy with it. But the thing is, the more time it takes them to bowl them out, it actually means the less time they have to bat later if they're going for the draw. So it's a weird predicament And also a South African Kevin as well, says Sebastian there in the chat, because of the fact I'm not very confident in my South Africa team. I think England, or sorry, we'll think India most likely win Test series as well. Yeah, my prediction was 2-1 before the series, but I have a feeling that it could be quite a close one at times as well. Anderson nicely bowled outside of the off stump at the moment. Just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with Marnus Labuschagne, but Josh Buttler, he was the man of the moment just an over ago, where he was able to take that massive diving catch, but then straight after that, very next ball, dropped Steve Smith on a duck. At the moment, hopefully his confidence is still up there though for Josh Buttler. He seems to be actually nailing the hard catches, but it seems to be the ones that are a little bit easier that don't seem to quite be able to go straight into the gloves like he would have liked. It's nicely pitched up. That one came back in a little bit for Jimmy Anderson. Like they say, maybe that ball was travelling through to the keeper pretty quick. Of course, these pitches in Australia, when we do have a lot of warm temperatures leading up to it as well, whose national anthem is better Samoa's or Fiji's as well, says Exav. I can't actually think of either of them off the top of my head, unfortunately, there. Oh, I don't actually think I've heard Samoa's national anthem in a very long time. And then Fiji's, I'm trying to think back to the kind of seven sides. I have to say Fiji because I know it a little bit better than Samoa. It's nicely bowled there. Nice in cutter from Jimmy Anderson. We have got there nice. And the chat from Sebastian also. England minus Joe Root equals West Indies. That is the current quality of English cricket, unfortunately, in this Ashes series as well. Says going there. And the chat at the moment, Labuschagne sitting on 0 runs off 9 deliveries. Steve Smith at the other end sitting on 4 runs off the 10 so far. That one came right back in for Marnus. It seems like it's doing a bit off the surface, which of course benefits Nathan Lyon in the 4th innings. Pitched up nicely and straight behind the ball there, Marnus. Just waiting there as well for Marnus. He loves talking while he's at the crease, that is for sure. Johnny Bairstow looks like someone who wouldn't really enjoy listening to Marnus talk about what shots he is going to be playing. But the slowest today for Jimmy Anderson, it was 124.8, fastest 138. So he's still getting them down there in the last delivery, 137. So it just shows the confidence that getting a wicket can have for a bowler. All of a sudden, you start finding those extra few Ks, you're running in hard, and you are thinking there's a wicket just around the corner. Hits Marnus with the ball as well, thuds it straight into his midsection there, Marnus. And Anderson, he is fired up at the moment. It made a big old thud. I'm not sure what, but did it hit Marnus's arm or his rib cage there for him? Looks like it wouldn't have been too comfortable. We've got the super slow-mo. Oh, ends up kind of hitting the arm and also into the rib cage of Marnus. That is unprotected area. You don't really have a lot of fat there. Oh, that probably hurt just a little bit there for Marnus. Might have taken the breath out of the lungs just a little bit. And was the Pakistan versus West Indies ODI match postponed? I'm pretty sure it was supposed to take place yesterday as well, says Sebastian. I'm not sure. I will have a quick look because I know that, like you mentioned, I think it is supposed to be taking place soon for them as well. And also we have got there, I Like Black Cats national anthem so well. And it's just so nice music and songs sung by Nice Lady. We never play at commence of matches. I really do enjoy it. I also like Pakistan national anthem as well. Says going there and Ben Stokes made his test debut for England in which year? Oh, that's a very good question. That is a very tough question. I feel like I'm just going to guess. Could I have multiple choice? Exav, is that a possibility? Give me 4 options. I'll see whether or not I can guess it. Normally, I'm not too bad at guessing things. But that looks tough for Marnus. It's at him about there, which even just tapping there, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't got a lot of fat or anything on that area, like just tap that a little bit and you'll feel the fact that there's not a lot protecting those ribs and whatnot. And that's hitting a cricket ball straight into there as well. So disappointed. Most games are cancelled or postponed, it seems as well, says Kevin. Yeah, Premier League, also the rugby season has been affected. Cricket, we've had a couple games that looked like maybe they were going to be taken away as well. But now Stuart brought to Steve Smith once again, and West Indies versus Pakistan ODI series postponed until June 2022 as well. Yeah, so it is going to be 6 months or so down the track that we do get to see it take place. Anyone who is new to the channel, do be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also vote in that poll with when you think that they are going to be postponing or not postponing, declaring or maybe even getting bowled out here Australia, the first, second or third session. 2009 he made his debut as well. And also December 13 against Australia, Stokes test debut there as well, says Sebastian. And a jab now it is going to be. And then bit of a lofted drive for Steve Smith. Decided to chase that one, tried to hit it as well. Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith just exchanging a couple words out there. But Stuart Broad at the moment, he's not willing to turn his back to Steve Smith. And also we have there, who was the first player to reach 10,000 runs in Test cricket? Was it Don Bradman? Was it Don Bradman? I feel like I might have that wrong, but I know that he got a lot of runs. That is for sure. Also, someone else who's got a lot of runs, Ricky Ponting. But did Don Bradman have more? That's a big question. I think I'm just thinking of Australians, of course, because of the Ashes that we are watching them bat at the moment. They were the first team that did come to mind. We have got there 2011 as well, says Robert there in a chat. But it is now going to be 7 runs, 2 wickets in the last 44 balls here for Australia. That was going to be an LBW. Steve Smith missed that ball, but nicely played. Once again, Hamish when Ben Stokes made his flight from New Zealand to England in which year as well. And also Sunil Gavaskar as well was the first player to get the 10,000 runs. At the moment, they are just showing Broad to Smith so far in this test match. He's been very persistent with that line and length just outside of off stump, and it is looking very good for him as well. Was the slightly fuller delivery that almost picked up the edge from Steve Smith, but at the moment now, it is going to be Smith on strike. Stuart Broad 3 dots in a row. Can he get the breakthrough wicket that they need here? Just leaves it. Steve Smith not willing to chase that one outside of the off stump, but I will mention we have got the BBL coming a little bit later on tonight. It is going to be at 9:40, so it will be straight after the second session, but we probably will cover a bit of that second session and then switch over, give myself about an hour in between or somewhere around there so I can get ready. Which player took the most wickets at the the 2019 Cricket World Cup? Oh, that's a tough question as well. Oh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I can't even think of any bowlers other than Trent Bolt, but I know that he didn't take the most wickets as well. Very first time in series, we can see the tight bowling performance by England as well there. And also Coding Ben Stokes was born in New Zealand and left for England at the age of 12 as well. And there, and also, so the third session of today play, are you doing the BBL? Hamish says, given I am indeed. So we are going to be covering that one as well. And also we have got there made 6,996 in his test career, as well says Robert there. Because I know that Ricky Ponting, he has about, is it 15,000 runs or something along those lines for himself, Ricky Ponting. But yeah, pretty much we will be updating you guys probably over for over in terms of what the score is in the Ashes, when the wickets are falling, etc. But we will be covering the Big Bash and having their scoreboard up on the screen. Once again, left outside of the off stump. That's a maiden for Stuart Broad, and that is now going to be 52 for 3 here. Following Trent Bolt taking most wickets. Taken most wickets in 2019 World Cup as well. And who's playing in the BBL tonight? It is going to be the matchup between the Brisbane Heat and the Sydney Thunder. So that should be a good game. It will be a hard-hitting affair between those two sides, and I am looking forward to seeing who will be able to get the better of it. Yeah, hopefully it is a very high-scoring game. Hopefully we get to see, 180 or so on the board, and it will be a relatively hard chase for whoever is the side that does not win the toss, because we have seen so far teams who are winning the toss, a lot of them have been winning those matches as well, but they are just showing there the one drive from Steve Smith. Other than that, though, it has been ruthless from the bowlers. Mitchell Starc with 27 wickets was the wicket leader at the 2019 World Cup as well. And also Mitchell Starc from Australia taking 27 wickets in 10 matches played as well there. He took the most. How many did Trent Bolt get? Do you know, Xav? Do let me know. I'm just looking, and that was kind of weird. The tissue, it actually had like a weird bit that did kind of try and make it look like the sky behind me. It had a little bit of that orange tinge, like on that near side. I didn't notice, but 52 at the moment for Australia, 24.1 overs down, and this is the day 4 first session as well. Can you split live commentary and also split scorecard? One time BBL and one side Ashes. That'll be so cool as well. Unfortunately, I don't believe my live streaming software has that ability. Unfortunately, it does only allow us to have one, but we probably will put the Ashes scorecard kind of along the bottom as well in terms of the wickets, and the 17 wickets he got as well. And also we have got there 13,378 runs by Ponting in this test as well, says Robert. So at the moment they are just showing the 2 red lights. It depends on all. So pretty much they are just showing that Stuart Broad one once again. So all you need in this situation is that one to be impact in line rather than umpire's call, and it could have been the wicket for Stuart Broad. So very unlucky that he didn't quite get it, but because the umpire gave it as not out rather than giving it as out, it is because of that it does become Okay, so pretty much Shane Warner's just explaining why that one is different to the one that we saw in the first innings, and it is because the umpire gave it as not out rather than out. And also, we have got that. Sorry if I'm annoying you. I'm asking so many questions as well. Says Xav, I feel like I am just noticing that my cricket knowledge is not too great at the moment. Unfortunately, I don't think I've got any of them correct yet. Unfortunately, which is not ideal. But at the moment, the lead for Australia is 289 runs here for them as well. Okay, they are just having a conversation there and saying that, like, it's an interesting rule, the one that is umpire's call for that one as well. Will have been interesting if Stokes played for New Zealand. Good choice continues. He's cricket in New Zealand as well. Or sorry, in England, I should say. There's going to be the dot ball. And Labuschagne now going to be off the mark. 1 run off 17 deliveries for him. So Australia looking like, at this point, they are getting a little bit, like, I guess, held down by England in this situation. And also, we have got there, which BBL team do you follow? Since I am from New Zealand, I don't really have to worry about, like, I guess I don't really have a favorite per se due to, like, region, I guess you could say. So I guess for myself, I quite like watching the Sydney Sixers or the Melbourne Stars, someone like that. I would say Shane Warne versus Miraliferin as well. Which do you think, Amish, is a great spin bowler of all time because of his controversial action? But Warne was so smooth action, clean action as well, says Coding. It's a tough one because you've gone a leg spinner and an off spinner. And I feel like the problem with that is it's very hard to decide which is the more effective type of spin, like depending on the conditions. Of course, go the Melbourne Stars as well, says Xav there. And so top six with Stark, Lockie Ferguson, also Rahman, Archer, Bumrah, and Mark Wood as well. So a few men for the kind of, actually, that's all split out in terms of one per team, isn't it? Almost, other than two Englishmen that are Jofra Archer and also Mark Wood. Will be interesting if Ben Stokes plays. And also best team, says Xav there in the chat as well. But now at the moment, 25 overs down, England. How many more overs do they get with this combo of Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson? Yeah, let's go there. Do you guys ever think my favorite player, Adam Zampa, will make the Ashes ever? I don't think so, unless Nathan Lyon retires, because Nathan Lyon's kind of got that spin jersey well and truly secured for Australia at the moment. It's nicely bowled once again by Stuart Broad, just a block. I like the Perth team and watched the Super Smash before this as well, says Shane there. And the Perth Scorchers, they are going to be playing off against the Hobart Hurricanes tomorrow night. They are just talking about that rule of if it is hitting impact in line or it is umpire's call, it actually can change the decision. So they're saying take away that kind of side of it, and if it's in the stumps, it is out. But they have said about the fact that the ICC, they do not want to change that rule. They want to leave it the way that it is. But now at the moment, Labuschagne sitting on 1 run off 18 deliveries. Stuart Broad steaming in once again nicely. Get in behind that one, Marnus. At the moment, taking that one on the ribs. That will be a nice round circle right under the rib cage, or right under the armpit for Marnus as well. Anytime he tries to lift his arms higher than about that, it's going to be rough for him. And in fact, if I was one of these fellows for England, I would consider bowling a bouncer. See whether or not that would end up with Marnus trying to get the arms up and just feeling that kind of tension under there. Like they're saying, both of them would have been out, but because of the umpire's call, that is why that one earlier on. So Steve Smith, 2 very lucky chances for him. Marnus leaves that one. That was swinging back in towards the stumps there for him, but 25.3 overs down at the moment. We've had about 6 overs today. So throughout the later stages of the day, we will be doing a co-live stream, how we will be covering the match between the BBL sides, Brisbane Heat and also Sydney Thunder. And we will also be talking about the Ashes and letting you guys know about the score on that. Good day all in the chat, says Spock. Welcome into the live stream. And also we have got there, do you think why man of the match in 2015 World Cup, James Faulkner, not playing us for Australia in modern day? He is 31 and he is in the situation. And do you think he is paying the price for declaring him as gay? His records are good as well, says Coding. I don't think that would have anything to do with it, Coding. Overall, I think it is just a case of, I guess, depending on what format you're looking at, I guess that's the thing. They've still got some very good bowlers alongside it. Like, he goes well for his BBL sides when he does play. Of course, in Zampa's in the ODI and T20 as well there. Says Robert, and also I'm a Malta. I should play Australia as well. And the chat as well. Maltese as well. Malta should play Australia. Would be an interesting matchup there. And sorry, Hamish, how does the umpire score affect the review again? So pretty much for the LBW, you've got your 3 green lights that you're after to be able to get yourself the wicket. So the first of which is that it is going to be pitching outside the off stump or anything along those lines, depending on the type of bowler it is actually, because I think spin changes just a little bit, but pretty much it can't be pitching outside leg is the first one. So if it's outside leg, that's a cancellation straight away. If it's in line or outside off, it is going to be kind of continuing to the next step, which is impact. So if the umpire gives it as out on the field, the impact can be umpire's call. If it's umpire's call, but he has given it as not out, it doesn't matter if that ball is then going on to clean up the middle stump or anything along those lines. As long as the umpire has said that it is not out at his original decision, the only way to overturn the on-field umpire in the LBW is if it is hitting completely in line, whereas umpire's call is when the ball is more than halfway kind of off to the side, if that makes sense. So pretty much you go down the middle of the seam. If it's more this way on that side, it does mean that it's umpire's call. If it's a little bit more on the inside, then it does become that situation of being hitting in line. Hopefully that makes sense. Do let me know if I did explain that well, or if you do need a little bit more clarification. I feel like I got that hopefully not too badly overall. And yes, Drew Roberts. So pretty much it does need to be hitting in line if you do want to overturn the umpire's decision. But if it's umpire's call, then it is down to the on-field umpire to decide whether or not kind of that was the case. But Robinson at the moment, 4 overs bowled, 12 runs, 1 maiden. That was all last night. He will be ready to go now. Once again, Steve Smith going to be on strike. And also we have got there, Hamish, you like this umpire thing in review? Your opinion, should it be there in the first place? Because if the ball is hitting some portion of the stump, is out, of course, as well as he's coding. Yeah, I feel like they do need to review it. But then Shane Warne was saying that they have actually brought it up at the committee, and none of them, or like the ICC, actually don't want to change it. It made sense. Thank you as well, says Sebastian there. But yeah, pretty much they don't want to change the rules so that it takes the umpire out of it, which I feel like that's the thing. If it is hitting the stumps, like they said, if it's hitting the stumps, it should be hitting the stumps type thing. Not too sure what happened to Robinson there. He didn't look like he was too happy with the placement of the back foot. Did he slip a little bit here? Not sure what happened, but he is going to be charging in once again. Gets it outside of the off stump, but it is just a leave. I'm thinking what point of umpire on field if he can use TV third umpire view from the top as well, says Kevin there. And the chat as well. Yeah, it is a tough one trying to find the, like, I guess, happy medium where it's still, like, up to the umpire. Like, normally, yeah, that's the thing. It's a tough one because you don't want to take the umpires on the field completely out of it. But then if it is umpire's call, I feel like that's always a tough situation. I feel like if it's umpire's call and it's still umpire's call when it hits the stumps, I would say stick with the umpire for not out. But if it is cleaning up the stumps and hitting and it's a red light for hitting the stumps, I feel like it should be some way of like reversing it or something, because England, they retain their review for that one as well, which I feel like teams in that situation, they're like, we don't want our review back, we just want that wicket that we would have almost been able to get. But at the moment, Steve Smith, Marnus, they were showing both at the crease. Steve Smith, he was dropped once and he was almost given out LBW in the first 2 deliveries that he did face, but now he's out there 5 runs in. And do you guys know Adam Zampa is Maltese Australian as well? Says Agzav, I did not know that. So that is a very fun fact indeed. Now it is going to be Robinson inside of the off stump. Once again, going to be left by Marnus. We've already had 45 minutes of this session, so it does mean we've got another hour and 15 before the end of it. That is a large fly. Is it a fly or is it a bee? It's hard to tell. It is just messing with me at the moment. I think it's a bee. Maybe that's unfortunate. And also, did you see Kerry in the AC? He's half asleep as well. They did see in the background, or they did say in the background, he looked like he was nodding off just a little bit. And I just found that out as well. And I would remove the pitching and impact completely if you want to bowl it to the gully and apply a 200-degree spin on it. Be my guest as well. Says Sebastian there. Yeah, I mean, we did see that delivery from Shane Warne. There's a classic one where it was about a meter or probably half a meter outside a leg stump, and it came right round and went on to hit the stumps. Afternoon all Paul Woodley, or Paul versus Woodley. Next fight, the women's was a good fight as well. So Victor, do let us know how that fight goes. Because I know the first time Jake Paul was able to get the win, wasn't he? And also, Hamish, have you gone to Australia anytime in your 22 years of life? And how is Aussie behaviour to Kiwis living there? As well, says Coding. So I've been to Australia 3 times in total, I believe. And every time you go there, it's always very nice. And overall, I guess, like depending on what you do in Australia, probably depends on what kind of people you come up against or like come in contact with. Because for us, we normally just kind of do the more touristy things, such as go to a theme park or go to the MCG. Was the most recent one, but overall it's very nice. It's quite hot, very hot compared to New Zealand. But then it's a weird type of heat because New Zealand, for us, it's always a very much so. That's a nice drive there from Marnus, but doesn't quite get up through the gap. Yeah, New Zealand is very much like the sun is on you type thing when you're outside it. You can get burnt very easily, whereas in Australia, it seems to be that the sun's like not quite as hot, if that makes sense, but it is still hotter and just the atmosphere because of the humidity and also the kind of mugginess that goes alongside it. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. In that regard, we've got the McDonald's ads again today, which is exciting because, of course, we don't have a McDonald's nearby. So I just have to sit there looking at it. Oh, now they got the cat food. Okay, now I'm happy enough that we don't have any food nearby. Fancy feast party for cats, and it's pretty much like a little cake. You chop into it and the jelly falls out the side. Not keen on that one. Now it is going to be Chris Wokes who will be coming to the crease. He wasn't actually able to pick up any wickets in that first innings, the only bowler. And can I give a song to listen to as well? Says XF, go for it, mate. Do let us know what one it is. And also we have got there the snowing in there from Sebastian. It's called Viva Malta. Listen to it as well. Says XF, I will mark that one in the chat so I can see it a little bit later on. But now at this stage, it is going to be Chris Wokes, man who would love to be able to get this one swinging, doing things off the surface for his side and try and work his way towards getting his first injury, or not his first injury, sorry, his first wicket of the day. Hopefully he's not injured. We've already had a wicket or an injury today, and it was Joe Root. Outside of the off stump for Chris Wokes for that first delivery. My voice has started warming up a little bit, which is good news. And also I want to meet Koala and Kangaroo in Australia as well. And also we've got the Amish where you do live commentary on UFC live pay-per-view fights. It is also So Fast and Furious action thriller as well. It was from Coding. But yeah, I would like to do some UFC at some stage, although normally the UFC is on the day after we've been up all night with the rugby type thing. So it is normally about 6 hours after, like we've been up for the rugby. Beautiful delivery there for Chris Wokes just outside of the off stump. He's asking, what have I got to do to try and get the wicket? Steve Smith gives him a bit of a nod there as well. And also, unless you donate, of course, much like a jukebox as well, says Sebastian there. And also, we have there 6'9" as the beast as well, says XF in a chat, and he can't play it during the stream. As says Robert, it was nicely delivered off stump. Nicely done, Amish as well. And the chat says to us, welcome into the live stream. I hope you are doing well. Hope you are excited for the BBL later on tonight. And also, for the live stream, as you can see, there is a fly in here that has decided that he quite likes the light and also quite likes me. Hello. Is it a fly or is it a bee? I still can't tell, but it's just chilling near me. It kind of rhymed a little bit. We'll go with it. 54 for 3 at the moment here for the Australians. And Stuart Broad, he is going to be telling Chris Wokes where to put this delivery. It seems like pitching it up outside of the off stump is the way to go here on this surface. Just doing a little bit. And maybe they can try and pick up their edge. That's the thing. They've only got one slip. And also you spell Tech9 wrong, Xav as well. And the chat says Victor's nicely bowled by Wokes. Nicely pitched up, but Steve Smith once again able to cut it off there for himself. It's who he loves 6'9" Chiyuki lads as well. And the chat says X7. I haven't actually listened to too much 6'9" music, I don't believe. In fact, I probably haven't even heard any of his music that I know of. I don't really listen to a huge amount of rap. I don't think the most rap song that I've probably listened to recently was probably something by Eminem from way back. But I feel like that was probably like a few months ago as well. Outside of the off-stump, once again, going to be left there. And also, if I was in your shoes and that was a B, I'd be losing my right now as well on stream, as says Avesta there. Yeah, but I feel like the thing is, I can't do much about it. Like, if the bee wants to attack me, which it looks like it does because it's come back, I think it's just a big blowfly. And it just really likes the lights as well. And also, we've got the England can't win Australia to declare at tea time for 450 to chase. As well, sees this spot there. Steve Smith out of that one, down the ground, run out opportunity. That's going to be fine, though. And that's going to be the end of the Chris Wokes over. Only going for the single off the final delivery, and it is now 28 overs. Overs down, I should say. And what music you like as well. It says, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Is it zero? Hopefully I've said that correctly, but pretty much, I guess I don't really have a favorite genre per se. I have like a massive Spotify playlist that has about 100 hours worth of music from like all generations, and I just set that on random when I am editing or doing anything along those lines. Although I don't normally get too long to listen to it, because when I'm doing audio for like editing, you always find that unless you have the music extremely quiet, it's very hard to kind of sync up your audio and try and get it at the right height. But Robinson now, once again, running in outside of the off stump, just left there. Michael Jackson is good too as well. And have you heard of 6ix9ine? I have heard of him, but I have not listened to anything for him as well. He used to support Black Sticks and doing commentary in the 2022 men's FIH Indoor Hockey World Cup as well. So he's going to could give it a look perhaps. When is that taking place, Coding? Do let me know. I haven't actually ever watched a game of hockey live on the channel, I don't believe. So perhaps could give it a go. See how they do go in that competition. Is it just the men's, or is there the women's competition going on as well? Coding, do let me know. Ben Stokes at the moment, he is going to be the vice captain for this one, so he is going to be in charge here for this game. Yeah, Robinson charging in, pitches it up nicely. No run there for Marnus Labuschagne, but this is just rebuilding the partnership here. Australia leading by 292 runs. It's still very hot here at the moment where I am. We're sitting 24 degrees, and apparently it's supposed to be light raining, but there's no rain anywhere at the moment. I'd like there to be a bit of rain. It might cool things down just a little bit, but hopefully that's the thing. The last time I wore this shirt, our live stream, it was actually the Cricket World Cup one, and it got copyright striked. So hopefully, fingers crossed that it isn't the shirt that does end up getting it kind of taken off, but it is going to be Ollie Robinson now pitched up, a little bit leg side-ish though. It's going straight to Chris Wokes. A well-set field at the moment for England here, and it doesn't seem like they're just going to let these two. That's the thing. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier on, if they can't get wickets, the best case scenario is these two just bat a whole heap of time and don't score many runs, because then at the end of the day, it does help England out when they do have to try and chase this down, because they can just kind of bat out a little bit longer and make this match go towards the draw. But if they can get themselves a few more wickets here, maybe one or two more before the end of this first session, they've got still an hour and 8 minutes to do so. Ollie Robinson now, bouncer there. Steve Smith can't bother. We're going for that one. As Pat Cummins going to be back for the MCG test. I have heard that he has actually gone back to New South Wales now, so he should be completely fine to be kind of going out, because it was self-isolating for 7 days if he was here, but he was granted access to go over. Yeah, he did end up getting his chance to go back over to New South Wales, and because of that now, he is allowed to kind of just go about his regular day, I believe, or he might still have to isolate for a few more days, but it was only 7 days, and as long as he has a negative test, he will be there for the MCG. I see bowl once again by Robinson. What do you think I should do? Do I come out to my stepfather? He hates gays because I don't know as well. Says Exam, it is always a tough one, and I think it depends on the family in terms of that kind of regard, because I know that different families react in different ways. So it is always a very tough one to know whether or not to kind of go for it in that regard. But at the moment, Smith sitting on 6 runs off 30 deliveries there. 1 of 27 for Marnus Labuschagne. So these two facing 57 balls, only getting the 7 runs so far. So it has slowed down the run rate. Well and truly off the edge. Oh, Steve Smith is out now, and that is going to be Robinson, who has been able to pick up the wicket. I did say that they needed a couple more wickets, and then it's now going to be Australia 4 down for 55. Steve Smith, little feather down the leg side, so luckily that catch earlier on of Josh Butler, and he's once again taken another screamer. Just a little bit of glove on that one. Josh Butler, he's kind of gone out of nowhere. Tell you what, it's at the moment, Josh Butler, it's the hard catches that he's getting. If you were in that situation, what would you do it as well? I guess it depends, because for my circumstance, we actually had that question on the live stream the other day, and it was about if I was, would my parents be all right with that, pretty much. And my mum was next to me because we were doing a commentary type one. I feel like they would be in that regard, but that's just because they're very supportive of kind of everything. I sit in the lounge and do YouTube for my job at the moment, yet they are still there, 100% behind me. Smithy gone as well. Says up Victor, he is indeed. And Steve Smith out there. And also, Men's Hockey World Cup will be held in Bhubaneswar, hopefully I pronounced it correctly, in India, 2023. So much time is there as well, says Cody. Now it is going to be Travis here making his way out to the crease. You start to wonder, as Australia start losing more and more wickets, was it the best decision to say that they did want to go on with the enforcing of the follow-on, because now it's going to be Labuschagne, Travis Head at the crease. This game is slightly changing. England have a 4% chance of being able to win. It is still near impossible for the English? And also, do you think people should be rude to LGBTQIA people as well? Says XM. I feel like you shouldn't be rude to anyone in general, no matter what race, like sexuality, anything like that. Like, we're all people. Everyone should just be nice, But I know that a lot of people don't like go off that. Like, people have their weird reasons for not like certain things, and I feel like it's just like everyone's just living their own lives. Just let them live it, The moment now, Robinson, very nicely done to pick up that wicket. Chris Wokes here. He is going to be now out at the crease, having another bowl last over. A very good one, though, only going for the one run. Labuschagne now. Nicely bowled, and he will know that he is now going to be the anchor at the crease here for them. But England at the moment, 3 wickets so far this session. Steve Smith gone. Marcus Harris gone, and also Michael Nessa, just little glove there from Steve Smith. Of course, really, they are only, in a way, you could say 2 down just for now because of the fact that Michael Nessa is one of those wickets. 3 down, I should say, because of Michael Nessa. But, yeah, Joss Butler at the moment, he can't take the easy catches, but he can take the absolute screamers. So it's weird. It's as if he should take a step to the side and then just jump out with one hand and try and take them like that normally, but it is well bowled there by Ollie Robinson, just straightening the line a little bit more, changing the angle that he was bowling as well. And like they're saying, he kept it tight. Was enough movement, and it was actually the one that was way from wider that did pick up the wicket as well. Do you like WWE? I do watch a little bit of it. I'm looking forward to the Royal Rumble. Well bowled there by Chris Wokes once again. And also we have got there, I think, Australia choice of bat again. Actually, silly as well. And there says Kevin, yeah, I was wondering what they were doing in that regard. I don't know whether or not it was to rest their bowlers or something along those lines. And also we have got there, Hamish, if you watch the moment, semi-final against Daryl Mitchell, refused single when Adil Rashid was bowling. It was so cool gesture knowing shown at a crucial moment of the match. And that is one thing, like the commentary side of it always says, like the Kiwis, like you wouldn't expect anything less from them. They always play like that kind of cricket with the like situation of pretty much if they do feel like they shouldn't be able to do something in the situation, like take a single if the bowler was being blocked or something like that, they will not take it. So who's replacing Joe Root this game? So at the moment, it is Joss Butler. No, that's a lie. It's Johnny Bairstow, another keeper who's out there at the moment. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not, like, I don't think he's allowed to bat, so they will want Joe Root back. So it will be the abdomen injury. They will be checking on that. Roman Reigns is the best acknowledge him as well. Says Xav there. And the chat at the moment, Labuschagne sitting on 1 run of 31 deliveries. That fly is still chilling around. At the moment, I think they get confused by the massive green screen that I've got as well. Because if I go like this, my fingers almost disappear, which is kind of weird to look at. Nicely played once again by Labuschagne. Good over so far from Wokes, so not really giving them any freebies at this point. And it is going to be Travis Head also out there at the crease. He hasn't faced any deliveries. He did get 150 in his first innings. But Joss Butler at the moment, I think he's just having a bit of a chat with First Slip, wondering why it is the ones that are super hard that he is able to get to. He's got great reactions, Joss Butler, and he seems to be, when he does end up in that situation of pretty much when he doesn't have enough time to think about the catch, he actually nails them. But when he's thinking about it, when he's going, right, I've got to put this here, it does end up just falling out as well. We have got there as the Royal Rumble, a genuine thought for a stream as well. We could do it. Absolutely, but I propose only the Royal Rumble match, not the whole pay-per-view as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, I feel like if we were to do it, we'd probably, because that's the thing, there is the Women's Royal Rumble as well, but I would, like, that's the thing, beach volleyball is something you guys have wanted to see, and I think I know why you want to see it. So if we were to do the Women's Royal Rumble, I would be a little bit scared of what the questions and stuff would be. And the chat, and also Brock Lesnar will win this Royal Rumble 2022 and will challenge the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. That's my prediction as well, says Coding there. And the chat, but at the moment, there's going to be a big battle out here between these two guys. Travis said, Ollie Robinson. Can they pick up another wicket here and get them 5 down? England at the moment, 4% chance to win Australia, 80% chance that they will be able to win this test match from here on out. England, they will still need a total of probably more than 350 when they do get the opportunity of it being at the crease. So it's whether or not they decide to take that on or whether they decide to try and bat it out and just slowly work away at that total. And if they get it, they get it. If they don't, then they are still there for the draw. But Robinson now charging his way, and good bouncer bowled by Robinson. Also, we want the beach volleyball for the, tactics and all that as well. Says Sebastian, the tactics, of course. course, the best kind of tactics are using beach volleyball. And also, we have got there. What do you think? Who do you think will win between the Heat versus Thunder match tonight? I feel like it's a tough one. It all comes down really for me for Chris Lynn, because if he fires, Brisbane Heat normally win. If he doesn't fire, they normally lose. And I feel like the Sydney Thunder at the moment, they will be able to just edge it, although it is at the Gabba, I believe, for that matchup. Oh, I almost heard a little bit of noise there. But Travis said that ball has beaten him on the offside. This is very good bowling from England so far. Oh, very close to the outside edge. That one's taken off there for Robinson. But a variable bounce, and it has also seemed away from the batsman there. Travis Head did not look like he was too keen for that one. Just a bit of a on his face there. He knows that was a very good delivery. Ollie Robinson now once again charging in nicely behind it there for Travis Head. At the moment, 4 down for the Australians. How many more wickets do we think will fall in this session? They have still got 1 hour left for England here. I'm going to say 2 more wickets. I'm going to go big. So did you say Roman Superman punch as special counsel, or did you see Roman Superman punch as special counsel there? Suddenly the pitch has become so hard for batting. It's not a good sign for England batters in the 4th innings. They have to play as well, says Coding. Yeah, that chat, yeah, it's going to be tough for them. But at the moment, if they can find a way of breaking through, I think it's also that they have changed their line and length for England, and it has been really rewarding them nicely. They've pitched it up a little bit more and then occasionally gone back for that slightly shorter delivery, like Ben Stokes. At the moment, he is going to be in charge till Joe Root makes his way back out there. And do you at least have breakfast, Hamish, with your busy schedule, all sports as well? Says Kevin, I do get a chance for breakfast just beforehand for these live streams. I think that is why my voice at the start of these live streams, though, does sound as rough as it does. It is because I've normally only woken up just beforehand because of all the stuff that I do end up doing, whether it's watching rugby in the middle of the night, whether it's editing, whether it's just getting other stuff done and ready for these live streams that we have got, whether it's just researching lineups as well. It's pretty much the case of we get to sleep at some random hours. And do you know why the ball swings so much at night, unlike the day as well? Says Waddles. It's a good question. I think it's because of the overcast condition, but also I believe that it was Kerry O'Keefe. He mentioned about the fact that sometimes it can be deceptive saying that the ball swings so much at night, and normally it makes it look like they are better deliveries because of the fact it is still moving off the surface and everything, but because the batsmen pick it up so late, that is why it is so hard to bat at night, not so much due to the swing, but there is plenty of it. That's a nice shot there for Travis Head, and that is going to be 4 runs getting him underway. When I am older, I want to become like Roman as well, says XF there. And the chat, so will be, who knows, maybe we will see you in WWE one day with a championship. But Labuschagne sitting on 1 run off 33 deliveries. He is going to be on strike once again. I believe it will be Chris Wokes who will be bowling to him. I think this is now drinks between the two sides. They're just going to have a little bit of a spell, and then they will be ready to go for the second hour of this first one as well. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Get yourself a drink as well. Where are you watching this game as well, says Waddle? So I'm watching it on Sky Sport 1 here in New Zealand. I believe it's on 7 Plus or something along those lines in Australia, and also on Fox if you do want to watch that, if you've got a TV that does have Fox on it. Hydration, that fly is back. You want to drink too, mate? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I don't even know where he's come from. He wasn't in there when I started the live stream. Is the door open? No. So he must have been sleeping. He was sleeping somewhere similar to me, Paul, walking out the YMCA Village people as well. And there it was from Victor. Also, that one's going to be very close for that boxing match. So do keep us updated, Victor. I know it's going to be winning that one, New Zealand, I'm guessing as well. Says XF there. And at the chat for Waddle Steve. And at the chat, yeah, at the moment it's pretty warm here in New Zealand. Like, we're not used to these temperatures. But the problem is with New Zealand, like 25 degrees isn't considered that hot. But it's when you've gone from like 10 degrees, 13 degrees, 10 degrees, and then now you go into that situation. Like you're in that situation of going 24 degrees as well. As a kid, though, WWE was real later on realizing it was actually acting a fake as well. Although it's an interesting one because people say like that it's fake. But it's more of the case of like they still have to like fall and whatnot. It is just a case of they kind of know like what is going to be happening, if that makes sense. And we always got there in there. Hi, Sarah, as well in the chat from RDS. Welcome in. Do you guys think I should stab my friend in the back as well? Says Xav. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm Australian, actually. I am watching this on 7, but I just wonder where he was watching this as well. Says Waddle. So yeah, I think I've got about a 30-second delay because I am watching it on Sky Go rather than watching it on kind of just plain Sky, and that is so that I can hear it as well, because he always bullies me as well, says XAV. So I guess it depends on the friendship circumstances in terms of how long it has been. Every situation is like different, I guess, in that regard, but it is just a drinks break at the moment. Here we have got ourselves another 55 minutes left of this one as well. But now it's going to be Lavishane at the crease. He will be facing off up against, I believe it will be Chris Wokes once again, who has got the ball, who's winning as well. 0 at the moment. 81% chance for Australia to be able to win this game. 15% chance of a draw and 4% chance that England will be able to win this one as well. But the big thing here is Australia are 4 down and so much as well. And the chat says he's there and in the chat as well. But I would say overall, Australia are still in the box seat. Like for England to be able to chase this down when they were bowled out for 236, that's going to be very tough for them to be able to get it done. But the second Ashes Test match, they lead by 296 runs. Top run scorer at the moment, Nathan Harris, sitting on 23. Warner on 13, but then he was run out in that first kind of opening 1 year as well. Says XF. So yeah, I guess it does depend on, it's just certain circumstances have certain situations, I guess you could say, as well. But now it is going to be Chris Wokes charging in. Nicely played straight behind the ball for Marnus Labuschagne. But him and Travis here, they are going to have to try and build up a partnership. The biggest partnership we saw was last night. They did all the hard work under lights for Australia, not losing too many wickets, just the one last night. They did send out their night watchman, and at Michael Nessa. Now he has lost his wicket alongside Steve Smith, and have a great Christmas as well, says XAV. You too, mate. Yeah, hopefully you do enjoy it. That's the thing. Christmas only 6 days away. It will be very tough for England to chase the amount of runs since Joe Root isn't present right now. Yeah, that's huge that they have got him out with an abdomen injury. So whether or not he does get to return, we will have to wait and see. But Wokes now once again going to be running in. Nice delivery, but Marnus straight on it once again. He is just going to be persisting at the crease. He wants to try and build up this partnership, but that's the thing. As long as he's scoring at a low, kind of strike rate and that kind of thing, maybe England, depending on whether or not they feel that they can go on to win this test match rather than just drawing it, you might as well just keep on. Just keep him out there for a little bit longer. If he's not scoring runs, he's not really doing too much for you other than using up balls that if you aren't going for the draw or if you aren't going for the win, that's kind of like balls that you don't have to face. But now it's going to be whipped away to the leg side, down to the man at kind of that deep backward square leg, and Ollie Robinson. We've got there, who's your favourite cricket player, says Waddles. I would say from these two sides, even though he's not playing in this one, I'll probably go Josh Hazlewood just because he seems to be improving every single time that he does play at the moment. But then also Nathan Lyon, do enjoy watching his off spin. Just because definitely on a surface like this, he is going to be crucial for the Australians in the later stages, that is for sure. At the moment, we have got another 52 minutes left of this session, ladies and gentlemen. We will be doing a little bit of the next session as well. Are you doing anything special live stream on Christmas Day, Amish, as well? We will be having family round for lunch, so I don't know whether or not I will get a chance of doing kind of like a live stream or anything along those lines, but we will be actually live, I guess you could say Christmas Eve, in about half an hour of Christmas here in New Zealand, due to the fact that it will be. Nice shot there from Travis Head there. Whipping it away to the leg side, mid-wicket way, and that is going to be 4 runs for Travis. That is an aggressive shot from him, and he moves up onto 8 runs off 7 deliveries, so maybe he is going to be the aggressor here in this situation. But yeah, overall, I think we'll be live for the BBL as well, says Aidan. We will be indeed. We have got the one today, and also we will be doing the 24th of December and also the 26th as well. Do you think I'll meet Roman Reigns as well? Says Xav. I guess it is a good question. Maybe one day your paths will cross as well. Joe Root are really not going to be betting as well, because if that's true, I'll come up with the declaration of the whole test. That's bollocks as well. Yeah, so I'm not too sure how serious the abdomen injury is. They are still testing him, which I think is why he's not out on the field. But I guess as a slip, since he isn't going to be bowling here too much, I think that is why they might not be risking him being out in the field, and also still getting the x-rays and everything done to make sure that he is all right to be able to continue. It wasn't the nets that he was hit earlier on, but it's a nice shot from Travis Head here, looking like he's going to be the aggressor out of these two. Nicely pitched up by Chris Wokes. $32 overs gone, and at the moment it is going to be sitting 59 for 4 here. I'm pretty sure Joe Root is getting scans as well. Yeah, so I think he will be back later on. Tell you what, it is warm in here at the moment. I feel like it's quite warm to start with, and then I throw in some lights that I have got myself here, and this one here as well. Starts getting a little bit more hot, I guess you could say, who bowled Smith. It was actually Ollie Robinson who ended up, it was that little edge down the leg side, and it was taken by Joss Butler. He actually dropped him when he was on the duck for Joss Butler as well for Steve Smith, but he was able to get him in the end. Australia, they bring up that 300-run lead, I should mention as well. So they are now leading by 301 runs. And Robinson, once again, he is going to be out there. Alex Carey, Cameron Green both batted up. And also, the lights are not helping with the heat as well. Since I mentioned there's Joe Root. If Joe Root is injured, then surely England is out of the Ashes picture. They should boycott series and not waste viewer time and broadcast money as well. Says that coding there in the chat. Although sometimes, throwing in a man like Crawley or someone like that, maybe he can shine in this competition. We did actually see that overseas. I think it was in India that we did see a couple of those younger players actually standing up in the kind of face of adversity. And it does show you that there are still young, talented players out there who aren't, I guess, as well known. We saw it from Marnus Labuschagne, when Steve Smith got injured. He came on the scene, and then from there, did end up doing very nicely. Did Warner just throw up? What happened with David Warner? I think it was like a bee or something trying to attack him. He just all of a sudden jolted to the side. That's going to be almost glided down by Marnus Labuschagne, just really trying to get himself, I guess, underway. He's only sitting on 2 runs off 38 deliveries at the moment. Not what we are used to seeing for Marnus Labuschagne. A little bit for Marnus, but not this slow, I should say there. I've just seen that replay. I've worked out why David Warner disappeared, and it wasn't because of a bee. He had a big sneeze, right? And he decided to block his nose. He blocked his nose there, David Warner, for when he was sneezing. So he went, and then the pressure built up in the midsection. He went, and then he ended up kind of disappearing backwards as well. So that makes sense of why he did disappear there. And also, I think Australia underperformed versus India and lost even 2 times in 4 years because their players earn big paychecks in the IPL. So that some setting is there, you understand as well. Says coding, and now it is going to be, once again, just a leaf. Shane saying he could have hit that one out leg side, but decided against it in the end there. And if they can get his wicket before the end of the session, I would call that quite a big win for England. Even getting the 3 wickets so far in this session. Steve Smith, also Marcus Harris, Michael Nessa out so far. I would say that Labuschagne is the next big one who does need to go if they do want a chance of being able to bowl them out for less than 350, more than likely less than 400 though. Just a little bit of a reset in the field now. Robinson bowls it to Labuschagne, whipped off his legs there, and that's going through the gap. And that is going to be 4 runs for Marnus Labuschagne. He did actually point out their last ball and said he was going to hit it out there. And that is exactly what he has done. 4 runs there for Marnus. And he is now getting his first boundary of the day. 6 runs of 41 as well. And how well do you think Carey is doing as replacing Tim Payne in this Ashes series? I think he's doing very well. Alex Carey bringing up the 50 runs with the bat in hand. And then that's not even to mention, I don't think I saw any mistakes from him with the gloves on. I could be wrong there. Maybe I wasn't looking kind of close enough, but I don't remember any drop catches for Alex Carey because everything was just going too far off the edge and went straight to Steve Smith. But I don't believe he had any real mistakes. It's going to be whipped on the legs once again. 2 pitched up balls in a row, and Labuschagne pounces all over it, and that is going to be back-to-back boundaries to close out the 33rd over. 72 for 4, and now Labuschagne moves up onto 10 of 42 balls. 309 runs is the lead here for the Australians. They declared after 473 runs as well. He hasn't dropped any yet as well. There's Robert, yes. So, yeah, I think he is doing very well, and I think he will be slotting in to that wicket-keeping jersey. Very nice as well. Man, what do you think when people say that one in a song, is it racist as well? Says Xavier. That's an interesting question as well. I guess it depends on the circumstance in a way, because it depends on who is saying it, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, I don't know how deep I want to go into that, but pretty much, it depends on, because that's the thing. That's probably why I don't listen to rap that much, because of the fact that, I guess I'm pretty not timid, but I don't really swear hugely. That's a good shot there from Travis Head, and that is going to be now going out through cover for the 4 runs. What are your predictions on the BBL? I think it could end up being a rematch of last year with the Scorchers versus Sixers in the final perhaps? And also, good question. Do you think players only reason go IPL for money, not really for the cricket as well? 67. I would say so. Like, that's the thing. You always want to be able to get that big paycheck. Like when you're at the top of your game, it's like Pat Cummins. He was playing absolutely phenomenally. So for him to be able to get a big payday for the IPL, I feel like that's kind of what players work towards. You want to be able to make the big bucks. Yes, you want to play good cricket and you want to play up against the best. As I also, we have got there right. You should keep it cricket related from now on, mate. Cheers. As I said, Sebastian there in the chat now at the moment. Travis Head sitting 12 runs off 10 deliveries, so looking very solid. And at the early stages, Labuschagne sitting on 10 runs off 42 deliveries so far. Travis Head, it looks like they have to reset the field for him. Not liking it too much with him in it through the gaps and in it all the way to the boundary. I'm predicting Heat to win with Flynn in my fantasy side as well, says it Robert Miller there in the chat. Also, you're saying the Heat will be able to win. So hopefully, that's the thing. Chris Lynn, I think it all rides on him. If he doesn't fire, I don't think the Brisbane Heat will. But if he does play very nicely, score himself a lot of runs early on, I think they will have a good chance. It's going to be a nice shot once again. Travis Head pierces the gap, and now Ben Stokes has to chase after this one. Does cut it off, and it is going to be another 2 runs, leaking runs now, trying to pitch it up just a little bit too far by the looks of it here for the English, and that is going to be 6 runs on the first 2 deliveries for Chris Wokes. Just a little bit too full, unfortunately, for it. It became a half volley and then just out of the reach of Zach Crawley, who is in the outfield there. Just not getting the line right. Needs to have that one a little bit straighter. If you're going to put it up that high, or pitch it up that far, I should say, needs to make sure that it is on the stumps. At the moment, Travis Head, he has got a bat with his name on it as well, the Delta, I do see there. But it is now going to be Chris Wokes. That's a better line. That's a better line. It's going down leg, though, I believe, with that LBW shout. And I mean, against Thunder tonight as well. And it says, Robert, the moment, the suggestion is high. Too high, they are saying there. And so I don't think it was too high. I think it was actually just going down leg. Well, it's got there. Why should I as well? Says Xav there. Normally we do try and keep it relatively cricket related as well. 2 leg side there for that one. Now it is going to be in that situation of unfortunately being just a little bit too high for that one. And now Travis Head. Oh, that's a better delivery from Wokes just outside of the off stump. And it is going to be left there for it as well. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, in that poll, everyone is saying the second session at the moment will be when Australia are bowled out, or they will decide to declare in that situation. And then 30% have said that it will be the third as well for that one. And at the moment, it's going to be very interesting. See how it does end up going. But at the moment, the Kookaburra Gloves of Josh Butler, they have been able to take some of these absolutely phenomenal catches throughout this match, and others have been a little bit rough as well. That wasn't high looking at the angle as well. Says Robert, yeah, I've thought the same thing. I thought it was going to be going down leg. But the commentators were saying that it was a little bit too high, but it was definitely on in terms of height, and it was just the angle that was going way down leg just a little bit. If there were 5 stumps, maybe it did have a chance. And like they're saying, the height is actually okay there. So whoever it was at the commentary box who did say height, I feel like they are taking back their statement at the moment. At the moment, Labuschagne sitting on 10 runs off 42. 1 more for Chris Wokes here for the end of his over. And I assume Stokes may not be too far away either. Was able to pick up 3 wickets in that first innings. Now charging in here, Chris Wokes. Nicely bowled. And Labuschagne just looking at the ball, watching it go straight to the man. And that is going to be the end of the over now. 79 for 4 after 34 overs here. Australia leading by 316 runs so far. And they will be hoping to increase that all the way to 400 or so, where they will be able to take England pretty much out of the game as well. But they are showing there the run out between David Warner and also it was Marcus Harris. Straight through. Jimmy Anderson was able to get the wicket of Nessa as well. That was the second one that we did see, and then it was a big edge and great catch from Josh Butler to be able to get out Marcus Harris as well. Do you think Marcus Harris will be able to keep a squad or the spot in the Ashes squad? It's a tough one for him because at the moment you would say like maybe they'll go with someone else at the top of the order. You've got Usman Khawaja, who is still that left-hander option, so they might decide to go with him for the MCG test match. See how he does go, because he needed to get a massive total here, Marcus Harris, to really kind of cement himself for a few more test matches, but unfortunately only getting the 23 runs for himself. So we got 3 in the first innings, and his high score in his last about 15 test innings have actually only been, I think it's 38. and that was in India. So I feel like you need an opener who you know will be able to go on, get 50s, get 100s, and get you set. Even though that's the thing for Australia, they're lucky because they have got then Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, who normally go out there and get a massive partnership anyway. But it's kind of that situation. Oh, we see Joe Root there. He does not look good at the moment, Joe Root. Sitting back down. I know that he wants to get out there, but he's very gingerly sitting down at the moment. Oh, okay. This is something that we weren't expecting, ladies and gentlemen. Ollie Robinson, the pace bowler, he is going to bowl some off spin. And I think Usman Khawaja will perform better as an opener as well. Says Waddles there. Ollie Robinson, don't know how much off spin we've seen. This is something you don't see at international level too often. People changing up what type of deliveries they're going to be bowling. He is going for the off spin now that they don't have Joe Root. He's going to be bowling the off spin. And Arvo as well says, Spencer, welcome into the live stream, mate. England trying something different. Tell you what, it's not too bad either for a first delivery from Ollie Robinson. Everyone's got smiles on their faces at the moment, even the batsman, Travis Head there. I mean, it's decent technique. Got a little bit of spin on it as well, Ollie Robinson. Little bit full from him, but he's done nicely there in the crowd. I get behind him at the moment, Ollie Robinson. If he can pick up a wicket as a spinner, perhaps he transitions for the next one. 3 rounds in, 2-1 Woodley. Paul Aid's cut from accidental elbow as well. Says a Victor there. Oh, it's well bowled by Robinson. He's actually put it in the right spot at the moment. Reading the Cricket Australia website earlier, Pat Cummins is out of quarantine because the New South Wales government haven't listed restaurant as hotspot. He's allowed to train in gym as well, says Robert. Yeah, so because he did transfer to New South Wales, he does get a little bit more freedom. Nicely played once again. And the last thing you want to do is get out to a man who's not even a part-time spinner. He is literally a spinner, or a pace bowler, I guess you could say. Is it legal for a fast bowler to bowl like spinner? It is indeed. It's legal to be able to do anything in a game of cricket, within reason, of course, but pretty much, because it's, I guess, no different to a pace bowler running in slowly and then doing like a bit of an off cutter or a leg cutter for themselves. He is just doing a different run up, I guess you could say, for Ollie Robinson, but this is going to be an entertaining little spell, I guess you could say. He was bowling a bit of pace earlier on. It is going to be Marnus Labuschagne. Imagine if he picks up this wicket of Marnus. Just having a bit of a chat. Ollie Robinson going to be trying to spin it in. He's actually probably put it, like, it's not a bad over at all. He's actually put it right up there where he needs to, and it looks like they're having a bit of a field change here. I feel like Marnus might try and go after him, though. And in this situation, Ollie Robinson now, that's a good delivery. It's going to be hit down the ground. And a good over from Ollie Robinson. That's probably actually earned him an opportunity to bowl another one with the way that he has gone. And now that is going to be the end of the 35th over. 81 for 4, but good over from Ollie Robinson. I'm pleasantly surprised with that bowling. And that's the thing, having a pace bowler who can bowl spin as well is like weirdly like huge for a side, because that's the thing, you can decide, oh, okay, we haven't got Joe Root. Now we're going to go with the spin just to see whether or not he can get it. Because I know that David Milan as well is another guy that we thought might have been able to get an opportunity with the ball in hand, but he has not. At this stage, it seems like they are going to be going Ollie Robinson here from one end, and from the other, who are they going to be bowling it? It's still going to be Chris Wokes. Joe Root at the moment, I think he's made his way out onto the field. He's having a bit of a laugh at the moment, having a chat with Joss Butley. He's looking very tender at the moment there, Joe Root, but he is out on the field, which is a good sign here for the English. But Ollie Robinson, I hope they give him another one before they bowl. I don't think they will bowl Joe Root. To be honest, I wouldn't risk him. You need him with the bat in hand rather than the ball at this point. Nice delivery once again from Wokes. Good length as well as Root out there besides Butler. Just looks like Root as well. Says Robert. He is indeed. He has wandered out onto the field looking slick, brothers, as well, fellas. Watch your ladies. Says Johnny Blaze. Yeah, it's hot here in New Zealand. What temperature are you sitting at in the North Island at the moment? Johnny, do let me know. But down here, we're sitting at 24 and we're not used to it. So I've got a shirt on. The shirt that I was wearing when we got our copyright strike. So hopefully that isn't a sign of things to come for later today, but it is going to be now Chris Wokes running in once again. Nice ball from him again, and also cheating bombs there. See David Spencer there on the chat. Had to throw that one in there. Just a little dig to the ribs. Although if you gave Joe Root a dig to the ribs at the moment, he would probably collapse because he has got a very sore abdomen at the moment. They did end up, I think he got hit with the ball in the nets before the game, and they had to make sure that he was all right from scans and everything like that. But he has made his way back out onto the field now. Chris Wokes at the moment. 2 balls just outside of the outside edge of Manus Lavishane, who holds the post, letting him know 24 is cold as well. Says Hamish Spencer, not in New Zealand. Normally we're in that situation of, like yesterday, we were like 10 degrees or somewhere around there. So it's kind of like, depending on how you go, like, because in Australia, of course, you go like 24, 27, 25, 30, all that kind of thing. Whereas in New Zealand, we go like, hey, here's an extra 15 degrees of temperature. How are you liking it now? And also, we've got some England fans thinking this game is on is hilarious. Chasing 400 is impossible on this pitch now as well. Says that United extra time is going to be nicely bowled once again. 24 is gold as well there from Hasheda there in the chat. And yeah, I feel like my lounge at the moment, because I have got, I don't know whether or not I can show this without it being too broadly, but I've got the lights that are all set up as well, which does kind of heat up the room a little bit more. It's a nice wee sauna that we got going, which is why got the beverages. At the moment, Chris Wokes here is going to be sitting out, or he is going to be bowling, sorry, one more delivery just outside the off stump. Great ball once again from Wokes. He just wants that outside edge of Manus Lavishane, and for England's sake, they will be hoping it's a thick edge, because Joss Buttler, anytime there's a fine edge, he has actually dropped the ball. But anytime it's a thick edge that he has to dive for, he has nailed every single one of them as well. At the moment, the wickets, and also we have got their water. It's not a beverage as well. Says Amish Smith, and you Kiwis too soft as well. Move to Australia and learn proper heat as well. Says, I actually prefer Australia's heat. Like, we were sitting, I think it was in Melbourne, and it was 40 degrees. It felt nicer than it does now. That's going to be a beautiful shot for Labuschagne there. And also we have got their morning Amish as well. Says Darren Smith, welcome into the live stream. And also we have got their water. It's not a beverage as well. And also, all right, Johnny, and the chat from Sebastian there as well. But good finish to the over there for Labuschagne. And also, do you go for any team in the BBL? I'm kind of impartial because I am from New Zealand. Normally, Sydney Sixers, Melbourne Stars, I think, are the two sides that I probably go for just a little bit more, but they aren't really hugely my favourites, if that makes sense. Are they going to give Robinson another over of spin perhaps here? But they are just showing. Actually bowled very well. They're saying a little bit of turn on offer for Ollie Robinson as well, so it does mean he gets another opportunity. And like they're saying, Ollie Robinson, normally with a part-time spinner, you see them try and really, I guess, throw it down there at about 100 Ks, but Ollie Robinson only bowling it nice and slow here. And there's going to be a nice cut shot away for at least their one run. They are going to get back for the two as well. And also we have got the RSO bandwagon as well. Says David Spencer, they're exactly right, mate. We always got the as the wicket deteriorated. It seems like it is a little bit, like, that's the thing. It seems like there's a little bit more on offer if you pitch the ball up a little bit more. And also we have got there Alan DeGeneres, the England captain, has cooked as well. Says United extra time. And also it's like 26 degrees clear skies. Another beautiful day here in the Waikato as well. Says Johnny Play. So it is nice that we're getting some nice weather before Christmas, because I think it's supposed to rain for the next like 2 weeks. So hopefully we do end up with it being nice for the next little while. But 36.3 overs at the moment. Ollie Robinson getting it. I guess they're probably starting to work him out just a little bit more here in this situation. But it is 3 runs of the first 3 deliveries. They haven't really got an aggressive field. They haven't got anyone in close here for England. Ollie Robinson now. Nicely bowled once again. He does bowl it on the stumps, though, by the looks of it. He's actually got a better line outside of the off stump than Joe Root had in that first innings. Joe Root always getting a little bit too leg side for his bowling, whereas here for Ollie Robinson, it seems like he's putting it right in the right spot to be able to possibly still trouble the stumps. A little bit too wide there, though. Hit straight to Jimmy Anderson, I should say. 86.6 K, so he's not trying to get it down there too quickly. He's actually still wearing the glasses as well while he is out there, maybe learning a little bit off Nathan Lyon. Well bowled. Nice bit of spin and a yes-no there for Manus. And that is going to be the end of the over. Another decent one from Ollie Robinson. Only the 3 off it. And 37 overs down. 88 for 4 here. And also, yes, has Lyon will love this deck. Only needs 2 more wickets to pass Warren's wickets in Adelaide Test as well. Says United extra time. And he will do that pretty comfortably, I would think, for Nathan Lyon. And it's in the 30 degrees point. But cloudy skies in this part of New South Wales where I live as well. Looking at the wicket, I'd say Lyon will boom with the spin as well there. And Adelaide says United extra time as well. But yeah, at the moment, it's looking like, that's the thing, Nathan Lyon, he picked up 3 wickets in that first innings. Mitchell Stark picking up 4 for himself as well. So I feel like that dynamic duo, normally it's Cummins and Hazelwood as the 2 that go from the other end. And then you got Stark and Lyon, that huge amount of pace for Stark in the swing, partnered with that spin of Nathan Lyon. So if you've got no Cummins and no Hazelwood for this match, seems like Stark and Lyon are still definitely going to be able to carry in terms of that bowling. Michael Nessa doing decently for himself as well. It's 40 degrees for me as well. And there's his Hamish Spencer. So it's probably like average where you are at the moment. And also we have there the Kiwi Lad Sport is the link there from Sebastian. And also we have got there from Sebastian, the Kiwi Lads Gaming link as well. Be sure to check those ones out if you haven't already. At the moment, everyone's thinking second session is when Australia are either going to be bowled out or declare, and then 31% for the third session as well. But Jimmy Anderson back into the bowling attack. It's nicely bowled. Travis Head getting behind the ball, sitting on 19 runs off 22, so he's currently still ticking over quite nicely. 33 here as well. Says Robin, is Hazelwood going to play in the SCG test? Says Worrell. So that would be the one that is on the 5th of January, isn't it? For the SCG. Hopefully he will be back. I know that he has a side strain, so I'm not too sure how serious of a side strain he has got himself at the moment for Josh Hazelwood, but hopefully he will be back because very talented bowler in that regard. And it would be a shame to see him miss too much more of that. I'd say MCG and SCG as well, says Robert. And then I guess resting him for Hobart, I assume that is. MCG, sorry. As I was there, says Waddles, nicely bowled once again by Anderson, keeping a nice straight line. Travis Head gets behind at 4th test. As I says Robert there in the Discord server, if anyone does want to join the Kiwi Lads Discord server, it is the link that Sebastian has put there in the chat. We will talk all things rugby, cricket, sport, YouTube, you name it, it's on there. Few memes and GIFs as well, I have noticed recently. Now it is going to be Travis here once again on strike at the moment. Australia lead by 325 runs, so they're pushing further and further towards the 40 as well. We have got there in the chat. As well, the heat is good, makes all the females scantily cladded as well, says Johnny Blaze there. But that delivery goes straight to the man at mid-wicket for Chris Wokes. So I assume you're out on a walk, Johnny, probably every single moment of today. More than like that, 70. Oh, sorry, not 70. So far, I was going to say that there is 37 or probably around, there is 70 or so overs left in the day, I guess we'll say somewhere around there, but we won't be covering all of them. We will actually be on the YouTube channel for the BBL. We are going to be doing that game, and we will be keeping you guys updated with the Ashes as that has taken place alongside it as well. No, Johnny, I was trying to convince Hamish that we want the beach volleyball for the tactics as well, said Sebastian there in the chat, but once again, it is going to be James Anderson. Jimmy Anderson was able to pick up the early wicket for himself, and at the moment sitting 1 for 3 off 8.4 overs. Very impressive from him. And they were just persistent, almost a run out straight away for Michael Nessa, but it was the wicket of Nessa that he was able to get straight through him. Stuart Broad then picking up the wicket of Harris just a little bit later. It was a great catch from Josh Butler. Then he ended up putting down Steve Smith for the very next delivery almost. As well, it's going to be whipped to the leg side there for Travis Head, and that will be just a single. Labuschagne on strike for one more delivery as well for this over of Jimmy Anderson. Wondering whether or not we see Stuart Broad get another opportunity before we get to lunch. Stuart Broad, he thought he had the wicket of Steve Smith, and that was the ball after that as well. So he was very lucky early on, Steve Smith, to still be at the crease. Then from there, a couple more went his way, but then ended up edging it down leg, and Josh Butler able to take that one very well. And that was Ollie Robinson who was able to pick up that wicket. So all of the session, it's a tough one because Australia, now that they're starting to get a few more runs, you could say that they're taking that momentum back for this session, but still 3 early wickets for England today. It's certainly a better start than they have had in recent time. Jimmy Anderson, one final ball to Marnus Labuschagne. That was nicely delivered, and it's a no run once again. Seems like running between the wickets between these two might be a little bit tough for them as well. We have got there. Does anyone eat cereal during the day as well? Says Hamish Spencer. Oh, it's a good question because I guess it depends. Oh, yeah, I guess it depends on the case because, like, normally my morning is not morning, it is night because I'm on a weird sleep schedule. And also, people get awake up. Tyrone Woodley, he's taking a nap as well. Did he get knocked out? Victor, do let me know. So, Jake Paul, did he win that one? If he won that one, I feel like that will annoy a lot of people because he keeps on winning his boxing matches as well. But at the moment, Australia 473, and then they did declare England bowled out for 236, now sitting 89 for 4 here for the Australians. Anderson bowling very nicely. Stuart Broad also doing not too bad now. Ollie Robinson once again is going to try and get this breakthrough wicket. If he can pick up Labuschagne, that would be absolutely huge for them. Definitely just before the next break, because then you've got that opportunity at the new batsman try and go. And also we have got there Jake Paul and Tyrone Woodley are both jokes as well, says Hamish Spencer. And now Robertson, but just the ball up Whip to the leg side, and Labuschagne, it looks like they are just going to be taking that single, keeping the strike rotating, and that is key when you are up against the bar. Don't spin it. Also, beach volleyball. Yes, please stream that and give us in-depth knowledge of the array of oils lathered on the ladies to prevent chafing as well. Says Johnny Blaze and Jake Paul is a bum. He doesn't fight actual boxers because he knows he would get his butt kicked as well. That's going to be hit down the ground nicely. And once again, it is just a single. So 3 singles in a row here off the over of Ollie Robinson. A little bit of the half volley as well, and it's all staged now as well. And then what do you think about Michael Ness's batting last night as well? Says Waddles. He did well for the night watchman kind of role. It's unfortunate that he did go out so early today, but I will say he looks like he is certainly going to be an option for them if they do end up with injuries in the future as well. Robinson now a little bit leg side-ish, and it looks like they are going to be taking on just the single there once again. 4 singles so far in a row off Ollie Robinson. They are just working around the field quite nicely. Yeah, they need one. I wonder if he's got a wrong-in his arsenal here for Ollie Robinson. Imagine that. That would well and truly throw off Australia. They wouldn't have been preparing for him to bowl a wrong-in. Down the ground once again. Another nice single for him. So this will probably be the last over for Ollie Robinson because they are just rotating the strike and also still gutted over Paul versus Fury stage fight. Would have been great as well. See that it was Johnny Blaze there, and also we have got there in the chat too. New Zealand played beach volleyball at Olympics, and both men and women. I think we've got a team, but I could be wrong. I feel like Johnny Blaze will know. Johnny Blaze, do we play men and women's beach volleyball? A little bit of a full toss there. Manus jumps on it, but there is a man back there, and that is going to be the end of the over. 6 singles. Close out that over of Ollie Robinson. 39 overs down now, 95 for 4. Yeah, for the Australians. And they do lead by 332 runs. Just showing there, way up in the sky. And also, we have there, Jake Paul knocked him out. Great wrestling match as well, says a Victor there. And the chat, but now at the moment was just Travis Head. And also Manus Labuschagne rotating the strike nicely in Brazil woman in beach volleyball as well with the little happy sign or the okay sign as well. Says a United extra time there. Ollie Robertson at the moment. The thing is, his variation overall, like he's not really missing the mark too many times with Ollie Robinson and thick. And there were 2 C's from Johnny Blaze. And so, but anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back with some of the next session, and then also we will be transferring over to the BBL to get to see some more action taking place. But Anderson now steaming and wants this wicket before we get to lunch. Still another 23 minutes left of this session. Still time for England to be able to get one more and get Australia halfway to being bowled out. It's currently sitting close to being able to get themselves to 100 though. England, 3% chance of it being able to get the win, 81% chance for Australia, and then 16% chance that we will get to see a draw here. Well, that's for Jake and Tyra and a Spa. Are they both getting a ton of money as well? I can't see Johnny Blaze comments. Do anyone notice this issue as well? Says it coding there in the chat. I think everyone else can see them if I'm not wrong there, coding. And it's going to be off the edge. That's going to be hard on the body of Joe Root. Did dive to the side. Has he stayed down there? Yes, he has. He looks rough here, Joe Root. Decided to dive for it. And the abdominal at the moment, he does not look to flash. The question is, oh, he got the finger to it. And then he just collapses in pain for Joe Root. And tell you what, that is commitment from the captain there. Willing to risk the body to try and take that diving catch. Goes down and just absolutely just smacks himself into the ground. That's the thing. If he wasn't at first slip, would it have been possibly someone like a Ben Stokes? Would he have been able to take that catch? That is a big question we have got there. We can see him coding as well there, says Robert. But Labuschagne just off the top edge of Labuschagne. That would have been the huge wicket. What a screamer that would have been if he was able to get onto it there. Joe Root just slams himself into the ground. And you can just see the pain on his face as he hit the ground there. The thing is, there haven't really been too many other edges so far. And like they're saying, Joe Root, he's in a lot of pain. He's going to be sticking it out, though. Wants to be able to be out there for his side. Manus Labuschagne just leaving that one as well. And I feel like this is the perfect example of test match cricket, of the fact that even though the body is sore for all different reasons as well, depending on the player, we know that Ben Stokes, his body will be sore after that bowling that he had to do in the first innings. Manus Labuschagne at the moment, he will be sore. He got hit under there in the early stages, square into there with the cricket ball on our 140. But at this stage, it is just one of those ones that everyone out there, they are fighting hard to try and get the side or try and get the win for their side, I should say. Nicely bowled by Anderson just outside of the off stump. He's wishing that Lavishane's bat was just a little bit wider so that he could have picked up the edge. But the partnership at the moment is 44 runs off 65. This is a good one for these two here. And that is a good one. Once again, we have also got the England bowling pretty well considering how England are against the odds as well, says Kevin. Yeah, they know that if there's any chance for them to get a win in this test match to be able to bring it back, they need to bowl Australia out for way less than the 400. Unfortunately, though, it is looking like it's going to be around that 400 mark that they will have. And they also know that they've got to try and keep it economical for this stage. Another good over from them. They move up onto 99 off 4. 99-4-4 after the 40 overs. So we have still got another 20 minutes left of this session, ladies and gentlemen. We might even, I think I set this live stream as day 4 rather than first session. So we might leave this running during the halftime, or kind of the 40-minute break. And we will be coming back and we will be ready to go for the next one as well. One moment, we go like that. The Newcastle Jets just scoring a try. Or not scoring a try, sorry, scoring a goal for themselves. And quickly checking this. There we go. We always got their line and rest our bowlers as well. We're loving seeing these conditions as well. And the rest of the bowlers will be loving the conditions. Yeah, it's looking like it is going to be very tough for them in this situation. Ben Stokes, that is for the batting side of it, I should say. Now, at the moment, with Joe Root being injured, or Joe Root, sorry, it is going to be Ben Stokes will be making his way into the bowling attack. Stuart Broad, he will be helping him out in terms of that line of length where to bowl. And also, what's the A-League game right now as well? It is MacArthur taking on the Newcastle Jets. And after 35 minutes, the Newcastle Jets have been able to get the first goal of the matchup. Also, Wellington Phoenix play later on tonight. I believe they are up against Sydney FC. Going to be a tough game for the Wellington Phoenix in that one. Now, Ben Stokes going to be charging him once again, getting ready to go here for England. They've got a first slip. It is still Joe Root. He's going to be going across. Travis Head, big shot there from Travis Head, hits it into the deep, but Chris Wokes is back there, and it's probably lucky that he was back there because or else that would have been sweetly struck all the way to the boundary. Partnership at the moment moves up onto 45 runs of 67 deliveries. Labuschagne sitting on 22 of 63. Travis Head sitting on 24 of 31. So a little bit closer in that regard to being, I guess, Travis Head at the moment. They are just showing there. That brings up the 100 for the Australians as well, getting closer and closer to that 400. Which I wonder whether or not they will declare as soon as they get to that 400. Sydney FC are not good anymore. Very weak season for them so far. Do you think the Phoenix will be able to beat them, Sebastian? Do let me know. But at the moment, 100 runs off 4 wickets falling for the Australians. They do not want to lose another one in the next 20 minutes or so. Labuschagne tries to play the pull shot as well. And that is going to be another one. Hamid able to cut it off in the deep. Throws that one back in. And at the moment, partnership, as soon as this one gets to 50, Wellington have a decent chance in that one as well, says Sebastian there. At the moment, Ben Stokes, he was able to bowl very well in the first innings. He was actually the only bowler who really tried out the short ball to see whether or not it goes. Oh, no. He's already started bowling no balls, Ben Stokes. Yeah, I've got the, I'll predict 2-1 for the Phoenix as well, says Sebastian. Ben Stokes really needs to work on that front foot because if he picks up a wicket and it's a no ball, it's just not going to be a good idea. Although as well, good cut shot played by Travis here, but it goes straight to Rory Burns while it's fielding at extra cover. Like they're saying, Ben Stokes, he has actually got the ability to swing the ball very close to being a legal delivery, but still just a little bit too far forward there for Ben Stokes. Needs to make sure he gets behind that line. Nice played off the hip there for Travis Head. It's just going to be the single. I was just checking to see, like, in terms of what time that BBL game, I was making sure that it was 9:40, and that is going to be when we go over. I predict England to get sent home as well. Says Owen Spencer there, and I watched yesterday's interview with Mitchell Stark. He said Australia has all cards going for them as well. Says Kevin. So, yeah, at the moment, they are certainly in the box seat here, Australia, like 82% in favour of them being able to win this one. The draw is still sitting at 15, so it's not completely terrible, but England at the moment, they need to get these wickets, and they need to get them very soon if they want enough time to be able to chase down this total if they can somehow put together a massive innings. But at the moment, Stokes once again going to be charging in 2 runs away from the partnership, reaching 50. Well, ball, but once again, nice block there from Marnus Labuschagne. Straight behind the ball, and that's the thing. Unless you get Marnus out early, normally you don't get him out until he gets the 100. They did have an early opportunity in the first innings to get him out. Joss Butler putting down the catch when he was on about 20. It's another no ball from Ben Stokes. So Ben Stokes at this stage is just asking the question of, are you watching that all the time? I think if I'm not wrong, something along those lines he did ask, but now it is going to be, once again, Ben Stokes gets it a little bit too leg side, and these are all extra runs that brings up the partnership now to 50 between these two. 50 runs off 72 deliveries for Travis Head, and also it was Marnus Labuschagne, who both came in at a hard time of the innings when they had lost wickets back-to-back pretty much. Does give a bit of the thumbs up for himself, and then they have that little bit of a handshake between Marnus and also Travis Head. So now at this stage, they move up to 50 partnership. If they can get up to a 100-run partnership, that pretty much brings up the lead of 400 here for Australia, and that might be enough. They may even decide to have the full last session at England tonight rather than just giving them an hour. It's a short ball from Ben Stokes, and that is going to be called as a wide. Just getting it a little bit wrong here, Ben Stokes. 2 no balls and also a wide here for his first over. He's looking sore. But 7 at this stage of the first 4 deliveries. It feels like he's bowled a whole over, and that's because he pretty much has. He's bowled about 7 deliveries. One's been a wide, 2 have been no balls. Travis said he would have had to be pretty tall to be able to hit that one, that is for sure. Would have needed that ramp shot. At the moment, they are just showing the arc. The moment it was going over 2.5 meters tall, I believe, for that one. So it certainly would have been tough for Travis Head to get any bat on it. Even if he put the bat straight upwards, it would have been a tough one. That's a good shot there from Travis Head. Whipped away to the boundary, and Stokes has gone for 11 so far off his first 5 deliveries. There is still 1 more to go, though, for him. And that's the thing. Ben Stokes, he will not be too happy with that for his first over of this test match, or for the first over of the second innings. Needs to try and work out his game plan. He's tried a couple short balls. He tried a couple full balls. That one was straight out of the middle of Travis Head, and you could tell because it went all the way to the boundary. His mustache well and truly glows on like that player heat spot thingy. In my further opinion, with no ball England player, frustrating as well, says Kevin. Yeah, the worst thing is if you end up in that situation of finally getting those breakthrough wickets and then you give away a no ball, I think Australia will put England in that for the last hour of play as well, says Darren Smith there. And that is going to be the end of the over. 111 now for the Australians, sitting 4 wickets down after 41 overs. We've got 13 minutes left of this session. Then we will be popping off for around 30 or so minutes while we are having ourselves a tea break as well. But we will be leaving the live stream running for you guys to just chill out in the chat if you do want to as well. And then we will be coming back for about the first hour of the next session, or maybe hour and a half, and then we will be transferring over to the BBL for the KFC Big Bash. So be sure to stick around for that as well. But Chris Wokes, they are just showing their 56-run partnership. There were runs coming thick and fast for them as well. A little bit of a half chance there for Joe Root to get Marnus Labuschagne out, but just not quite able to get that catch as well. Now the partnership moves up onto 56 off 75. Australia, I should say, my voice is trying to disappear. They lead by 348, and it is now going to be Stuart Broad. Ball back into it. Got to go soon. I can't. I'm starting to control burn soon as well. Or I'm starting a control burn, sorry. Says Amish Spencer there. BBL today, 100 or 1,000% fixed as well. Says a BBL and IPL there. And by the way, where is Sir George? He is in Tekapo at the moment here in New Zealand. So he is away working right up till Christmas pretty much. So hopefully we do get to see him maybe tomorrow if he does come back, but he may still be away for the rest of this test match. But maybe Boxing Day, we might get to see him as well. Stuart Broad now needs a wicket, like they are saying on commentary. I believe it's Kerry O'Keefe who did make the statement. 41 overs down for England. Whiffed off the league side. And I will say the overs, they seem to be getting a little bit more loose from England here. I'm not too sure whether or not it is because the batsmen are finally, I guess you could say, starting to really speed up in the last maybe 5 or so overs. But it's also the line and length just seems to not quite be going where Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, and a home ground advantage play massive different as well. And there says Kevin there. And then also, I'll be lurking for a while. I need some breakfast and have a shower as well. I'll leave the stream on as well, says Sebastian there. But yeah, we will be back for the next session, and hopefully it will be a good one where we do get to see plenty of runs being scored. But Labuschagne at the moment sitting on 24 head, sitting on 31. I believe head at the moment is the highest run scorer for Australia in this innings. Second would almost be Labuschagne. It's a little bit uppish, but it does go straight to Hamid on the bounce. Stuart Broad at the moment wants to get this wicket of Marnus. He just sticks around at the crease for hundreds and hundreds of balls. We see there 305 balls he faced for his 103 in the first innings. Close to a no ball as well for Stuart Broad. To end up going about 3 bounces and then rolled to Hamid. Big yawn from myself once again. Now that's going to be Stuart Broad. 2 balls bowled so far of this one. I think we'll still get another 3 overs or so, and it's going to be left by Marnus. Definitely if we get a few more leaves happening as well. But Stokes, the moment he went for 11 runs in his first over, he'll certainly have to make sure that he does get it right for his next one, or else he might even get taken out of the attack very early on. But Stuart Broad there, the balls that were pitched up, the fullest deliveries, the 2 fullest ones that he has done have actually been the boundary and the runs to right-handers. Everything else has been a dot. So it does show there if he does throw it up, maybe at Tenson, not anymore now. There's a storm coming. If me dead as well, says Hamish Spencer there. So what region of Australia are you in, Hamish? Because I know that Adelaide, I don't believe they're supposed to have any more rain today. It's kind of just nice overall and about 10% chance of rain. Sitting at 21 degrees at the moment. 4 p.m. for them will be sitting at 20, 19, 19, 18 as well. So it's going to be a relatively pleasant evening there at the moment for the cricket. The sun is still out for the crowd, which is going to be absolutely awesome to be up on the rooftop walk, although they haven't actually shown any signs of the rooftop walk at this stage today that I have seen. At the moment now, Stuart Broad, 2 balls left of this one, wants to keep it tight and maybe wants to even be able to get this one straight through the outside edge of Marnus. Labuschagne, tell you what, that was almost exactly what I said there. Marnus tried to cover drive, ended up missing it, and now it is going to be another dot ball. That's the thing, Marnus Labuschagne, he's one of those players. Like, he'll hit the ball beautifully out of the middle of the bat, and then when he plays a shot like this, he just misses it by half a smidgen, but he never gets an edge. It's either out of the middle of Marnus's bat or it's way outside of the outside edge of the bat. It seems to be never really in between, and when it is, got to make sure you take your chance. It was nicely taken. I've got there, my farm is in Outback, Queensland, nowhere near Adelaide as well. It's going to be the pull shot there from Marnus. That's the end of the over for Stuart Broad. 125 k's, a little bit slower for that delivery, and it's going to be 112 for 4 here for the Australians. But at the moment, I'd say we've still got 2 more overs in us before we get to the end of the day. I'm wondering how many overs we got to see last night for Australia. I can't quite think of how many it was. I think England are a little bit behind the over rate at this point of the day, unfortunately for them. But they have only got the 1 spinner at the moment available, and that is actually Ollie Robinson. At the moment, anything leg side, Marnus Labuschagne, he will attack well and truly, but it's the ones that he leaves alone, always outside of the off stump. And then anytime it is too wide, he also goes after them. Nice commentary as well. Says if not, thank you very much, mate. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back with a little bit more of the Ashes later on, and then also the KFC Big Bash. Short ball there from Stokes, and once again, punish Travis Head. Hits it hard. It was a half kind of, I wouldn't even call it short, really. It was kind of about rib height, somewhere around there, unfortunately for him. Maybe even hip height. Just didn't really get it up. Brings up the 350 in the lead. Yeah, it was only really around the hip. And Travis Head saw it early, smacks it away to the boundary, and he is striking the ball very nicely today, that is for sure. Giving us flashbacks to that 150 that he was able to get for himself just a little while ago in that first test match at the Gabba. Nicely bowled there by Stuart Broad, or sorry, by Ben Stokes. A little bit fuller for that delivery there. Now at the moment, Travis Head sitting 4 runs off this one so far, and he is getting closer and closer to that 50 as well, sitting on 35 of 38 deliveries. He actually seems to play his best cricket, Travis Head, when he is being aggressive with the bat in hand. It was a brilliant shot there. Launch speed 118 k's and the launch angle of 12.1 degrees as well for him. At the moment now, Travis Head, he is batting at number 6 for their side here for this matchup. Or he is normally number 5, but with Michael Nessa coming in, with the fact that there was the night watchman last night, and he did survive that hard session as well, Michael Nessa. I think he faced 6 deliveries for 2 runs in that one. Now, at this stage, it is going to be Travis Head Set it on strike. Oh, it's another no ball from Ben Stokes. That man should just bowl from like way back, about that much. Bowl from that far back, just to make sure that he gets it right. Because at the moment, he needs to stop trying to push the boundary so much in terms of taking the risk. That's going to be uppish, and that's going to be flicked nicely out on the boundary. It's going to be nicely fielded. Oh, he's just slammed himself into the ground there, Ollie Pope. Good commitment in the outfield. And it's going to be close to the run out as well, but I think he was able to get in there, Marnus. Tell you what, a little bit risky though, running between the wickets. Hamish is a mask. Is compulsory in New Zealand. Is it up to individual to wear it or not? As I was going, I believe it is compulsory in certain environments, but then there are other regions and like other places that you don't have to have one, but it depends on kind of where you are and what you are doing as well. Does depend. That is a great throw from Ollie Pope. Just home there for Marnus Lowershane. I'm surprised they didn't go upstairs for that one. So well done from the umpire to be well and truly like committed to saying, yep, I realize that he is safe, so I'm not going to go upstairs for that one as well. But Marnus Lowershane, he was going to do a big old dive there, but the third umpire just checking whether or not this was going to be the boundary. Yeah, he's completely fine. Good work out there. And not only was it great technique to be able to get that ball in, it was almost enough to be able to get the run out as well. But Lowershane had to dive, was looking at the stumps, and it was a full-on dive. And if it was anything less than that, he would have been on his way there, Marnus Lowershane, just before getting to the lunchtime. Now it is going to be 42.3 overs down at the moment. It is going to be not out as well for them for the third umpire. But now Marnus Lowershane on strike. Ben Stokes going to be the bowler. They seem to be going after him at the moment, Ben Stokes here. I think at the moment, it seems like he hasn't really decided whether or not he wants to bowl it pitched up or whether he wants to go with a short ball. But he's probably got a field set for about 50-50, which is why they have been able to score so many runs so far off the early stages of this kind of spell of Ben Stokes. He's already gone for 20 runs off 1.4 overs here. Like they say, there's been quite a few dress-ups. That looked like Nick Madison, but it wasn't. It looked like his brother, though. That's going to be a pull shot from Marnus. Gets over the top of it. That's going to be racing away to the boundary once again. Stokes, expensive at this stage for his first 2 overs. 24 for none off only the 11 deliveries. Well, it should be 11 deliveries, but he's probably bowled about 16 by now with all of the no balls and wides that he has been bowling. But Lowershane just gets over the top of that one, plays it well, hits it out of the middle of the bat, and does hit it all the way to the boundary. Both of these men now, Lowershane and Travis Head, getting closer and closer. And Ben Stokes, he is not happy with that one at all. They have got one more over left before the end of the day, or before the end of the session, I should say there. And it is left by Marnus. And that will be now 43 overs down, 124 for 4 here for them as well. And I am quickly going to go. In a moment, we will type out something. We go. Gonna have that one as well. And it is going to be here. And we have got there. What was the highlight? Oh, what's the highlight so far, lad, as well? I would say it's a weird one because it's probably Joss Butler's diving catch, but then he also put down an easier catch, but then he took another diving catch. So it seems to be weird that he keeps on having like good opportunities for himself, but then he ends up dropping the easier chances, I guess you could say as well. England, I don't know, I'm sorry, but what's the point? As well as his Hamish Spencer, well, you got to get that revenue, mate. In that regard, I don't think the crowd would be too happy if England were like, we've lost this one, so we're just going to leave. Bye, see you later. Still 2 days left. Nah, bye-bye. It's going to be a good shot. There's going to be another 4 runs there off Stuart Broad's bowling. And now at the moment, they are moving themselves almost up to near that lead of 400 as well. And at that situation, it is leading by 365 runs. The amount of days in a year, depending on whether or not it's a leap year, though, that could change a little bit. So I'm sure they'll get a single soon. And that will be the leap year covered as well there. Travis Head ready to go for that shot. Just nicely played. He seems to be timing everything at the moment. Travis Head, that pink ball has gotten a little bit more soft. We're about halfway through until they are allowed a new pink ball, but I don't believe they will end up getting that new pink ball. I think they will wait a little bit later on. Are you going to stream any rugby matches anytime soon as well? Says it was Ed Vogel. We actually streamed a rugby match yesterday. We did the game between the Harlequins and Cardiff, and we have got another one tonight that is going to be Leicester Tigers and also up against Connacht. So we have still got the rugby ones going on the channel, but a lot of the games recently have been getting cancelled or postponed, which has made it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, we have still got the rugby. We have still got at least one rugby live stream a week, if not probably 2 or 3, as long as the games don't end up kind of getting cancelled. Along those lines as well, we have got Labuschagne there sitting on 28 runs of 74 deliveries, and Head sitting on 43 of 42. But then once it is right back into rugby season, we are going to have Super Rugby, Six Nations, and all of the other international fixtures that do come along the way alongside those ones. Stuart Broad now just outside of the off stump, and it is going to be left once again. But currently 3 balls left of this, I guess you could say, the session, until we get to see another one coming back. Yeah, 4 wickets down, 129 here for Australia. And they have got the lead of 366. So they will be pretty happy with how the session ended. The first hour of the session, in fact, the first half an hour of the session, losing 3 wickets. But then from there, good partnership being built up between Labuschagne and also it is Travis Head, who moves up onto 43 of 42 deliveries here. I see ball by Stuart Broad, but nicely whipped off the legs by Labuschagne. That one looks like it could be close to racing away to the boundary. I think Ben Stokes is going to be able to cut it off, though. Yes, he does. And he is going to be able to keep it to 3. Good throw in the deep. And it is going to be Travis Head now back on strike for the final 2 deliveries at the moment. England, they were so tight with their bowling, but now the runs are just flowing for the Australians. We saw that last over of Ben Stokes probably go for about 12 runs once again, and his first one did as well. And then also we have seen there for this over so far going for about 8 runs for Stuart Broad. Would have been close to an LBW, of course, but Labuschagne, anytime it is pitched up there, he is just so good at whipping that ball to leg side, being able to get it out kind of that deep mid-wicket region. And a lot of the time he does get it to the boundary as well. I feel like we're going to expect to see an aggressive shot here from Travis Head also. I just whips it off the legs, and it looks like they are going to be running hard here. And I believe they do want the 2, do they? No, they say no in the end. And it was... Did they get through? Yes, they did. They did get the 2, sorry, there. For Travis Head sitting on 45 runs now of 43 deliveries. There is 1 ball left. 6 runs brings them up as 50, but I don't think he'll be swinging for it here, Travis Head. But they just ran hard as soon as he said 2, 2, 2, 2, and he was going straight through. The throw was a little bit off as well, which did mean that he gets through. Very nice indeed, Stuart Broad. Not too happy with that one. Final ball of the session, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Stuart Broad, 1 for 27 so far, able to pick up the wicket earlier on in the day. Can he get one here for the final ball of the session? Will it be a new batsman? Does have to make his way to the crease. Well played by Travis. He gets behind it, and that is going to be the end now of the day 4, session 1 of the Ashes. We are going to be back for probably about an hour and a half for the next one. So there are 2 innings as well, says it Novmum. So we are sitting currently the 2nd innings for Australia, and then England will still have another chance to bat a little bit later on. Do you think England are going to back Rory Burns again, 3rd test as well, says Kevin? It's a tough one. I feel like they still have the likes of, maybe it's Dom Sibley over there at the moment, and also Banoffee Pai is a killer. Low, I'm so full as well. Says that Johnny Blaze there in the chat. For the session, it was 89 runs, 3 wickets, 27 overs, so just a little bit short of the full 30 that they would have been after there, England. But yeah, I feel like maybe they try out someone else in their opening role, see how they do go. If you do not have Rory Burns, it's a tough one, though, for England at the moment, because they need probably more than just one guy who will be able to score the runs, because at the moment it's just been David Malan, and also it has been the factor of just always being Joe Root. Those 2 have been performing, but no one else really in the side have been able to get those totals that they have. So that means Australia is winning at the moment. Australia doing very well for themselves, leading by 374, but nonetheless, at this stage, 371. So we will be going away for the situation of, I will be having a bit of lunch. I will be disappearing for about 30 minutes or somewhere around there, and then I will be back in around that 30 minutes at around 7:35, and we will be talking a little bit more. We may even go 7:30 if I am feeling talkative, which of course I normally am for these live streams, but I will be muting myself. I will be putting this up as a full screen, and we will be back very soon, but we will go like this down the bottom. We will be back soon for session 2, and I will see you all for a little bit later on. The reason we haven't done it with the 2nd session the way that we normally do it is because of the fact that we won't be covering all of the 2nd session with the BBL coming up as well. But we will be setting that one up, and we will be ready to go for that one as well. And also we have got the SAs Australia winning mate as well. And the chat says, and also we have got the Sibley in Australia as well. Crawley is there though, averages 11 in 2021. Says Thomas O'Shea. So I guess Zach Crawley might not be a terrible option for them as well give him a chance. He has been out there a little while, and cheers, bros, and the chat from Johnny Blazer. Thank you all very much for being here. We will be back in around that 30 minutes, like I mentioned, but I will see you all for the next little session that we are going to be doing of this one, and also for the Big Bash a little bit later on, but I will see you all shortly. Right, we are back. Hopefully you guys can hear me all right. How's everyone doing? Hope you are all feeling good, looking good, feeling like you're ready for another good game and another good session, I should say, of the cricket as well. My voice, that's the problem. Anytime I stop talking for a little while, it starts to disappear, but we've got more hydration. And hopefully we will be good to go. So pretty much the idea for this session, it is going to be, we're going to be doing a little bit of a split. We're probably going to be finishing this live stream in about an hour and 20 or hour 30 minutes, somewhere around there. And then we will be switching over to our BBL live stream when we do have just that little bit of a break in between them. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're excited for the BBL that is coming up tonight with the Brisbane Heat taking on the Sydney Thunder. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many wickets are we going to get to see in this innings? Go England. But you need some luck as well there. Says Donna there in the chat, and Aussie, pom, pom, pom in there from Sebastian. But yeah, hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're all excited for another little bit of cricket that we will be able to get to see here, because the thing is, with these two sides at the moment, Australia, they are in the box seat. They are leading by 371 runs. They are certainly the side that, I mean, this test match is theirs to lose. They're 85% chance, both important game for both games or for both sides as well. And there's Waddle's tee, sorry there. But now at the moment, hopefully we do get to see a few more wickets falling, also a few more runs scored. Travis here, it will be good to see him get another 50 because he's starting to really cement himself as part of that middle order. But yeah, Brisbane Heat versus Sydney Thunder, that game is going to be coming up a little bit later on tonight. We will be starting that live stream at 9:35 p.m. But we will probably be ending this one at about 9:20, somewhere around there. It gives me enough time to be able to set it up and get ready to go. At the moment, Joe Root just taking a few catches on the sideline. Unfortunately for them, an abdomen injury. Abdomen. That's a hard word to say when you do try and say it. Definitely 5 times fast if I did it. But Australia, Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne at the moment, they are going to be linking up. I can probably change this message down the bottom of the screen. Seeing as we are back, there we go. We will put up the wickets that did fall in the first innings. Mitchell Starc, the man who was not out for the Australians at the stage of declaration. They did decide not to bat Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon, he was able to get himself a few wickets with the ball in hand. This is looking like a good surface for a spinner as well. But Joe Root doesn't look like he will be doing too much spinning today, unfortunately for him. But he is now ready to go, making his way out onto the field. The English captain leading his troops, and they are ready to go for another session. It looks like it's gotten a little bit overcast here, which does mean maybe a little bit more swing on offer. And Heat versus Thunder is at 7:30 Sydney time as well, says Waddle stay there. And also we have got their say if they declare when it is 400 is up. What will the target be? 400 with the 140 something as well, says Robert there. So pretty much at this stage, it will be whatever they lead by is how many runs England will need. So if they do end up getting themselves another 29 runs Australia and then declaring, that will mean that they will then, for England, need 401 runs to be able to win this match. So it's going to be interesting. It's certainly going to be a tough bat for England in the second innings for themselves. But at the moment, Travis said he's getting very close to the half century, sitting there on 45 of 44 deliveries. Marnus, a little bit of a slow start, but now really building into it, 31 runs of 76 balls. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, Brisbane Heat, Sydney Thunder, who do you think will be able to win that game? We are going to be talking all about the Ashes on that live stream as well, so be sure to stick around on the channel. And what I will quickly do before we get to see the first ball, that is the link to the other live stream. Be sure to click on that. Be sure to head over there, leave a like on that live stream as well, because that is where we are going to be continuing our Ashes and BBL action at around that 9:35 mark. So we're only a couple hours away from the Big Bash. It's been a long time since we have got to see a KFC Big Bash game. About 4 days feels too long. Chris Wokes here. 2 very expensive overs for the final 2 overs of the day. And anything with Ben Stokes having the ball in hand, it was going big time as well. And I'm predicting the Heat win that match as well. And I think the Heat will win that game, says Waddle Steve. So everyone going for the Heat in that situation. And as soon as we know the toss as well, I will be sure to let you guys all know about that one as well. But now it is going to be Chris Wokes gets the first over back into play for the second session. And this is a silly question, Hamish. Why was it called the Ashes as well? Says Kevin, someone actually mentioned a story or kind of the reasoning yesterday. I believe they said it was something along the lines of England. They did originally end up going to Australia for a series, and it was in that situation. How it was pretty much, I think they did say in the papers along the lines of pretty much they did completely destroy England and now they're just the Ashes. And then England said that they wanted to get that back next year, that they would try and retain their own Ashes or get their Ashes. And I think that's kind of where it all stemmed from for the history of this one. Why not back the Thunder as well? Says I don't know there in the chat. So, of course, no Usman Khawaja for them, but they have got Alex Hales and also they will have Chris Green as the captain. Woke's now running in. This is going to be the first ball of the second session, gliding it there out through the gap. And Mana Slavicane, he's gone out there with a purpose, and that is going to be at least 2 runs for himself, getting close to that one. And in the end, Ollie Pope once again with a good bit of fielding in the deep, but they will be checking this one to see whether or not it will be the 4 or not. Ollie Pope, he isn't giving anything away. Whether or not he was able to stop that one, they will probably be checking this, see whether or not it is going to be the 3 runs or the 4 runs here. Oh, done very well, Ollie Pope, to be able to keep this one in the field of play. Just released it in time. I think that's going to be fine. He has done very nicely there indeed, Ollie Pope. He's been good in the outfield, almost created a run-out opportunity in the earlier stages. It's going to be, I believe that's fine for Ollie Pope. Yes, it is. And like Mark Wall was saying there on commentary, this is why we are getting behind in the over rate as well. We're looking at things like 50 times that are just given as the 3 runs, and I think maybe 3 as well, says Waddle Stee there in the chat. But good work from Ollie Pope out in the deep at the moment. The wind looks like it's picking up a little bit at the Adelaide Oval, which does mean maybe we get a little bit more swing available for these ballads. Nicely bowled once again. Travis Head on strike at the moment. At the moment, 44.2 overs down. So we do have a poll there. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to vote in that poll. I just punched my light. That was painful. But pretty much we have got a poll that does say, when you guys think that England will end up be batting, will it be that Australia will declare / be bowled out in the second session or the third of the day? I believe that the second at the moment was more popular in that regard. I mean, down the leg side, Travis said, didn't quite carry into the hands of Joss Butler. But it was definitely a bit of the bad, and a bit of the bad as well. I think he got a bit of both. And my prediction is that Chris Lynn will score the most runs, and the Heat will win by 16 runs if they set the target, or by 6 wickets if they chase as well. Says Sebastian there, probably very decent shout. Didn't end up bouncing. Actually, it just hit him on the backside there for Travis Head. So no bat involved in that one. Would have been interesting to see if they did go upstairs for that one, England, if they did decide that it was where the cricket's once again going to be just a little bit down the leg side. And that is going to be, once again, just the dot ball there for Chris Wokes. 2 balls left of this over. He went for 3 off the very first one, but now Travis Head, he's getting closer and closer to that 50, maybe upset with the Thunder winning as well. Says Donna there, the chat also we have got there. I do believe the Ashes belong in England as well, says Kevin, and they will have a chance of being able to play it on home soil in 2023, I believe, is the next time that we do get to see the Ashes. But Chris Wokes now steaming in. He's looking like, that's the thing. Oh, almost a caught and bowl. Could have cleaned him up, but it's straight down the ground. Travis Head moves up onto 49. Aggressive shot there. And also we have got there, I've got him in my BBL fantasy side. He's beside Glenn Maxwell as well. Says it right there, but it was a big strike straight down the ground for Travis Head. It was almost half an opportunity for Chris Wokes, but this would have been a tough one to catch. Yeah, he ended up just going straight past him. I believe that ball was almost past him by the time he did get the hands up, Chris Wokes. So I'm so glad that that did go right next to him rather than straight at him. Did he get the hands up in time? He would have been cleaned up there by that ball, Chris Wokes. So that's very dangerous indeed. Well, that one going straight back at him at the moment. 7 runs off this over here. Australia really starting to speed up. That one's in the air from Travis Head, and that's going to be the 50 runs for him. They're going to be able to get the 2 as well, and well batted from Travis Head. Aggressive innings from him, similar to what we saw in the first test match at the Gabba. This man has now brought up the 51 runs off 49 deliveries. If the Ashes belong, I think on why they're playing like they are as well. Since that DB there. And then also we have got there very nice rub, although I don't think he'll get the century like Maxwell there. And that's as well. An 8th test, 50 in 21 matches, 300s for Travis Head, and he's looking like he's really going to keep on upping a nice 50 from Travis Head as well there. And also we have got there in the chat, 2023 is England's turn to host the Ashes as well. And yeah, hopefully with the Duke ball in hand, they will be able to have a little bit more success in that series as well. But England, they have to find a way of drawing this series. 86% chance for Australia to be able to win this one. 12% for the draw, 2% for England to somehow be able to completely turn this one around. 380 runs is the lead that Australia have built to. And Travis said the partnership moves up onto 88 off 100. And this is a partnership that we always think about for Australia. It's that middle order that just keep on ticking over those runs. And if they can keep on doing that, they will be able to get themselves that lead of 400 and maybe even 450 by the end of this session. The way that he's going, Travis said, he doesn't look like he's going to slow down. Well, this one, Mana Slavicane, the aggression that he showed in the very first shot that he played also lets us know that he has been told, speed it up just a little bit more. rotating the strike there, and it is going to be a nice single taken to the leg side. Bit of a misfeel from Rory Burns, but the ball had pretty much stopped. But we have got two more live streams tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The first of which being the BBL, the Brisbane Heat. They will be taking on the Sydney Thunder. Then the next game that we are covering on the channel, that is going to be, and at that situation, they will be in that position of being able to get themselves, I don't know what I'm on about, Leicester Tigers as well. They are playing Connacht as the other one, so they win. They will win it then. Why wait? As well says it on the DB there. Jabba now, it's going to be Travis Head at the crease once again. 144 for 4. At the moment, Australia are sitting 381. If you were in Steve Smith's shoes, would you set the target at 450 or 400? So it gives, it goes to day 5. If I was in Steve Smith's shoes, I would have enforced the follow-on. So I feel like that's a very tough one indeed, because I felt like that was the perfect opportunity. Like, they had only been bowling Cameron Green and Nathan Lyon up till that point. They just had the new ball. They saw that it was swinging and moving around. They could have gotten a couple early wickets on that day. And I think if they had done that, this match could have been over by tonight. But instead, they decided that they did want to have another bat and really set a huge total. I'm not too sure whether or not that helps them out for the Test Championship. Nicely blocked once again there from Travis Head. Ollie Robinson back to bowling his pace rather than the spin deliveries that we did get to see. I would have enforced the follow-on too as well. It says Waddles T there, because that's the thing. They only had about an hour left of that day, and then you could have a rest overnight as well. So it is interesting that Steve Smith, he did decide that he didn't want to keep on going, but I guess they want to get into a very dominant position. Scoreboard pressure, perhaps, making the English side. That's the thing. If England get away with a draw here, that will be absolutely phenomenal from them. They are shown there after the 31st over. They've actually been a lot more, I guess, scattered out with the way that they've been bowling England compared to the first 20 or so, where they were just precision, just back to back to back. Every player in 2005 Ashes series were champions in itself. The good old days. We can go back to time, or back in time as well. He didn't make them follow on, so he has got to get it right as well. To be the Aussie captain as well, says Donny. Yeah, that's the thing. First one for him being the captain with Pat Cummins missing. They did win the first one at the Gabble. They're just checking this one. Nothing on the bat. Slow ball by Robinson, only going down at 99 Ks for that one. He almost bowled one with a spin delivery a little bit earlier on. Was almost just as quick, but 45.5 overs down at the moment here for England, and they will once again be in the field. I think that could be something to do with it as well. Maybe thinking strategically that they want to try and tire them out a little bit more before they do end up in that situation of going into the third one at the MCG. It's going to be a tough match for England. Definitely if they are 2-0 down in that series, they pretty much need to win all of them on the trot there. Short ball, Travis Head goes after it. Has he got enough of it? Oh, what a take that is for Ben Stokes in the deep. And he has been able to get it, and that will be Travis Head on his way. 51 of the 54 deliveries, and that was a brilliant catch in the deep from Ben Stokes. Travis Head is not too happy with that one. He has hit it straight down the throat of Ben Stokes, but not even straight down the throat. That was a dive and a half from Stokes. It's behind the line as well, so it's not a no ball, which is great to see for England. It was the short ball. Ben Stokes here, he had to cover a lot of ground. Then from there, taking it only inches off the ground there for Ben Stokes, and he does absolutely scoop it up out as well. Says Robert there with the emoji, so that's going to be Travis Head. He did bring up his 50, moving up onto 51 off of 54, and now they are going to be sitting 381 ahead, and straight after he gets his 50, he gets out. Still a great batting job from him, though, as well. And if England sneak the draw, people will point the finger at Smith's captaincy. They batted for too long as well, and Head is out. Says Sebastian there in the chat. Yeah, exactly right. Steve Smith, he needs to make sure that they do win this one. And you don't want to give England too much or too little time with the bat in hand, because they bowled them out yesterday in about 85 overs, but that was when England were being relatively aggressive with the way that they were playing. And Steve will have some trick in his pocket if they need it late on day 5 as well. Says the Donna DB. At the moment, it's going to be the short ball. They're just showing a little bit of a change there. Travis said he thought that he hit it well enough that he would get the boundary possibly, but Steve Smith running straight around, and it was taken beautifully. And that deep, and Travis said he knew that he was on his way. What do you think? The Aussies will forget the 2 series back-to-back? Or what do you think Aussies will forget the 2 series back-to-back against India after beating weak England in the Ashes? I think their biggest rivals now is beating India in Australia, as says Coding. It's going to be a tough one, that is for sure, when they do get the chance. Do they have a chance this year? Do let me know about the average for Cameron Green, setting 26.44 Thing is, Australia might actually get bowled out before the time that I do finish this live stream, which would be relatively nice in a way. And also, we have got there. I hope your voice not disappear. Keep water in hand as well. And also, what did Kerry make? I believe he did end up 51 off 107, so he went out just pretty much straight away as well. In that regard, a nice shirt. Says Marmady, thank you very much, mate. It's pretty warm here in New Zealand at the moment, so I decided to wear a nice shirt. Still got one of the same set of glasses, though. Labuschagne on strike, no run called there. Have you ever met any cricketers before? I don't believe so. I'm trying to think in the past. I don't think I've ever met them like face to face. I don't think I've ever said a word to a cricketer that I know of. No, I don't think I have. I've just looked at the side and my mum's just staring at me. What you up to? It should be all right. What you up to? Do you want to come in for a bit of a chat? That one is going to be Labuschagne, who has now gone there for the single, getting through there as well. And it is going to be now England slowly getting through those wickets. They're 5 down. I mean, in this innings as well, says Robert, he has not quite batted yet because they are sitting 5 down, but they did send in that night watchman, and also other tourists in Barbados set aside as well. Says Sebastian there. Of course, I've flown a few helicopters in the past in Barbados, and why Steve Smith be allowed to captain in the next MCG test MCG test as well deserved. He deserved it so much. Will Pat Cummins be captain for next? I believe Pat Cummins, if he is back, he will be the man who will be in charge, because Steve Smith, he will still be vice captain for it, but he will not be in charge of that one as well. I thought I could smell smoke, but I think it's just someone cooking in the kitchen, but it's probably not smoke. It's probably some sort of food, and it smells all right as well, to be fair. At the moment, Cameron Green now going to be 0 from 0 for himself here. He hasn't had the best series so far in terms of with a bat in hand, and it's going to be now Chris Wokes. Bowls it in him. He's going to be edging that one straight out. This is going to be a run-out opportunity. Direct hit would have had Labuschagne gone, but not quite able to connect. And also, we have got there, your mum joined BBL game Amish as well. And says Kevin, she may be going to bed relatively early tonight. I'm not too sure. And Pat Cummins is aiming to be back as well, says Robert. And definitely with him making his way to New South Wales, it does help the case a lot better. But Ollie Pope throwing that one. Marnus would have been gone, but luckily for him, did end up missing. And imagine that, Cameron Green. It would have been worse if he had run out Labuschagne rather than getting himself out in that regard. And Chris Wokes, they know that could have been the chance to run out a very dangerous man in Marnus Labuschagne. Now it's going to be edged down. Third man region, and it's going to be Marnus Labuschagne. 2 runs here for Ollie Pope. He's going to have to put in another chase. That's been able to cut it off, though. Last wicket falling was Travis Head. 51 runs off 54 deliveries for him. And at the moment, it is 5 wickets down for the Australians. Also, we have got there, what is the time in New Zealand? It is currently sitting 7:55 p.m. here in New Zealand. So we're a decent time of the day. The BBL, it is going to be starting at 9:40, but we will be preparing just a little bit earlier on in that one so that I can get kind of so that I can get that apparently, but also so that I can get all prepared for it, work out the lineups, and also work out who is going to be batting, bowling, etc. And also we have got there, Pat Cummins should be back to guide the Australian strategy, or Aussie strategy, sorry. I personally think that Smith's captaincy hasn't been the best as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, it seems like he is a little bit, I guess we could say, green in this situation. Had to do it. Cameron Green at the crease. He just shown the 2 dismissals that he's had, and both times it is actually his off stump, I believe, that does get knocked out of the ground. And unfortunately, I think it is the left foot that just takes a little bit too long to get back across. It's going to be whipped off the legs nicely by Labuschagne. This is going to be another single here for them, and Cameron Green will not have to face the next over. It will be Marnus instead, and that is the end of this one as well. We have some time for your dinner in this busy schedule of live commentary. So pretty much the whole reasoning behind starting just a little bit later or finishing this live stream a little bit earlier and missing about the last 20 minutes or so of the session is so that I can have something quickly to eat before we get to the next live stream of the BBL, because that will be starting at 9:35. So we'll keep a close eye on the clock, and I'm hoping, theoretically, if they did end up all going out or maybe declaring before the end of the session for the Australians, it would be quite nice. I really enjoyed Michael Clark. Captain was the best as well. And the chat, it was Kevin there. And also Partha is in the chat as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. Labuschagne at the moment doing very nicely for his side, sitting on 39 runs off 83, other than his first about 20 or so, or actually it was about the 40 first balls that he did face. He only had about 2 or 3 runs, but now he is going up there. We have got Kid in the chat from Partha as well. A little bit of an edge almost for Labuschagne, playing slightly more aggressive than he normally would for this session, maybe knowing that they want to speed this up a little bit. They want to have plenty of time to be able to bowl out the English. But England, they might just park the bus, as we have seen used quite a few times in this test match so far. He's so close. Labuschagne to being able to connect with that one and get a little edge through to Josh Butler, but he will have to make sure it's a big one so that Josh Butler can take the kind of just crazy catch out to the side like he has earlier on. We'll chat about the Ashes as well, regardless. All things cricket. Says Abasha Marnus advances. Hits it down the ground there for Labuschagne, and that is going to be out mid-wicket way for the 4 runs. Good aggressive shot from Marnus Labuschagne. That is going to be the 150 brought up now for 5 wickets down. But yeah, we will be keeping you guys updated on all of the wickets lost in the Ashes, and also kind of just what is happening in it as well. I'm going to have it on one screen, and then on the other screen we will have the BBL, which we will be talking about, which will be a fast pace. Even though I always talk at a frantic pace for these Ashes live streams, they are also going to be going at a fast pace for the BBL with the Heat taking on the Thunder. I'm wondering who's going to be able to win the toss. I know that Sydney Thunder, theoretically, they will have the call for that one. I have to wait and see whether or not they decide. I think they've actually been deciding to bat first, haven't they? Going to be whipped off the legs of Marnus once again, just keeping that strike rotating. This might even be 2 runs, is it? No, it is just going to be the run. And Cameron Green now going to be on strike as well. So Australia moving closer and closer to being in the lead by 400 runs. That's probably enough at this point anyway, but they will keep on batting for a little bit longer. Who do you think will be player of the match as well? Says Waddles. Ooh, I feel like, Mitchell Starc at the moment has been going very nicely for him. 4 wickets and also getting about 30 runs off the bat, not out. Then saying that maybe you go, it's a tough one because Steve Smith, he's taken a lot of catches. Labuschagne also bringing up 100 and now sitting on 44. So I feel like he's right up there for this game as well. Nicely bowled, and now it's going to be Cameron Green. Hits it down the ground, gets the quick single, got very long legs, so it doesn't take too many steps to be able to get through for that one. But he has got himself now 2 runs from 2 deliveries for Cameron Green. I believe in the first innings he did get 2 runs off 5 deliveries, so he'll want just a 1 more. Stepping across the stumps there as well, when you are such a tall man as well, and that would be great for me if you suggest captain and vice captain, respectively, for upcoming BBL as well. It says Mohammadi there in the chat. Unfortunately, I don't really know how the kind of BBL fantasy works per se, so I don't really know what the role of captain and vice captain get you. Does it mean that you get more points or something along those lines if they do well, or is it something along those lines? It's going to be just a dot ball there. Robinson, 43 runs he has gone for. He also bowled a little bit off spin when they were missing Joe Root, who has returned out onto the field. I'm hoping that he will be able to bat, but he looks like he's very sore in the abdomen kind of region as well. Currently 392. Nathan Lyon's going to be able to go decently in at the later stages of this matchup. That is for sure. He is a dangerous man with the ball in hand. He was able to pick up 3 wickets in the first innings where it was already turning plenty. Robertson now bouncer. Marnus not quite able to get onto it, and that will be the end of the over. 48 down, 155 for 5 here for the Australians. England getting bowled out for 236. They were behind by 237 at the time of getting bowled out. Steve Smith, though, decided not to enforce the follow-on and instead wanted to have another bat for the Australians. So they're getting to chill out in the changing room at the moment, or just in the nice AC as well, the air conditioning all over the place for themselves, and they will be rearing to go for that match at the MCG. That's going to be Boxing Day that next one does take place. Then the match after that, I believe it is the 5th of January. We will go like this, and we will go like this. There we go. That is the test schedule that they have got themselves. It is not going to be in 11 days, though. That is just when I did take the screenshot. Johnny Bairstow on the touchline, and also it is Mark Wood. Would have been great to see him out there, but they have got the match at the SCG for the 4th test and then the 5th test. It's going to be in Hobart, stepping across the crease once again for Cameron Green, and nicely whips it away to the leg side, taken in the deep by Hamid, and that is going to be the 2 runs there for them once again. Josh Butler looking straight into the sky, or looking straight into the sun, I should say. You don't want to be getting it with the ball, that is for sure. Just ask Marnus Labuschagne, his rib at the moment. It will be well and truly a circle just under there when he was hit. That's the thing, he almost got hit slightly in the front as well, so that's probably a very painful place to be getting hit. Not really a lot of padding on there. At the moment now, Mark Wood once again going to be running in nicely, blocked there by Cameron Green. Currently already 20 minutes into the session. It's been absolutely flying by Mark Wood at this stage. He is on the sideline like they are mentioning. Someone who we would have loved to be able to see with that little bit of extra pace here. Is Adelaide going to be only day-night test as well, says Waddles. I believe they have mentioned maybe, I don't know whether or not Hobart have got the lights to be able to play a day-night though, but I know that people were saying that maybe the last test match would be a day-nighter, but I believe instead it will just be a day test for that one as well. But Cameron Green now nicely played, solid behind the ball. And it is just going to be the dot ball. He looks like he's really been working on the technique for the days that he keeps on, unfortunately, getting himself nice and early. And as innings, he does go out, which is good for England, but not so good for Cameron Green. I just realized for Cameron Green, he doesn't actually have, that little chin strap that you get with your helmet, like that little cup thing that they have there that sits on there. He doesn't actually have that. He just literally has a strap around his chin. We have got there, also get there, Baba Azam, as I says for as I do indeed. Very talented batsman for Pakistan, that is for sure. Chris Wokes just trying to do a few keepy ups with the ball as well. It will be pretty soft out there at the moment for that cricket ball. They do get a new ball and a total of, unfortunately for them, 32 overs. So by then, not personally as well. Sebastian there in the chat. At the moment, Cameron Green sitting on 4 runs off 6. Labuschagne sitting on 44 off 88. So going at a strike rate of 50. And bro, he is a living legend as well. He is indeed very good. And Mohammad Rizwan at the top of the order for Pakistan as well. Those two can get some good partnerships going for them. It was unfortunate that they did miss out on the semi-final, or sorry, not the semi-final, the final of the World Cup, because I think they would have gone on to win it as well. Hello, everyone. Great shirt, Amish as well. There's Martin. Thank you very much, mate. It is pretty warm here in New Zealand at the moment, definitely with these lights that I have got myself. So we have got our water, we have got our shirt, fancy shirt, I guess you could say, a bit more fancy than just my standard hoodies that I normally wear for these ones. Hydration. Hope everyone is in a better state than English cricket as well. Says Martin there in the chat. Also, bro, Pakistan played very well in semi-final, but that catch drop as well. Says for us, yeah, very unfortunate to miss out, because that's the thing. They bet India, they bet New Zealand in that group stage, and it seemed like they were going to be going on and possibly winning the whole thing as well. Can England call up a player that's not in the Test squad? I'm not sure whether or not that is possible for them. Unfortunately, I know that it would take a while for the player to get over, but I think with the quarantining rules of Australia, I could be wrong here, depending on the state they are in as well. Like in terms of if it's New South Wales, I think they're a little bit more lenient than they are in certain regions like this one for Pat Cummins, because he was a close contact. He had to isolate for 7 days, but instead he moved back to New South Wales, and then I think he is now allowed to go out training in the gym and whatnot as well. So it's a little bit varying state to state, but I don't know who else. Who would you call over, Kevin, for that one if they do have the injury? Who are you thinking of as well? And there it is going to be tapped away. Marnus Labuschagne just getting himself the single, moving closer and closer to being able to bring up that 50 runs for himself. Australia, they lead by 395 at the moment. And exactly what Amish said, with quarantine, it's difficult as well. Says it Martin there. But Robinson now, he's going to be going for Australia. Next Test series is in Pakistan. What's your thoughts on it as well? Says for us, is it in Pakistan or is it in Australia? For us, do let me know, because if it's in Australia, I'd still say Australia probably have the edge. But we've seen what India were able to do up against Australia on home soil. And Pakistan, if they can bat time and also just very effective with Shian Afridi into that bowling lineup. Who else have they got for the opening bowlers for Pakistan? They've also got a couple of very capable spinners as well that might like the conditions. And Australia, that's going to be once again another single for Cameron Green, moving up onto 5 runs of 9 deliveries. Freddie Flintoff, time to step out of the car and bowl a few as well. Says Sebastian there. I believe we do get to see only Freddie for like those charity matches and whatnot. They do come around every once in a while. I know that rugby versus cricket we'll get to see maybe Daniel Vittori once again decides to have a little bit of a bowl. He was able to get himself, I think, 3 wickets in that last one for rugby versus cricket. It is going to be now Robinson. Short ball hit in the air from Labuschagne, slapped away to the offside where it is. Johnny Bairstow in the shade. I don't know, off a free beer, he will be fine as well, says Donna DV there for Freddie Flintoff. At the moment, 160 runs here for Australia. They are looking pretty decent at this point in time, you'd say. That's the thing. It's got an 85% chance for Australia to be able to win, 2% chance for England, and then the draw is sitting at 13% chance as well. I'd probably even have that a little bit higher in favour of Australia, depending on when they decide to declare, because I feel like 400 already would probably be enough runs with the way that the pitch is playing, definitely with a little bit of that off spin from Nathan Lyon, even less spin from Labuschagne if they get desperate enough to try out a different type of bowler for a different spin and delivery. Bouncer there to Cameron Green as well. Bro, Pakistan whitewash Bangladesh in their home ground 3-0 as well in T20 and 2 in the test. And that's 2 in their home ground as well, says for us. So, it's going to be a no ball there for Robinson, unfortunately, which of course is not going to be in the situation of being a free out on this one. Imagine presenting Top Gear pissed as well, says Sebastian there. Yeah, I feel like Top Gear cars cars and alcohol, I think we all know this, they don't mix very well overall. Running the two there for them, and it is going to be Ben Stokes going to the bowler's end, and it is going to be a good run too for Labuschagne, who now moves up onto. Little sneeze for myself there, but for us, is that series, is it going to be in Pakistan versus Australia, or will it be in Australia? Do let me know, because I think that heavily impacts the result. And how many test matches is it? Do let me know as well. But Robinson there won't be too happy with that. He has gone for quite a few runs so far in terms of this matchup compared to how many maidens he was able to get in the last kind of session of the, or kind of last innings, sorry, of this matchup. But Robinson sitting on 49. He's getting close to bringing up his 50 as well, alongside Marnus Labuschagne, who's sitting on 46 at the moment, is in Pakistan. Yes, I feel like Pakistan, they should definitely have the advantage. Australia next test series is in Pakistan as well, says Faraz. Oh, that's going to be a good series. I feel like Nathan Lyon will love those conditions. Also, maybe Mitchell Stark getting plenty of pace on that ball, but overall it should be relatively close as well. And also we have got there, why the hell do they sell alcohol in petrol stations? The temptation is always there. As well, says Sebastian. I guess that's a very good point, Sebastian. Although I guess, could you say the same about like cigarettes at a petrol station? Because you're not supposed to smoke at a petrol station, are you? But then they sell them right there as well. But I guess it's kind of different because you're taking, like, you're allowed to smoke in your car once you've gone away, rather than, like, I don't know many people who like buy alcohol and then just chug it right outside the store, or like it smokes right outside the store type thing. But I guess the alcohol side of it, it's a good point. Maybe if I become mayor of Waimate, I'll be able to say, oi, no more alcohol being sold at petrol stations. Instead, sell like those chocolate muffins. Those chocolate muffins from petrol stations, those are normally pretty nice and more like one of those like rotating hot dog dispensaries as well. And also, I agree with the porn magazines, though. Always welcome, says Sebastian. There's our Irish, says David Taylor. Welcome into the live stream, mate. You have caught us in an interesting time of the conversation. And also, lucky you, only the supermarkets and liquor stores here and pubs as well. Oh, do we not actually have alcohol at petrol stations here in New Zealand? Also, very exciting generation. I agree, very exciting generation of players and a great team being built as well. But do you think they are focused on Test cricket as well, says Martin there? And who you got winning the BBL tonight? Do you think Lynn will find his form tonight? I assume he will have a decent chance. David Milan being brought in to the bowling attack. I'm excited for this one. Warriors lost today. Not so excited about that, though, for you there, Warriors fan, but I hope you are well. Other than that result, then hi, David, or hi, Sebastian, says David there in the chat. But David Milan, they haven't got Joe Root, which does now mean that we do get to see a little bit of Milan. See, I think he's leg spin, isn't he? Yes, he is. Oh, it's a good region straight away for David Milan. And Marnus Labuschagne does bowl a bit of leg spin himself, so that is going to be a battle and a half between these two men. Cameron Green, he's got plenty of height, and if you can get a little bit of flight, perhaps he takes on the big shot. Milan might be able to take out the pigs, but that was actually a very good leg spinner for a start. Yeah, I wish I like WTF as well there. And the chat says, David. We have got the BBL a little bit later on tonight that we will be covering. Also talking about the Ashes. A little bit leg side-ish for Milan, and they are once again going to be working it away to the leg side. Oh. Okay, I've just heard a little bit of something on the commentary, and it is going to be the fact that Steve Smith, when he was asked about why he sent England back, or he didn't send England back in, he said that he had a theory, and he is going to explain it straight after the test match. So we will get to work out the thinking. I believe it would have been, or the obvious one would have been to try and give the bowlers a bit more of a rest, but I'm sure there's another reason for Steve Smith, the fact that he wanted to give his side a little bit more time batting or something, get some form into the MCG. He's always a thinker man, Steve Smith. He's got different tactics than a lot of other captains, that is for sure. So you got the heat winning as well, says Aiden there. I feel like we shouldn't tell you, Aiden, because you'll probably put like $200 on it at this stage. I mean, they're the home side, but Sydney Thunder have certainly got some talented batsmen. Alex Hale's another man who hasn't really fired so far this season. If he fires, Chris Lynn fires, it's going to be a high-scoring game between those two sides, that is for sure. But Milan so far going for 3 singles. Nicely worked weights again, and it's going to be fielded nicely by, I believe it was Jimmy Anderson. Declare, please, as well. Says Masagwa there in the chat. And yeah, at the moment, that's the thing. They lead by 403 runs. They seem pretty happy with where they are at the moment, but they've still got men who they want to try and wear down for the bowling attack of England. Just a little bit too short, I'd say, from David Milan for a start for that first over, but not too bad overall, only going for the 4 runs. It's going to be the end of the first over for him. Ashes is the best test series in cricket until Pakistan versus India play a series as well, says Faraz. Do you know when that series is going to be taking place? for us, do let me know. And also for me, it's because he wanted to make sure they did not lose as well. Most important in gaining series pressure as well. Very Kane Williamson as well, says Martin Kelly there. And Warriors lost today without Steph Curry. Says Warriors fan. That seems to be a common occurrence. When they got Steph Curry, they're winning. When they haven't got Steph Curry, they don't seem to be winning as often if they do win as well. At the moment, the last over from Double Milan wasn't looking too bad. Labuschagne sitting on 48 off 92. Who is going to be bowling next? We can see there in the changing room. Well, not the changing room, really. It's the dugout type thing. They've got Travis here, Joe Richardson, Alex Carey will be the next man in to the crease. Steve Smith's actually got a pen and paper, so he's writing down stuff as well. Going to be a nice shot out through the cover region by Labuschagne. Moves up onto 49, not out now. Might be able to bring up another 50 for that man. Josh Butler, it looks like he's struggling to see at the moment. India versus Pakistan match in T20 World got 167 million views. That's a world record as well for the T20 World Cup. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. The fact that everyone was watching that game. And yeah, it was a decent result for Pakistan as well while we're at it. Being able to beat India and that massive fixture. So hopefully we do get to see that matchup very soon. And there we go. But England, pace versus green at the moment. They've been just a little bit too short. That's a better delivery from Robinson, but it is going to be worked away to the leg side just for the single once again here. Stokes fielding it in the deep. At the moment, Butler, he will be waiting to get another opportunity. I check up. I'm the same age as Joe Root. We are young lads as well, says Kevin Thomas. Right. I'm going to have a look and see how old Joe Root is. Or should I try and guess how old Joe Root is? I haven't actually looked it up. I'll take my hands off the keyboard. Joe Root. 30? Is he 30? And also, well, you could retire Hamish if you got that many views as well. And that says not a DB there. And also, we have got there, bro. That's a very close call match. Pakistan just going to lose that match as well. And that one for Faraz, but that is going to be the 50 for Marnus Labuschagne. Well batted by him once again, bringing up back-to-back half centuries. Can he bring up back-to-back hundreds here for Labuschagne? 12 test 50 and 20 matches, 600s. So half of the time he does go on and get himself right to the century. And he will just keep on batting Marnus Labuschagne. He's fired up at the moment and he is still ready to go. Having a bit of a chat with one of the men in the dugout, I think it was, or having a thumbs up at them anyway now. Robinson advancing down the wicket there, Chris Green. Little bit of a misfield. Yes, no is the call. And almost Cameron Green on his way by the looks of it. At the moment, it is going to be a total of 406 that Australia lead by. Doing very nicely for themselves here, that is for sure. For anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here for this session. We are going to be back for the BBL just a little bit later on tonight. It's currently sitting 8:15 p.m. here in New Zealand. The BBL starts at 9:40, but we will be probably stopping our live stream with about 15 minutes, so around 9:25, an hour and 10 minutes time. We will be stopping it and going over to our BBL, where we will be talking all things Ashes still, but it will also be alongside the KFC Big Bash. Lovely cover drive there from Cameron Green. Jamie Anderson trying to cut this ball off and stop it from going to the boundary, and he does just that. How many runs did they get? They just got the 2 between the wickets there. But Robertson here has also brought up his half 50, or half century, I should say, as well. Nicely played down the ground from Cameron Green. Keeps the head low. Also just keeps that arm up, making sure it goes along the ground. At the moment, Cameron Green, that's actually 11 runs off 20. I'm not sure when the last time was that he did get double figures, because he didn't get it in the first innings of the last match, I don't believe. But the partnership at the moment, 27 runs off 36 deliveries. It'll be nicely worked to the leg side by Cameron Green once again. Also, Amen was good as well. Chat from Exav. Welcome back to the live stream. I hope you are doing well. 52 overs down at the moment here for Australia, and they are sitting on 168 for 5. Sorry, 171 for 5. Has just updated itself. Microwave egg cooker is what I'm getting advertised now. I tell you what, you see a whole heap of random stuff every day, don't you? Place the eggs in, steam them in the microwave, and then you just give it a wee old shake, and then the shells slide right off as well. That man was just eating an egg in a suit. I feel like that's a risky game, because if you end up getting any type of yolk on that suit, it's going to stain big time. It's like how I have my white shirt of this, and I ended up dropping a small little tiny piece of chocolate on it, and now just had the stain. But it was luckily not this shirt. I still got this one. David Milan tries the leg spinner. That's a big shot from Labuschagne, but it goes straight out to the man underneath there, Ben Stokes. It's just going to be the single, but it looks like Labuschagne, now that he's got a 50, he's going to start being the aggressor into those innings, and I believe Cameron Green will be the same. They'll want to try and get themselves up to a lead of 450 at this point of time by the end of the session. And then they may consider declaring. Like they've said there, if you tell Marnus Lavashane that he's not allowed to play the game like a T20, he will, just to try and prove you wrong a little bit more. At the moment, he does love a little bit of leg spin. He bowls it himself, and normally the guys who do bowl the spin know how to play it as well. Nicely played down the ground for Cameron Green, and once again, it is just going to be the single. They have got the man at deep mid-wicket in Ben Stokes, was able to take a screamer of a catch up against Travis Head to get his 50 as well, though. Although he did go out on 51, and also we have got the Warriors lost today without their whole starting lineup as well, says the Warriors fan. What was the score? And that one, Warriors fan, do let me know. Now Milan once again going to be bowling this one. Marnus Lavashane strikes that one a lot nicer, or does he? Straight to Ben Stokes. And that is going to be Marnus now out on 51 as well. He's not happy. Hits it straight to Ben Stokes in the deep. And that is going to be him out for 51 as well. Alex Carey got out for 51 in the first innings. 51 is a common number here for the Australians. But that is going to be Marnus Lavashane. He is on his way, and now they are going to be 6 down here for the Australians. Tries the slog sweep, hits the ball hard. Speaking of hitting the ball hard, I believe next they will be sending out Mitchell Starc to be able to... No, sorry, they've still got Alex Carey. This batting lineup is deep here for the Australians. That is 100 to 119 as well. See the Warriors fan there, Lavashane out there from Sebastian Matt. Well, better from Marnus Lavashane, 51 of 96. He's not too happy with that shot, though, with the fact that he did, unfortunately, end up going out. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be covering the BBL game between the Heat and the Thunder. And at this stage, seems like Australia may have finished batting by the time that I do transfer over to that one, which will be in about an hour and 25 minutes time, or actually about an hour's time, because I will give myself 15 minutes to get some food and get all prepared, get my voice back, and get rearing to go for a little bit of BBL action. I've been missing the BBL. We have had about 4 days in a row. Hello, mate. Bit late today. Nice shirt you have there as well, says Betty Wagner. Thank you very much, mate. It is relatively hot here at the moment, so I decided the shirt would be the way to go rather than the jersey that we do normally have. It's very tropical looking, getting into summer, getting near Christmas as well, and to have a Coke as well as this Amos Spencer. I mean, this is all I need, really. The water, plenty of hydration from today, that is for sure. There we go. Keeps the voice going. It is going to be Dava Milan, though, picking up a wicket at test match level, which is pretty awesome for him as well. Petty good vibes in the chat from Sebastian, so welcome in. And yeah, I hope you are excited for the BBL a little bit later on. And also, Leicester Tigers, they will be playing Connacht. That will be the 2 a.m. game that we will be covering on the channel as well. Plenty of talk and plenty of the vocal cords being used, that is for sure. Dava Milan now. A little bit of a leg spin, a bit uppish there from Alex Carey, but hits it down the ground. And it looks like they are going to be just getting the single. So he is off the mark. How good are Australia, Seb? And the chat. And hey, mate, see that paddy wagon there. And the chat as well. But Dava Milan at the moment. It looks like there aren't really too many footholes or kind of those foot marks ending up on the pitch yet, which means Nathan Lyon normally likes to aim for them in the later days of the test match. But this pitch has been put together extremely well. Yeah, just say the groundskeepers and the pitch people, they have done extremely well to keep this one looking as pristine as it has. That's a good ball there for Dava Milan. The wrong in there from as well. Tell you what, this is looking good from Dava Milan. 6 days till Christmas as well, says Betty Wagon. Yeah, get him very close. Look at that for the wrong, and comes back in. Really ends up cramping up. And also we have got there, don't know, mate, they're getting bowled out. As I see Sebastian there in the chat. Dava Milan now. Is that the wrong? And no, it is just a classic leggy. He has knocked it over to Rory Burns. That is the end of another Dava Milan over. Good bowling from him so far. Picking up that big wicket of Marnus Lavashane. And now Cameron Green and Carey both going to be at the crease. They are leading by 411 runs. Marnus, he hit the ball hard. Unfortunately for him, he hit it straight to Ben Stokes, though hardly had to take a step to the side there. And Marnus, he will be a bit disappointed with that one. He hit it decently. It could have been a 6 if he did get just a little bit more of it, and we would roll on Christmas as well there. And the chat says that Donna, and yeah, Christmas just around the corner. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, what are your plans for Christmas? Are you heading round to the families or something along those lines? I know that different countries have different restrictions at the moment. So are you guys, is anyone having a virtual Christmas like over Zoom? I still need to do my shopping, or I need to do my shopping still as well, says Betty Wagon. It's getting closer and closer. If you are doing it online, some places won't be able to kind of go, I was going to say agree, but can't confirm that it will be before Christmas as well. You will never be able to chase 400 runs anyways as well, says Amy Spencer there. In the chat, Joe Root He's going to be bowling now, giving himself a little bit of a warm-up. Abdomen was not too great from earlier on in the day. How's he going now? Nicely bowled by him as well. He's not looking too bad. He's still looking a little bit stiff, though, Joe Root. He's looking like he's got a bit of a limp going. And I feel like maybe he's regretting his decision to give himself a bowl. Maybe just wanted to test it out, stretch it out a little bit here from as well. On the leg side, Alex Geary not quite getting the edge on it. I need to do my shopping still. Fama coming here, 11 people, I think, as well. Says that Paddy Wagon there. Alex Geary at the moment sitting on 1 run off 3. He was able to bring up 51 runs in the first innings for Australia. Cameron Green at the moment here as well. I haven't even put a tree up as well. There's Amos Spencer. That's going to be a big shot from Alex Geary. Here goes, bang. And he's really struck that one nicely. Almost a 6, but just a 1 bounce 4 there for Alex Geary. And he's only been out there for 3 balls and already striking it like he's been out there for 50. Australia now have a lead by 415 runs. A little bit more aggressive here for Alex Geary. And that's the thing. He is actually, normally you call him a specialist T20 batsman, but he's been playing very well in the test match as well. And just put a grand on the heat as well. Says Aiden there. That is possibly not the best idea depending on how it goes. I can also see the Thunder win in that game though, is the big problem. But now at this stage, Ben Stokes throws it in from the deep. And it is going to be now taken nicely by Josh Butler. At the moment, Alex Geary sitting on 6 runs off 5 deliveries. Cameron Green sitting on 12 runs off 24. It doesn't look like Steve Smith's in any hurry at the moment to go out there. He's just trying to push down on a button or trying to put his finger back into place by the looks of it there. Justin Lang is like, what are you doing to your finger, mate? And Steve's going, it's broken. Maybe he'll even bowl a little bit. In the later stage, you might get an opportunity for him as well. But they've still got Jai Richardson, still got Mitchell Starc, and still got Nathan Lyon. I would think once again they probably won't bowl or they won't bat Nathan Lyon. I'll put an extra 500 for good measure as well. And also we've got that at my parents' house. Everyone has a number of presents, and I only have one as well. It's going to be going back across field there. And Aiden, do you know where the donation button is on the channel? Perhaps could be a good idea. Invest your money in the Kiwi lads. We will get another shirt and a green screen. A little bit of the leg spinner from Joe Root. Didn't quite get it right though. And also we have there. Do you know what the next All Blacks fixture is, Hamish, as well? Bowled him. And that's going to be Alex Geary gone. And that's Joe Root picking up now another wicket. 7 wickets now down for the Australians. And it is going to be 180 for 7 as well. I'll be happy or crying tonight as well. And also, I believe the next All Blacks one will be in around July or something. It kind of tried to cut that one, Alex Geary, and unfortunately ended up just hitting it straight onto the stumps there with a little play and on. So now they will bring out Mitchell Starc to the crease. Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Jai Richardson. They are the 3. Jai Richardson can hit a long ball, though, that is for sure. We did see that earlier on for when that man tried to smack the ball around. He was smacking it big time. And also that face, you're like bowled him as well, and a Kermit voice as well. And Paddy Wagon has said this one. Yeah, that's the one. You'll put that up on the screen there from Paddy Wagon. And you've got a Christmassy bauble there as your picture as well, which I feel like is good in that regard because you are right in the festive season. We have got there Gary out, as I said, Sebastian, and also Gary as the goat. And that there says Hamish Spencer there. And that, yeah, but unfortunately for Alex Geary, I told you, Hamish Spencer, they're falling. As I said, Sebastian there, Mitchell Starc now making his way out to the crease, and also Paddy the legend with the 10 out of 10 as well, says Sebastian there. Yeah, hugely appreciated indeed. 180 at the moment for Australia, 7 down. Do they lose all of their wickets in this session? I believe it was the most popular in terms of which session they would end up losing their wickets in. It was sitting at a total weight. Is this the first donation of the day? It is indeed. It's actually almost, other than George, it is the first donation of the Ashes as well that we have received on the channel. And it is Mr. none other than our moderator, Mr. Paddy Wagon, who was that man who did it. And also we have got there, when England bat again, should England put Stokes and Butler in first and just go for it as well, says Darren. I don't know. I feel like they'll try and do it very slowly. They'll just kind of edge away at it. And then if they can see that they're not going to have enough time to be able to chase down the runs, another leg spinner there from Joe Root. Oh, no, sorry, that was David Milan. I wonder if it was a leg spinner. And you still have to chase 417 as well. And also we have got there, I am. It's just waking up. How are you doing? Both BBO and Ashes stream today. They will overlap as well, says Sports Sudan. So pretty much what our plan is once we are in the position of the BBL starting, we are going to be switching over to that live stream. But yeah, it is going to be in that situation of we will be talking about the Ashes on the BBL live stream, but we will be focusing on the BBL. How you doing, man? As well, says X7. I'm doing very well, thank you. And I have a feeling I want to donate 100 to you, but I don't know how I'm going to yet as well, says it Dwabs there. So you have a feeling, just like the Black Eyed Peas. And they said that it is a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night, and it certainly is going to be because we've got a whole heap of cricket, whole heap of rugby, whole heap of action on the Kiwi Lads channel. So if you guys are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button as it is usually appreciated. Dava Milan at the moment going for 2 runs off his first delivery. Nice bit of spin for Dava Milan. And now it is going to be, once again, Mitchell Starc. For the first time he is on strike. He was sitting on about 38 not out in that first innings, I believe it was. But Joe Root just getting that one to slide back in. And it was Joe Root who was able to pick up the wicket. So bowling himself there must have felt confident that he did have in that situation. If England win, I'll spew says, what's your wins, or what's the next Premiership rugby game? We have got Leicester Tigers versus, they aren't playing a Premiership side, but they are going to be playing up against Connacht as well, and that's going to be later on. And also we have got there, is that what it is as well? So it is for the Champions Cup that is going to be coming up. Nicely bowled once again for Dava Milan, getting a bit of spin on it after all these games, a whole lot of sleeping, as I says Paddy Wagon, exactly right. And I feel like I'm going to be sleeping for 12 hours tomorrow, or like tonight, I should say, so that I'm well and truly rejuvenated for the final day of Test match cricket. And also brother Paddy Wagon in the chat says that David there as well. It's a nice cut shot from, it was Mitchell Starc going into the deep. Ben Stokes fields it, and they do just take the single here. Cameron Green at the moment, he can hit a long ball. This thing, a lot of these tall fellows, they are able to do very nicely. We all got there. We're not talking about England winning, but drawing. Aussie losing the victory as well in the chat. Sets up action there, and hello, mate, says Paddy Wagon. Yeah, at the moment, for the way that the odds are sitting, England have a 2% chance of winning this one compared to 85% chance of Australia and a 13% draw as well. Paddy, what is your profile picture? Remind me of a hamster and a wolf inside it as well. Where is the hamster? I'm seeing 2 wolves there, and England can't chase 421 runs. As well, says David Spencer there as well. But that is the end of another over. 55 overs down at the moment here, and it is looking decent for England to maybe be able to get Australia out this one. And how does a draw work in cricket? Pretty much it means that neither side get the win, and it just kind of counts as, I guess, a dead rubber in some regards. So it is a 5-match series, and from that, so far, Australia have won 1. They're my thumb. If it's a draw, we'll go with this one. This one's the draw, so pretty much it gets put out to the side. I'll just snap that off real quick. No, pretty much that's going to be out to the side. So that's the wins for Australia. That's the draws for the match, and then we'll say that this is the wins for England. So at the moment, that's going to be the wins for England, but they're missing. So that's what we've got at the moment. So it is going to be, if they draw, it means that no one gets that one, and then there are still these 3 here that they are going to be playing towards. And if if Australia get 1 more of those, then they have retained the Ashes as well. And also we've got the stomach is as in the middle as well, and on the brown outside, it looks like a face or something like that on the top as well. And also if it comes down to Australia's bowling, this is all in vain at the moment as well. And how does a draw work? And also Australia are a good team, but England are better, says XF there. And also your brain is really is unable at the moment. It's not about the chase, it's about hanging on for that draw there. Now it is going to be going down the ground as well. There was a workout for the forearm as well for that one, moving the fingers in all kinds of directions. My fingers aren't very flexible, unfortunately for myself there. But now it is going to be Joe Root now going for 3 runs off the very first ball of it is over. Mitchell Starc now on strike, and he can hit a long ball, might even be able to hit a 6 for this one. Have Australia hit any 6s? I don't believe they've got a single 6 so far in this innings. So perhaps this will be a good opportunity. Playing sensibly though. And also we've got there, what country are you going for as well? I'm pretty impartial for this matchup, so whoever wins, I will still be pretty impressed with the performance from themselves. Now it's going to be Joe Root, drags that one down a little bit outside of the off stump, and now deep cover will be cutting it out. I swear if England draw this as well, says Dwubs, would be very impressive in that regard if they were able to somehow get themselves in that position in Australia all the way. Says that Dwubs there for who he is going for. And they won a little bit of a, is that a floater or a knuckleball type thing for Joe Root? He's got all the variations at the moment. At the moment, there's a very good over from Joe Root, and that is going to be 56 overs down now. And they are going to be sitting on 189 for 7 there as well. I'm about to sneeze again. I don't know why, but all of a sudden it's a sneezing day for myself. That's not how I normally sneeze. I don't know why I sneeze like that. I don't know what I was thinking. David Warner earlier on, they were showing him in the kind of Australian area, and he did go achoo and held his nose, and he kind of blew himself backwards on his chair. Just showing the dismissals that we have so far. Brilliant catches from Joss Butler at times, but then other times he has been struggling just a little bit with the gloves in hands. And 230 all outs is number there. England have got Root, Stokes, and more better players as well. Says Xav there. And also they won Australia too good. And the chat Says Hamish Spencer. That's a big shot from Mitchell Starc over the top, and that is going to be going out near the mid-wicket boundary. 2 runs for Starc, and he is still going to be on strike for Dava Milan. So they've gone with the spinners here, and I think this is more strategic for England, trying to see whether or not they can get it so that they just end up kind of wearing down the, or I guess you could say trying to make them get caught out in the deep as well. We have got another donation on the channel. It's from David. David, you didn't put a message, David. Do you want me to put something else up on the screen for you, mate? Do let me know. At this stage, it is going to be Mitchell Starc once again working it for the single as well. We have got there the man 10 says Fatty Wagon there, and also Trooper. England have been struggling a lot against Aussie, says 12, and England need 400 runs to get the draw. So imagine it won't happen as well, says Hamish Spencer. So the big question is, how many overs are they going to have left to be able to get the opportunity at it? Because if they do end up, I guess, losing a heap of wickets in a hurry at the start, England, they will just go into full-on defensive mode, trying to bat out the remainers. It's going to be the leg spinner, beautifully bowled by Dava Milan. Tell you what, these part-time spinners are doing very nicely for England at the moment. They are just showing the Alex Carey didn't end up losing his wicket. No, good, my man, as well. And the chat says, David there. We do appreciate your donation, mate. At the moment, those are flying up on this one. England are embarrassing, says Hamish Spencer. They're doing all right at the moment. They had a good session in the morning as well. And also, we've got the Hamish. I have a tongue twister for you as well, says Twubs. Go for it, mate. As long as it doesn't have anything that sounds offensive, I'm up for it as well. But do let me know which one you have got. Oh, it's going to be Dava Milan just finding his mark, getting ready to go. Gone for 3 runs so far off this over. 2 deliveries left. Cameron Green on strike, sitting on 20 runs off of 33. Oh, he's just missed that ball. He just absolutely tried to spank it to the boundary. But Joe Root, he's going to have to chase this one down. And the worst thing is, it is going to be pulling up as well for Joe Root. Oh, he throws it as well. That won't feel too good for the abdomen. But they were able to get through for the 3 runs as well. And also, we've got there, what if Australia win as well, says Warriors fan. If they do win, they will be up to 2. It's close to the off stump. Josh Butler just had to sit there and hope that he didn't hit it straight at him. Almost got nailed with it, Josh Butler. Probably lucky that Cameron Green did not connect with him at the moment. Now it is going to be Mitchell Starc on strike, though. Nice delivery once again from Dava Milan and getting themselves another single here for the Australians at the moment. Starc sitting on 5 runs off 8 deliveries. Cameron Green sitting on 20 runs off 34, and that is going to be the end of another over. Is Ollie Pope here going to have a bowl? Is that what's happening? And at the moment, they're saying that Josh Butler, at the moment, the way that he moved as well, the Aussies are wasting their own time here batting. I don't mind it as well. And I'm so sick of the English thinking they can win as well, says Hamish Spencer. Although at this stage, the thing is, like, the reason they have the live win probability, like, England is sitting 2%, but they are not sitting 0. So in a weird way, yes, it's extremely unlikely at this point in time, but there's still never an impossible moment. We could see Josh Butler and also Joe Root put together a 300-run partnership and win this game for them or something. Oh, Mitchell Starc, has he just hurt his back? Yes, he has. And that might be the case of something happening bad. Imagine if they don't have themselves a Mitchell Starc there for their bowling attack. We have got their Mitch Starc will get 50 as well, says Hamish Spencer. He looks like he's probably hurt a disc or something there. Just ending up over swinging that one. Does YouTube take half of your donated, Hamish? How work as well, says Kevin. They do get a percentage of it as well. I'm not too sure whether or not I can say what the percentage is, though. It's Joe Root nicely bowled. And now Mitchell Starc will have to test that back because he is going to be trying to run between the wickets. How's he going here? Because that's the thing. If he can't bowl, he's still holding his back. Mitchell Starc might have just hurt himself badly and try and say it as well. My tongue twister is she sells seashells by the seashore as well. Says it to us. I know that there is also Shelley sat on the stool. Try and say that 5 times fast. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me how you go. Now, it is Shelley sat on the stool. See how you go. But now it is going to be Joe Root once again here. Still going to be bowling. I can hear a voice somewhere around. I can't see where they are. I can hear my mum. I think she is behind me, behind the green screen. I could just hear Joe Root in the distance. That is going to be nicely done by England once again. That's going to be 200 runs, though. Mitchell Starc still holding his back here. He doesn't look like he's too happy at the moment, Mitchell Starc. And if he has hurt himself badly, this could be one less bowler that they will have for their bowling attack, and that is the pace that they will be missing as well of Mitchell Starc. He's just swung that one. He's hit it hard. He's hit it high. He's hit it long. He's hit it for 6 as well, Mitchell Starc, so that will test out the muscles in the back. He's still holding his back, though, and I feel like overswinging like that would not have been good. He's actually dropped down now, Mitchell Starc. Looks like he is still trying to kind of shake it out a little bit. This could not just be in this match. Maybe if Mitchell Stark has done something serious, he could be out for a couple more. You can see the grimace on his face. He holds the back straight away. It was when he originally tried to add that ball to the league side, and also wanted to tell you as well. And she sells socks as well. No bit rude as well. And she sells socks. Nice one. And how it's going to be at the moment. So they're saying it's the opposite side of the pull down when he's bowling. Yeah, for him as well. So it is going to be actually that one. He looks like he's still on his back. I'd argue maybe he's just testing out the bowling action here. See if he is going to be all right. I would argue that depending on how many runs they're after here, would you not just retire him as hurt? And not risk him to hurt himself even worse? Because if you tell Mitchell Stark, oi, just hit the ball lightly. Don't swing too hard here, because or else you'll hurt your back. What's Mitchell Stark going to do? He's going to go try and hit it 115 meters. And now he's testing out the golf swing while he's at it. So they're just getting a little bit of treatment here for Mitchell Stark, seeing if he can still swing through. But I feel like they don't need to risk him here, and this isn't helping Australia actually by wasting time here currently as well. I think he's popping a couple with paracetamol maybe. See whether or not he is going to be able to continue at the moment. Bolland, Scott Bolland it is, out on the field. He actually played for the Hobart Hurricanes very recently as well in the BBL, and they are playing tomorrow night up against the Perth Scorchers, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, because we are going to be covering that one on the channel as well. We will be transferring over to a BBL live stream, hopefully, theoretically. And like they're saying, if you tweak your side, you can't play the shot that Mitchell Stark just did. He hit it about 85 meters, and Hamish say, pad kid poured curd pulled cod as well. Is that even a sentence? Pad kid poured curd pulled cod as well. And hello as well. Says Kashmiri, welcome into the live stream. While the Warriors will win on Tuesday as well. And at the moment, he's holding, it's almost the middle of the back there for Mitchell Stark, but he's going to test that out once again, just trying to shuffle it out a little bit here. Almost hits it onto a stump, and that would have been probably the best case scenario for him in that situation. Double Milani is ready to go. Stark still stretching it out. I feel like the more he stretches it, the worse it will probably get for him as well. Nice work from Double Milan to get that edge of Mitchell Stark. But yeah, if Mitchell Stark can't bowl, that is one man out of the bowling attack. I don't think they'll need too many other than Nathan Lyon. He's once again tried to smack that one to the leg side. Every time it does it, I feel like that's going to make it just a little bit worse for himself. And Warriors are still playing NRL this season as well, or the cricket one as well, says Dwight. So he is talking about the NBA Warriors there. The Golden State Warriors and our all as well. And the chat says, Kashmiri, I'm very excited for the rest of this game, and also for the BBL that is coming around the corner very soon. We are going to be covering the game between the Brisbane Heat and the Sydney Thunder. That is 1 hour away from getting underway. So anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Drag down there by Double Milan. And at the moment, Josh Butler's kind of sitting there going, what do you want me to do with that one, mate? Joe Root has to chase this one. This will test out the back muscles. But once again, at the Adelaide Oval, is going to pull up a little bit in BBL in the chat as well. See, there was Warriors fans there under Dwubs. And then also as well, says Dwubs there. And then the chat as well, but Double Milan just dragging it down. Cameron Green getting himself in a decent position, almost swings through, hits Josh Butler with his bat, which wouldn't have been ideal. Feel like that would have probably quite hurt the head of Josh Butler, even though he has got a helmet on. Cameron Green, he pack a pretty big punch, bigger punch than a cricket ball, I would think, with a bat in hand. Mitchell Stark now on strike. Double Milan, side of the off stump. Great shot there from Mitchell Stark. We go straight down the ground to Robinson, who was covering it there. They move up to 449 ahead at the moment for Australia. So they're looking like they want to get to 500 perhaps here. They don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon for this one. 450 runs. There's still plenty of time left in the day. As Owen also Warriors fan has said, BBL, I'm so dumb. And there as well. Don't worry, I am as well. Double Milan now. He is going to be 5 runs off his first 4 deliveries of this one. A little bit pitched up. And Cameron Green once again getting himself a single. These are good runs for Cameron Green as well. He has lacked a little bit of confidence with the bat in hand, but he has gone on now to make 27 off 38. And it certainly helps when you're in a situation where the pressure is off in this place. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you go out, you go out. You're leading by 450, I can say, and spell the longest word in the world as well. And I won't copy and paste it. Says it Dwubs there. Is that supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Is it that one? Is that the longest word? Anyone who can spell that Wales town name, I think it was. It's a completely just 100 letters or whatever it is for that one. That's going to be the end of the over. 59 overs down now. And it looks like we are going to be having some drinks for this one. So I will have a drink as well Cheers. Tink. Although my microphone's here, so you wouldn't have been able to hear it. There we go. That was the tink of the glass. And we have got there. Would you say that Aussies will bowl well enough to avoid the draw as well? Says Sebastian. They should be able to, but if they haven't got Mitchell Stark, that makes me a little bit concerned. Nathan Lyon, though, he's still going to get a fifer. So it depends on what the other pacers will be able to do for it. This water is very warm, but that is all right. 85% chance of Australia being able to win this game at the moment. 13% for the draw and 2% for the English side as well. And that is also, that's how you spell the Wales stay on name as well. And there, it's impressive. It is nicely done, that is for sure. At the moment, they are just showing super cheap auto. A little bit of an advertisement. Of course, anyone who hasn't got your Christmas gifts ready yet should probably get to it. Definitely if you are ordering online, or else you will end up in that situation of possibly missing out on the Christmas delivery. I may have done that for one of the things that I did buy for my sister. It says that it could either arrive between the 22nd or the 29th. Fingers crossed it's the earlier ones, but luckily she's here until, I think, the new year, so it does mean that she will hopefully still be able to get it anyway at that stage, but it might be a little bit late. Messed up a little bit there. I underestimated how long it would take to ship it out. So at the moment, it is just going to be a few drinks for the ladies and gentlemen at the crowd as well for the Adelaide Oval. And also we have got the please out. My brain is going insane with all these long words as well there. And the chat says, Dwubs, yeah, words are difficult. What is one word that you guys always misspell? I feel like that's a good question. I feel like a lot of people misspell calendar, don't they? I don't know whether I do. What letter do I put at the end? E or an A? That's the question, isn't it? And hi, Abash, I forgot to say that as well. Says Warriors fans are welcome into the live stream. Usman Khawaja will not be playing for the Sydney Thunder tonight, but he will certainly be hoping they will be able to get themselves a win. They are just zoomed right in on Mitchell Stark's back, and he keeps on reaching for it. Mitchell Stark, is he fallen over? Yes, he's lying on the ground, and he's getting a bit of a nice massage on the ground as well. And also we have got their calendar. Says Rob, I believe it's is it the top one? Is it the top one or is it the bottom one? Mitchell Stark at the moment just getting a little bit of a rub down for himself here. Whoa. It's a bit magical, isn't it? It just all of a sudden appeared. Thank you very much. This is cold. This is much better than the warm stuff. Oh, it's very cold as well. It's the top one. I thought it was with the A as well. Now I've got another glass, so we'll put that one over here as well. We've got them all over the place at the moment. I will quickly. Is that a real word, Dwubs? Methionine, renione, glutamilionil. Don't even know if I spelt that right. Does that mean like you've got a gluten intolerance or something? Because that's also called gluten-free, which is normally a little bit easier for that one. But now it is going to be highest fourth innings totals to win a test match. It is actually right up there. Australia 404 is their best that they have been able to have, and that was up against England. As I'll type it up, it is. Wait, is it actually a gluten intolerance or gluten intolerance? So let me know. Big full toss from Joe Root there for the first delivery of that over. But at the moment, Australia, they are 7 down. They've still got Nathan Lyon. They've still got Jai Richardson. I feel like both of those two will probably go there. Did I forget to turn it off? Oh, no, I did. I normally turn it off when I blow my nose just because I'm like, you guys don't want to hear me blowing my nose. So I just end up using it for that one. And you just sit here watching me in silence going, he's very quiet at the moment. But Mitchell Stark now 19 off 19 here. Joe Root, he sets up for the baseball swing. That one's gone very high from Mitchell Stark. He hasn't got all of it. What a take that is from Ollie Pope. Brilliantly taken in the deep, and that is going to be Mitchell Stark now out. He will be getting some recovery time for that back as well. There's a place in Wales, and the last two syllables are you cough as well, says David. So you cough them. It's a bit fancy. And if you scroll up, my prediction was Australia would declare on 450 lead at T as well. He's at your spot. I did see that right at the start. I think I started as well for that one. So you are well and truly close with that one. But that's going to be Mitchell Stark now out. 216 at the moment for 8 here for Australia. That is a brilliant catch from Ollie Pope running around there. And now it does mean that it is going to be 8 down. They have still got themselves Nathan Lyon, Jai Richardson. They're sending out Jai Richardson. It seems like they're not willing to risk Nathan Lyon with the ball in hand, because I feel like we saw Jai Richardson. He was bowling some short stuff, I should say, to Stuart Broad and whatnot. I want to see if they want to go back and see if they can get a little bit back at him as well. You're not going to believe me, but the longest word ever to exist is Titan as well in there. See, it was Dwibs there, and also over there, Stark is out in there from Sebastian, and he is indeed Jai Richardson. 3 matches, 10 runs at the moment. He was able to hit himself a 6 in that first innings. And now Joe Root, a little bit of a full toss there to Cameron Green. So Australia, they look like they're just going to bat for as long as they can here. Keep on scoring the runs and then make England have to chase down 500. Australia, 85% chance of being able to win this game. 13% chance of a draw for them as well. And Jai Richardson, ready to go half century for Stark, was it? Where's the predictor as well? Sebastian there. Very sensible start to the innings for Jai Richardson, rather than absolutely smacking it like he did last time. A 6 first ball of the test match. He is going to be ready to go. And Tintin is the formula, I think, as well. Says that Dwebs there, so that's a bit fancy. Oh, that's a little scoop shot there from Cameron Green. It's going to be fine, though, for him. It does fall short of Stuart Broad. That is going to be another wicket lost. This might work out weirdly perfect with the time that Australia do go out. They'll probably end up getting another half an hour or so in, and then that will be when we will be ending this live stream and transferring straight over to our next one, which for anyone who does want to set it as a reminder for yourself, it is going to be in that situation. That is the link to the next YouTube live stream that we are doing. We are going to be talking about the Ashes, but also covering the KFC Big Bash, the game between the Melbourne, they're not playing, between the Brisbane Heat and also the Sydney Thunder there. My cousin Monty says hi as well, says Ollie Wilson, so welcome in. Great catch there from Ollie Pope, and the deep to be able to grab that one. Joe Root at first slip, Dava Milan now, seeing whether or not they can clean up this tail. I think Cameron Green will play relatively sensibly for a little bit here. Just smacks that ball hard. Brilliant shot. And that is going to be almost racing away to the boundary. Wokes takes it nicely, though, and does throw it back in as well. And also we have got there, that is a long word. It's also very long. Did you just look up like all of the longest words, Twubs, and just start copying and pasting them as well? And also that is a tongue twister, surely, as well. Says Dodds there, Stark is a goat. And the jab from Amos Spencer. And I just hope that he hasn't done something serious to his back. Green will get a 50 as well. Says Amos Spencer there. Yeah, just taking a single, almost a run-out opportunity there for England. Oh, that would have hurt the finger of Milan. You're saying good throw from the deep, but it didn't end up smacking almost his finger in between the ball and the wicket, which wouldn't have felt too nice. But 222 here is the lead at the moment. Oh, sorry, 222 is how many they are sitting on here for Australia. 470 then, says Masagwa. Yeah, it does seem somewhere along there. Yeah, that would have hurt the finger of Milan. Ended up squeezing it between themselves and the ball and the stump. Not ideal. It's going to be hard there, but Jai Richardson just rocks back onto the back foot. It's fielded in the deep by Ben Stokes, and they do get the single at the moment. England, if they can keep them to less than 500, that's the thing. Do they want to, though? It depends on whether or not. Okay, they're saying, do you declare before tea and see if you can get just a little bit of time at England before that and kind of have them a little bit. Oh, shot there from Cameron Green goes straight out to Ben Stokes, though, who is able to field. We have got there. My good friend Tom from Invercargill says hi, or Troy, sorry, from Invercargill says hi, and also I used to live in Invercargill, says that Dwebs there as well. But at the moment, I don't believe Nathan Lyon is anywhere to be seen. So I believe more than likely, is he going to be batting? That's a big question. It's going to be a big shot down the ground for Jai Richardson. 6 more runs for himself, and it is taken with the catch as well. This man, Jai Richardson, he is the only batsman, I believe, who has hit a 6 in both of his innings. And I don't think, that's the thing. I don't think anyone else has done that in this test match so far. And also, come on, lads, let Rory embarrass himself as well, says the match in there. And that's the third boxing test match. England has to take full control, no slip up. Unfortunately, the test currently will end as a draw as well. Okay, lads, I love the YouTube channel Day Off as well, says Brandon there. What's up, Hamish? And the chat says, Warriors fan, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. And there as well. And now at the moment, it is going to be in there for Jai Richardson. Nice bit of spin. That one's gone straight up in the air. Still up there, still up there, still up there. It comes down, and that's going to be the 9th wicket now. How good? Says Hamish Spencer. Is this going to be the declaration here? Yes, it is. Nathan Lyon will not be batting. And now England, they will require themselves a total of 468 to somehow win this one. If they do end up in that situation, of getting anywhere near it, but still having batsmen at the end of day 5. They will draw this one day off. Do you think it's good as well, says Brandon? I don't think I've had a day off of YouTube in a very long time, that is for sure. Twice I'm in Hamilton, Kiwi lads. You should come hang out with me one day as well. Says it was Ollie Wilson there. And the chat, and also we've got the 8 wicket falls. Now it is time for James Anderson to bowl, and he'll pick up those early wickets as well, says Jalal there in the chat. And also Hamish, I saw the controller videos back then. I was there on the same day as well, says Dwubs, for that one. Are you sure it was the same day, Dwubs? Because it would have been in that situation of, we did upload that possibly about a few weeks after we did end up filming it, but I could probably tell you the exact date. But you might have been there on the same day that we uploaded it. Bats, and also we have got there no more runs and 1 more wicket as well, says Novmum there, and good luck, you need it as well, says Amy Spencer there, but well bowled in the end by England to be able to get Australia all out. Well, I guess almost all out. They have declared, though, 230. They didn't want to send out Nathan Lyon. In the end, there was the first wicket run out for David Warner. Marcus Harris was then the next man to fall, and Michael Nessa as well, bowled by Jimmy Anderson. Anyone who was wondering about who scored the most runs, 51 for Travis Head, 51 for Marnus Lavashane, and 33 not out for Cameron Green. James Anderson able to pick up 1 wicket for Stuart Broad, 2 for Ollie Robinson, 2 for Joe Root, and 2 for Darwin Milan as well. I see our man Jay Hayes is a moderator for Big Air Sport, which is cool as well. And there says David there. And also we have got there, I remember seeing the same people there, and Seddon Park would be nice to see a game as well. Says Donna DB, whereabouts is Seddon Park located? Is that Dunedin? I feel like, oh, sorry, is that Hamilton actually? Sorry. For that one, and also my friend Reed Nichols says, you like Barbie as well, says Ollie Wilson. Tell Reed that I do indeed. And we always got there. I definitely know I saw the exact same people from the video as well, says Dwubs there. And then also I see, but has to avoid being cocky, and Roy has to not be there as well, says Sebastian there. And the chat, and also we have got there what the hell is that, says Dwubs there. And the chat. Now at this stage, we are getting closer and closer to the BBL game, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wondering whether or not, do I end this live stream now? Or we'll wait till the first over. We'll watch the first over. Great commentary, Hamish. Well done as well. And oh, yeah, Hamish. And the chat from Ollie Wilson. And the chat, but we will quickly, while we have got a little bit of an innings break, be sure to click on that link, and that will take you over to the BBL. Like I mentioned, we will still be mentioning all about the KFC Big Bash and the Ashes in the same live stream as well. And also we have got there, how much friends do you have at your house, Ollie? Says the Wubs there. And the chat as well. But yeah, it is going to be an interesting final session of the day once we do get through this one. So they're going to have about half an hour to bowl at the English, and then there will be that 20-minute spell, and then the final session of the day could be an interesting one for these two sides. But at the moment, it seems like Australia, they are certainly still in the box seat. It is the break. They will need 86% for Australia to be able to win this one. And if they do, it's going to be interesting. Big chug of water, as I said to us there. Hydration, it's got to be good for you. That is for sure. But at the moment now, we are just waiting for the next innings of this match to start. I feel like I want to watch the very first, maybe 1 or 2 overs. And then from there, we will be transferring over and getting ready for our next live stream. The one, I was the first one to vote on the new live stream as well, says Dwubs there. But yeah, we are going to be covering that BBL game between the Brisbane Heat and also the Sydney Thunder. Should be a good one between those two sides, so be sure to check that out as well if you are interested in not just hearing about the BBL, but also we will be still continuing our commentary side of it in terms of keeping you guys updated on when England lose their wickets, if they lose their wickets. My friend Rory Burns just texted me, says he wishes Nathan Lyon batted as well. Says Sebastian there and go Australia. I live in Australia. Says a Warriors fan. So you will be well and truly hoping that they can bowl out the English here. 86% chance that they will be able to do so in this situation. 12% chance for England to be able to survive for the rest of this one. I believe that they will have to face around 130 overs to be able to draw this test match here. And that is if rain does not affect the last day. Mitchell Stark at the moment, he's still got the medicine ball. He's got a big old grimace on his face when he was turning. So I really hope he is all right. As it looks like it's looking like he's in a lot of pain at the moment, Mitchell Stark. Got the big smile on his face, though. And at the moment, we have got their weight. Sets up Dwubs there on the chat as well. But at the moment, Michael Hussey is mentioned about the sun starting to set. So this will swing late for the later stages as well. They've once again got the Adelaide Oval, the pitch kind of flattener thingamabob, the roller, I believe is what it's called, and it is in 38 minutes. But their Brisbane Heat versus Thunder game is in 38 minutes. It is indeed. So pretty much what is going to be taking place for that one is we are going to be switching over to that live stream and continuing talking to you guys about the Ashes, but that will be the game that we are doing the commentary for, if that makes sense. It is pretty much because We were hoping that it wasn't going to be overlapping because I thought this test match, that's the thing, if Australia did decide to enforce a follow-on, this match could have almost been over by now. But it is not. Instead, we are going to be seeing it go probably to the full 5 days, which is why it is going to be a couple overlaps for us. So we will wait and see, but we will be doing the Ashes commentary tomorrow as well for the first session in a bit, and then we will be transferring over to the Big Bash, depending on how everything's going. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you do want to see a little bit of that. And also, we've got a little bit of rugby later on tonight. Doesn't get much better than that. Leicester Tigers taking on Connacht in the final game of the weekend because all of the others have been postponed in that regard. But Mitchell Starc at the moment, he is about to test out the bowling. Is he going to be all right? We're going to watch him. Do we get to watch him? Here he goes. What do we see from Mitchell Starc? Okay. Doesn't look too bad for Mitchell Starc. Doesn't look like there's too much grimacing. A little bit of a deep breath there for Mitchell Starc, but hopefully he will be all right to bowl because that is certainly one of the keys in the bowling attack. The reason that Nathan Lyon does so well some of the time is because he's got Mitchell Starc at the other end just steaming the ball in at 145. They're just showing there the replay of him bowling. Doesn't look like he had any grimace there. Nah, he looks all right. Mitchell Starc, he's a tough man. He will keep on going. There's one as well, but at the moment we have just got the warm-ups taking place for both of these sides. At the moment, Australia, they lead by 467. Is there any chance, ladies and gentlemen, in your minds that England will be able to get themselves a draw here? Or will it be Australia? Can they finish it today? Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Surely this isn't going to be the end of the Ashes test match today. I think we are going to go into the second session of tomorrow, and then that will be the time that if Australia do bowl them out, that will be when it is. Or I think it will be going right to the end, and it will be the draw, and England will be able to make it still 1-0 going into the MCG test match. But the last thing that they can afford here is to go 2-0 down, or else they need to win every single other one for themselves to be able to have a chance. We have got the hello as well, says Brandon. Welcome into the live stream once again, mate. And yeah, I hope you are enjoying your day off. Yeah, I've got at the moment, they've got Michael Nessa, Mitchell Starc, Jai Richardson as well, and then Nathan Lyon. Alongside Cameron Green was able to bowl a very good line and length in the first innings, which is why he is going to also be so important for them in this one. But Cameron Green at the moment, certainly a tall individual. We are just getting a few cinematic shots of the ground at the moment. Just declared 9 down for 230 here. So they've actually declared both times when they are 9 down. They decided that they didn't want to bat Nathan Lyon either of the times. Subscribe to Kiwi Lad Shorts as well. See the brand there, you heard the man. And also be sure to check out that pinned comment, which is a link to the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. If you guys do enjoy a little bit of other sports commentary that we will be providing on that channel extremely soon, whether it is hockey, whether it is going to be football, whether it's rugby, probably not rugby. We have got more of the rugby on this one. I got my little thumbtack thing once again. That does end up. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's got like a hole. I feel like I have too much fun with this as well. It just pretty much, it's a green thumbtack, so it can pretty much just bring in the background type thing. Fun times as well, but nonetheless, Australia getting ready to go. Once again, it is going to be Rory Burns and also Hasib Hamid who will be opening the batting here for their side. They need to make sure that they are strong at the start of this innings, and they need to make sure they don't lose any wickets leading into the night session, because that's going to be very tough. Hamid, just looking around at the conditions, Rory Burns, a left-hander, he hasn't really fired in this test match so far, or the one prior. And also Hamid, he is seeming to be around that kind of 20 or so that he does get himself, but then he does end up getting out. Now at the moment, Steve Smith is having a bit of a chat with David Warner and also the rest of the team here. They are ready to go. Is Cameron Green taller than Mitchell Starc? Because I feel like they look very similar in that regard. I think there's only a little tiny bit of difference, but maybe Mitchell Starc's hat is slightly not on his head as stiffly as Cameron Green's, because they look like they are about 6'5" each. And I think we did work that out yesterday as well, but it is going to be Hamid and it is going to be Rory Burns making their way out there. England, to be able to win this game, they need 468. I don't know whether or not that is going to be at all a possibility, but to draw this game, they need to try and bat for about 135 overs, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be covering the first 2 overs of this Ashes kind of batting innings for Australia, or we might go about the first 6 or so, depending on how much time we have got. But the 9:35 time is when we are going to be going over to our BBL live stream, where we will be talking all things Ashes, talking about the score as it is happening, but then also we will be covering the KFC Big Bash for the Brisbane Heat taking on the Sydney Thunder, which will be a very good game. It is DSC as the bat that Rory Burns has got himself, and also Ahmed is assessing the conditions in order to prevent reckless batting. Rory is also Rory is also there from Sebastian. I feel like Rory Burns, he needs like 150 here. At least, really. To be honest, or else everyone just wants him gone, and I feel like he might be gone, depending on how it goes as well. But now it is going to be Mitchell Starc. He will be bowling the first over of this match, and it will be Rory Burns on strike. Now, we know what happened the last time these two faced off for the very first delivery. It was a half volley on leg stump. Rory Burns missed, and Mitchell Starc got it for the first ever wicket of the Gabba as well for this test series. And also we have got that way not see every message because I have been talking to everyone and they're not show up as well, says Brandon there. As well, I guess it does depend on whether or not they consider it as spam, I guess. I don't actually choose it, though, in terms of what messages go through and what ones don't. We have your shot there, hello, and also subscribe to the Kiwi Lads Shorts. The two that I have got. Is there more than that, Brandon? Do let me know. But now Rory Burns, he's going to be on strike. The sun is almost in his eyes as well. This is going to be hard batting conditions for the next little while. They have got 37 minutes here for England to not lose any wickets. Starc to Burns outside of the off stump, and Rory Burns does leave it, so he isn't getting the golden duck today for himself. But England, they need 468 more runs to win is what it has got down at the bottom of the field, or bottom of the screen, I should say. Mitchell Starc, he is going to be bowling this one. Hopefully his back isn't too bad, because he did end up hurting himself a little bit while he was batting, trying to smack the ball miles. Rory Burns keeping his eyes on the ball. I feel like if Starc has hurt himself a little bit, maybe it takes away about 5 Ks of his bowling, and it does make it a little bit easier for the batsman to try and pick him. But this time at the moment is when the shadow is almost making its way onto the field, or almost onto the pitch, I should say. Mitchell Starc once again going to be steaming in. It's well bowled, or just beats the outside edge of Rory Burns, but that was a beauty from Mitchell Starc we have got there. Can you see this one? A great place as well. Says up Brandon. I can see that one at the moment, Brandon. Mitchell Starc at the moment, 2 dot balls in a row. This one, oh, it just seemed away. Good luck playing that one when it is going down there at about 145. I swear that one said that it was. But that is an absolute peach of a delivery without the deviation. Rory Burns was probably getting an inside edge into his area that he wouldn't have been wanting. But of course, with a little bit of extra pop off the surface as well, this is going to be tough conditions here for England. Mitchell Starc once again running in to the crease. Rory Burns on strike, yet to get off the mark. Down the leg side now, that gets him some runs, and that will give him confidence as well. That is going to be 4 runs there for Rory Burns. 145 Ks for Mitchell Starc, and it races away to the boundary for the first runs of the day for England. We have got there, can you see this one? So says Brandon, but Rory Burns at the moment. I will actually switch it so that you guys can see how many runs they were able to get in the first one. He has actually got the 4. Tell you what, he survived more balls than he did in the first match, because he did actually end up with 4 runs off 3 deliveries. This one, if he does go out now, that will be his 4th delivery faced. So progress, I guess. And also we have got there, these two must stay in until tomorrow. Can't afford Australia rip through middle orders of England as well. Says Kevin, yeah, exactly right. Definitely not under lights. This next session, it's going to be extremely tough for the English batting lineup if they do end up with new men out there. Beautiful delivery once again there for Mitchell Starc. Good job, mate. No doubt for you. Says it was Sebastian in the chat. Do we have a predictor of how many runs we think Rory Burns is going to get, or do we think that would be a little bit rough? Look at that from Mitchell Starc. It just ended up seaming away once again. You can't really do too much about that as a batsman. It was going in towards the stumps, and then it just takes off. And it's like you don't really know what to do when you're trying to play it, because you can either get kind of close to it and then not at all close to it. You don't really have the option of being able to hit it. Definitely not when it moves that much with Mitchell Starc bowling it. As well, what time does BBL start? It is going to be starting at 9:40, and we will be covering the Ashes as long or as alongside left there by Rory Burns. So yeah, pretty much we will be doing the commentary for the BBL, but also keeping you guys updated over for over when there are wickets and everything in this English versus Australia game as well type thing. But at the moment, they are just showing that heap of men kind of changing up the angle a little bit. They're actually showing the gaps. That's quite cool how they do have like those gaps that they do let you see on the field. So it looks like mid on, mid off is the setup here. Maybe even a square leg they're going with, and also the backward point. And they're moving a man to extra cover for Rory Burns now as well. The Heat will win the toss to bat, I think, Amish as well. So he's given a we'll have a quick look. Heat won the toss and they chose to bowl versus the Thunder, is the comment that I have got there. Oh, a bit of pop there for Rory Burns, but he has survived the first over. 4 for none here for England. Yeah, pretty much. Batting second will be the Brisbane Heat. Now, sometimes they go well in a run chase. Sometimes they don't go so well in the run chase. So we will have to wait and see what side we are going to get to see today for the BBL from the Brisbane Heat. But it is going to be a good first over from Mitchell Starc. Just the one strain down the leg side. Everything else, though, was near perfect with that line and length. And then that one popped a little bit more for Rory Byrne. In that case, Heat win by 6 wickets as well. Says Sebastian there, and Mitchell Starc now going back to a fine lead. But anyone who is keen to watch that BBL live stream while we are still talking about the Ashes, that is a link that will be taking you over there as well. Oh, yeah, it's got there. Do you want to play Forza Horizon 5 every Wednesday, but at 4:30 p.m. as well, says Brandon. I'll have to wait and see what the schedule is saying, because normally, with how late I was going to bed the last couple of weeks, normally I'm still asleep at 4:30 p.m. just because I'm trying to catch up so that I can get back in the BBL schedule. Although next Wednesday, or every Wednesday, sorry, I believe we've got quite a few test matches coming up that will be taking place on those kind of Wednesday afternoon stages. Jai Richardson outside of the off stump, and that is going to be the miss once again. The moment it is going to be Hamid. He did end up getting himself a total of 6 runs off 21 deliveries in that first innings. Joe Root sitting on 62 off 116 balls for Joe Root. He had to work hard for that one. David Milana, 157 face for him, and he was able to get the 80. Josh Butler with the duck. Ollie Robinson with the duck also, and then Ben Stokes, the final wicket to fall on 34 of 98. Joe Richardson there, good angle. It's going to be left once again by Hamid. So England, the thing that they need to do here, if they do want to win, is get 465 runs. I'm not sure what the biggest chase is in a test match in Australia. I'm going to see whether or not I can find that. Biggest run chases in test cricket. We're going to see whether or not we can find it. So the West Indies, that is actually the stats that they had up on the board before. So this would be the biggest run chase in history if they are able to do it. The target would be 100, or sorry, they actually would need 418 or more to win the game, and that would be the most, because that was the next previous, and that was West Indies up against Australia. Also South Africa against Australia being able to do it as well. Australia up against England, chasing down 404 for a match as well. I'm not seeing too many Kiwis on there. We're 324 against Pakistan is our first one. Not going to be easy here, and it's certainly going to be a record if they can get it done. But drawing from here has been done before for sides. They just need to make sure that they don't lose that wicket. I should have put money on this test as well. Nicely bowled there by Jai Richardson just outside of the off stump. Were you going to say that Australia were going to win Esbok, or were you going to go for the draw? Do let me know. The moment Jai Richardson getting that angle right. Once again, just seeming, once again, that ball is going all over the place at the moment. They'll just have to get some bat on it, but not only a little bit that it goes through to the slips. I would think more, get a little bit more on it so that you can wear that ball down and try and make it a little bit softer for the later stages. Steve Smith, he liked it. That delivery, that is for sure. Jai Richardson currently 4 dots. Well bowled and well played by Hamid. And he actually started very well, Jai Richardson, for his last one. Was able to just keep that ball out multiple times. Or sorry, he was able to get that just outside of the off stump where the batsman had to try and lure in and try and get it. Just wasn't quite able to. We have got there, what about Forza Horizon 5 every 2 Wednesday at 4 p.m. as well, says Brandon. We will have a quick look. We'll put up on the screen for when the kind of Ashes games are taking place. So it's going to be January 5th to January 9th, and then also December 26th to December 30th. So I believe that December 26th starts on a Sunday, and the January 5th might actually be a midweek one as well, and then January 14th is the next one that we have. God, that's an edge, and that's going to be the wicket of Hamid. He gets him for the duck, and Jai Richardson, he didn't get any wickets in the first innings. He has just got that one as well. And I was like, can you bet on a draw on a test match as well? Says Sebastian, you can indeed. It is I guess, depending on the weather. Some people look at the weather forecast and then decide that it is going to be like more likely to be a draw, because you can have a couple of days rained off. But Hamid just getting lured in, hit the glove, I believe it was, taken nicely behind the stumps by Alex Carey. He hasn't put down anywhere 118 as well. Says that David there. And if England don't put up a good response, I fear that English press will be merciless As well, Hamid unfortunately out for the duck there after 6 deliveries. And Rory Burns still going to be at the crease, but he will be joined by now Dawid Malan. Will be making his way out there. And also we've got there. My first innings prediction was Australia 465 for 5 declared, and Australia lead by 450 at tee on day 3 as well, says Spock. That it's certainly not the wicket that they wanted to lose this early on and at the match. But at the moment, we have got another, I would say, probably about 8 minutes time. And one mate disappointed for Hamid as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, unfortunately for him, just didn't quite read the length of that one. Jai Richardson steaming in to the crease once again. Our last prediction, England all out at tea tomorrow as well, all out for 265 as well. And Forza Rising 5 on the 21 as well. It was from Brandon there, but it's a big old appeal from David Warner. And it was fair enough because there was a big old edge from Hamid, but now they are 1 down already here for England. These are not going to be easy conditions. The sun just starting to make its way across the ground as well here. Average of 31.18 here for Dawid Malan. Rory Burns, he is going to be on strike once again. It will be Mitchell Starc, but Richardson, wicket maiden to start his another innings, I guess you could say, for this test match. He did miss out. He was the only bowler who missed out on taking a wicket in the first one, so it is great that he did end up getting himself that one there. But Burns sitting 4 runs off 6 deliveries. If they can pick up Burns here, bloody English do know how to start partnership as well, or do not know how to start partnership, I should believe that is from Kevin there. But now it is Rory Burns on strike outside of the off stump, and he does leave it there. And now they've just really got a bat time for England. Jai Richardson at the moment, he is getting a few kids who do want to see the autograph, and it was actually off the glove there, the back of the glove. Unfortunately, it was actually the top glove, and because he was playing it way out inside or way out in front of his eyes, did actually end up clipping that edge as well. 175 all out there from, it was Novmum as well, but at the moment, Alex Carey once again taking it. Literally has not put a foot wrong with the gloves on today, or yesterday, or the day before, or whenever he has been wicket keeping. He's been phenomenal throughout this one, and now Jai Richardson, he is going to be hoping to get himself maybe 1 or 2 more wickets here. And at this session, going to be nicely played by Rory Burns. Once again, keeping it out. At the moment, England, this needs to be a big partnership. We've seen Rory Burns normally, if he falls, it's normally Hamid who falls, and then also it is normally the case of if Burns falls, Hamid falls very soon after. And come on, England, shows a fight as well. Says that Donna there in the chat, but it is Richardson. He was appealing, and he knew that he did have that wicket. He was celebrating big time and getting the big hug from, I believe it was Cameron Green. Those two would have spent a lot of time bowling together, trying to get into this position of being able to take part in a test match. And also, is the 134 the max overs as well? He says, Novmum, yeah, I believe they have got about 134 maximum, or somewhere around there that they are allowed, but well fielded there on the leg side from the Australians. It was Marcus Harris. Easy win for Australia as well, says Sadiq there in the chat. And also, we have got there, can we, and maybe Isaac join as well, says Brandon. We will have to wait and see what he is up to. I know that he has got work pretty much right up until Christmas, if I'm not wrong. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be working. I don't even think he gets I think he comes down for Christmas, and then Boxing Day he has to head back up and work again. Just that is one of the, I guess, downsides of being the new guy at work as well. And God save the Queen as well, says Kevin there. But Steve Smith at the moment is ready to go once again for this one. He took many catches in that first innings for the Australians. Rory Burns trying to line it up, just leaves that ball outside of the off stump. Smart leave for Rory Burns. He did actually end up losing his wicket for a caught at second slip by Steve Smith in the first one. And Alex Carey, I believe that's actually his first catch of this. Is that his first catch of this match so far for himself in terms of actually getting the wicket? I know that he's done very well behind the stumps, but I don't think he has had any catches up till this point. Rory Burns at the moment sitting on 4 runs off 10 deliveries here. And now it will be once again steaming in Mitchell Starc. And let me know tomorrow as well, says that Brandon there in the chat. Mitchell Starc had a little bit of a tweak to the back in the first innings of the batting, the second innings. Well bowled. That one would have been worth an LBW shout if it had snuck through. But now Travis Head at the moment, he's got a massive mustache for himself. Didn't have to bowl in the first innings. Neither did Labuschagne. Nathan Lyon, he bowled about an 18 over spell or something like that. He just kept on going. Power for England is $82 as well, says Novmum. Yeah, it's certainly going up, that is for sure. But they are just showing there. Rory Burns hits it straight into the hands of Steve Smith. That was in the first innings for how he was dismissed. And it was actually Mitchell Starc who was able to get him. It was earlier than this, though. I believe in the first innings, he lost this wicket in the very first over, was it? Or was it this third over? Similar to what we have got now for when he did go out 5 dots in a row here for Mitchell Starc. Pitches it up nicely. Whipped away to the leg side, and Rory Burns. That will be more runs for himself. That's going to be at least 2. Harris trying to scamper after it, and he is going to be able to just stop that one from rolling over. They will probably check the feet to make sure that it is all right. But Jai Richardson throws that one back in. That will be the end of the third over there. And England are now going to be sitting 1 down for 7 runs for themselves. And Marcus Harris doing well, having to chase after that one. Pretty long way for him to get to it. But the outfield seems to be pretty slow at the moment for these two sides. But nonetheless, we are getting closer and closer to transferring over to our BBL live stream, where we will still be talking about the Ashes. I will let you guys know when they lose their wickets. I will still be watching the game, but we will be commentating for the BBL. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back tomorrow with the opening session of the day and possibly the second one if it does continue through. And this when think England getting out of trouble, they find themselves in trouble again, as well, says Kevin. We'll watch one more over at Jai Richardson because I feel like this could actually be a good opportunity for him to be able to pick up the wicket. He did bowl extremely well, the wicket maiden in that first over, but then straight after that, we will be transferring over to the BBL. We will have about 10 minutes of nothing on the channel. That will be just so that I can have some food and get all hydrated again, get them ready to go for 3.5 hours of the BBL. That is if the Sydney Thunder don't get themselves bowled out, or Brisbane Heat don't get themselves bowled out, and they lost wickets already as well, or a wicket already. And they said Batty and they did indeed. It was Hamid who did lose his wicket. He did go for the duck after, I believe it was 6 or 7 balls. Rory Burns on strike. It's a beautiful delivery there. I think he got a little bit of bat on it, though. And that is why Jai Richardson, he did not appeal, but he had to get the bat on, or else it could have been LBW, and Rory Burns could have been on his way. At the moment, England 461 to win, 1% chance of them being able to do so. The draw is 8% likely in this game. If England can draw this game, it will once again be a monumental occasion. Oh, close as well. I think it was just a little bit of bat on it. A little bit of bat on it is what I was trying to say. Nicely played once again by Rory Burns, whipping it away to the leg side. Mitchell Stark gets that one as well. I think Ishigua just lost her voice a little bit as well. At the moment, Damalani is going to be facing his first delivery now. He is a left-hander here. So they have got 2 left-handers at the crease. And then Joe Root, of course, will be right-hander. He will be next into the crease if they do lose one. And also, much appreciated again, Hamish, for the live coverage of the Ashes as well, says Kevin. And yeah, we will be going straight over to that BBL, but we will also be keeping you guys updated on what is happening at the Ashes, or in the Ashes at the same time. Hopefully, I don't have to keep on bringing you the bad news of England losing wickets, but might be just part of the job. Unfortunately, Rory Burns at the moment, Dava Milan, just setting up at the moment, making sure there's nothing on the pitch. Someone is booing at the moment in the crowd, just the one individual man from Australia, but now Dava Milan running into crease once again. Jai Richardson, a little bit of space, shot and a half there from Dava Milan. First delivery face to the second innings, 4 runs there. Milan looking confident after getting himself the 2 wickets with the ball in hand. Both Rory and Harris did better in their 4th innings than expected as well. In their 4th innings than expected. Harris, that would be, of course, Marcus Harris for Australia. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing. Rory Burns at the moment, he has to go on and get a big partnership here with Dava Milan. I feel like it's a best case scenario here for the English if they didn't just get it going a little bit here between the two of them. But now it is going to be Jai Richardson. He's bowled 3 balls so far this over, gone for 5 runs. So it is certainly not the wicket maiden that he did have in the first. Oh, that's off the edge there. And it's it's a very good work from Cam Green there. Gets an applaud from the whole slip court, and the big tall man has been able to get right down and being able to stop that one as well. Nathan Lyon firing him up as well. They're saying big wingspan there. That's a sharp take from Cameron Green, and I don't know how England can sustain this bashing without falling apart as well. 4th innings in the series, of course, as well. Says Sebastian there. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Because of the fact that then it's like they think about that when they're looking for the selection for the next one, perhaps, and they go, oh, yeah, those guys, they did all right in the last innings that we can think of. Well bowled there. Did it smack him in the ball? It's going to be not out there. Was there any bet on it for Dava Milan? Steve Smith, they're not reviewing that one. I believe it just smacked into the midsection of Dava Milan there. And that is why did end up popping up. Cameron Green actually taking a decent catch there as well for himself. Jai Richardson. Couple noises. Yeah. Ended up smacking into his thigh. Wouldn't have felt too nice for him there. I'm going to have to plug in the iPad. It's a little bit low in the old battery when we are ready to go for the BBL in just a very short moment. This will be the final ball that we do cover of the Ashes today, but we will be covering the commentary on the Kiwi Lads channel for the BBL alongside letting you guys know what's happening in the Ashes as well with Jai Richardson there. Final delivery and Cameron Green 3 in a row there. Well, that's good fielding, but nonetheless, that is going to be 1 for 12 here for England after the 4 overs. I will be popping away, having a quick snack, and then be sure to check out the BBL live stream where we will be talking Ashes. We will be talking commentary for the BBL as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you all in about 12 minutes time for the BBL. But thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the